Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Kid Harry Potter suffered from the past dark memories? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. They were doing it again. They had been doing this for about 2 weeks now, and it was beginning to scare Harry Potter. He glanced up at the Slytherin table to see Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini staring at him. They didn't look away when he met Blaise's eyes. He figured it might be that their parents supported the Dark Lord. Are Harry having Mr. Malfoy put in Azkaban, though he managed to escape during the summer? At first, his thought was that they were gay. But then Millicent Bulstrode began to stare too, leading him back to the Dark Lord thing. The stares, though, weren't of hatred but of curiosity. "Harry?" asked Hermione Granger, waving her hand in front of his face. He blinked several times before looking at her. What are you staring at?" she asked. "Nothing," he said, noticing that Draco, Blaise, Millicent, and Pansy Parkinson get up all at once. "I forgot my book for defense. I'll meet you guys there." Quickly, he gathered his things, ignoring Hermione and Ron Weasley's questions. He figured all of them leaving at once might answer his own questions. He followed them from a couple feet, making sure he wasn't seen. They walked down to the dungeons and into the farthest corner. "If you two don't stop staring at Potter, he's going to think you both are gay," said Pansy. "Very funny. I just think I know him," said Draco. "This will make 6 years you both have been in Hogwarts. I hope you were know him," she said. "Before Hogwarts, Pansy," snapped Draco. "This summer I've been having dreams from when we were younger. They seem so real, and I swear Potter was there." Quote, "I've been too. Sometimes when I am just sitting around and thinking I remember some odd things," said Blaise. "You're both mental," said Pansy. "Then I am too," said Millicent. "Not you too, Millie," complained Pansy. "I'm sorry. That's been happening to me too. I remember Travers and Mills too. We don't even talk to them girls anymore," said Millicent. Harry leaned against the wall, trying to absorb everything they were saying. So that's why they'd been staring at him. They thought they knew him from when they were children. But that was impossible. He didn't remember anything. "Look, I found something this summer while my father was still in Azkaban." There was a box, barred in a pile of odd things in the cell at home. "Tell me if that doesn't look like Potter in those," said Draco. Harry edged himself off the wall, just enough to see Draco giving Pansy a stack of pictures. "You, Blaise, TJ, she said, sounding bored, TJ being Theodore not. "Keep going," said Blaise, whom Harry figured had already seen them. "Me, Millie, Travers," she muttered and flipped through the pictures. "Miss Zabini," but she stopped flipping. Harry dared a better look at her. He saw her slowly opening her mouth as she looked at the pictures. The pictures fell to the ground with Pansy backing up against the wall. "Pansy?" asked Millicent. "Oh my," she muttered, hand going to her mouth. "Looks like him, doesn't it?" asked Draco. Pansy looked up at Draco, finally being able to talk. "Elijah," she whispered, hand going back to her mouth. "Elijah. I remember." "Remember what?" asked Blaise and Draco. If someone hadn't asked, Harry was about to. "Elijah? Who's Elijah?" "If your theory is correct, Potter." Harry hit his head against the wall, closing his eyes. What was going on? Pansy remembered him as an Elijah. Draco, Blaise, and Millicent said they had seen him before. Draco had pictures that reminded him of Harry. Why would he hang out with Draco when he was little if he grew up in the Muggle world? He suddenly snapped his eyes open. Maybe the Slytherins weren't so crazy after all. Again, if you like it or interested in reading more, review and tell me so or you won't get to. Love from Abby Haven Snape. 6-year-old Harry Potter sat on the swing away from all the other children playing in a small park near his home in Surrey. His home wasn't really a home though. A home where you had parents that loved and cared for you. What he had was a family thought he was a freak, neglected him, and didn't love him. When at the park, he stayed away from the other children for he was an easy target to get picked on. Staying away from them was the easiest thing for him to do. So, he just played on the equipment that was farthest away from everyone. He frowned when he saw a group of children running toward the park. About 8 circled the park, trying to decide what to play on. 3 adults followed, a little behind the kids. He just sat, swinging, hoping that they wouldn't see him and not bother him. But, a girl with dark brown hair and eyes sat on the swing beside him. "Hi," she said, smiling. "Hi," said Harry, barely heard by the little girl. "Why are you sitting all alone?" she asked, beginning to swing. "Don't want to be in the way. If you were in the way, wouldn't we all be?" "My name is Pansy Parkinson, what's yours?" she asked, talking rather fast. "Harry, I don't know my last name. My aunt and uncle never told me. They just call me boy or freak. I never asked either. Not allowed to ask questions." "You don't look like a Harry," said Pansy, tilting her head to the side as she looked at him. "You look like an Elijah. I think I'll call you that." "Elijah. And my parents were like that too. Until Sev, Sissa, and Lucius took me away. Me and Millie, and Blaze and Pansy," someone yelled, walking around the park until he found her. "Hey Sev," said Pansy, excited. "Met Elijah. Swing. Elijah swing." She smiled to herself at her thoughtfulness. "Hello Elijah," said Severus Snape, offering him a small smile. "The others wish to go to the other park we passed on the way. Is that okay with you?" he asked, turning to Pansy. "Yes. Can Elijah come with we?" "With us Pansy." "Not we. He may if he wants to." Severus looked at Harry. His raven black hair covered any evidence that he was the famous boy who lived, making Severus just know him as Elijah. One thing he did know about the boy was that he was magical. He could feel the magic radiating off of the boy. "My relatives might get mad at me. They will punish me if Hey get mad and I don't want to go without eating," he said looking at Severus. "What do you mean Elijah?" asked Severus, rather sharply. "When I do something wrong or make them mad they punish me. Times it's with no food or more chores. Where's your mummy and daddy?" "They died," whispered Harry. "Just like Blaze's daddy Sev?" asked Pansy. "Yes," said Severus shortly. "I got to get home. I shouldn't have been here anyway," said Harry, quickly jumping off of the swing. "Elijah, would you like to go with us?" asked Severus, following him. "I would sir but I can't." "Sure you can, sir. Is your aunt and uncle really that bad?" Harry just nodded. "They don't love me, only my cousin." Severus stared at him for a second. "Come with us Elijah. I'll take you home later if you still think you are going to get into trouble." Quote. Harry bit his lower lip, before slowly nodding. Severus smiled and led Harry to the others that were gathered around. Children met Elijah swing. "I'll have ach of you introduce yourself to him as we walk." "Come on," said Severus standing beside the 2 other adults. "What's going on Severus?" questioned Lucius Malfoy, looking at him as they walked. Hopefully adding number 9. "Another one. Poor thing. He looks like a lost puppy," said Narcissa Malfoy, Lucius' wife. "I afraid so it seems like it," said Severus. "And isn't Kira following one today too?" asked Narcissa. "Yes, Carmilla." The 3 adults split up, one taking the lead, the other in the back, and the last in the middle. For 2 years now, Narcissa and Lucius had opers to children that had been abused or mistreated by their parents and took them in as their own. Severus Snape and Kira Zabini joined them soon after. They parents of the children didn't know they were even gone be. Why just a few spells it was as if the children weren't even born. Charms were placed on the houses to keep anyone else they knew of the children a secret, either making them forget the children or making them think they have seen them. The first one more of a favorite. Now they had helped 8 kids. Well, only 6 after you take off Lucius and Narcissa's son Draco and Kira's son, Blaze. Pansy's parents were drunks, not even wanting her in the first place. Theodore Knotts had anger problems. Vincent Grab and Gregory Goyles had no idea how to take care of children. Then there was Millicent Bulstrode. It was just her and her mother before she died, leaving Narcissa to take her in. Last was Morgan Travers, daughter of Death Eaters that were abusive to her every day. She actually was one of the first taken in, as her parents were friends with the Malfoys. Then there was the girl Kira was watching today, Carmilla Mills. Neglected by her parents horribly. Hardly any food in the house at any given time and parents never home. "Sir?" asked Harry, looking up at Severus. "Yes, where do we go after park?" "Home," said Pansy. Harry dropped his head but Severus grabbed his head. "Now do you call that place home, Elijah?" "No, not really, exactly. But, listen to me, Elijah," said Severus, bending down in front of him. "I want to help you, as does everyone else here. You just have to trust us. I know you just met us, but if this..." "I trust you," said Harry. "Okay," said Severus, a little surprised. "Let's go have some fun then." Harry smiled. "Go ahead up with Pansy and let her introduce you to everyone." He nodded, running up beside Pansy. "Elijah, meet Draco Malfoy, Vincent Grab, Gregory Goyle, Millicent Bulstrode, we call her Millie." "Oh, and Vincent and Gregory are Grab and Goyle. Blaise Zabini, Morgan Travers and Theodore Knott, are just TJ. "Hi," said Harry, shyly. "Don't be shy, we're your family now," said Morgan, smiling and moving on the other side of him. Blonde pigtails bouncing up and down on her shoulders. "And Draco's mum and dad will treat you like theirs. And Blaise's mum and Severus keeps us all well," said Theodore, walking backwards. "Yup, Lucius, Sissa, Kira and Sev will take care of you like they do us and we protect each other too," said Millicent. Harry gave a small smile. He was beginning to think being Elijah Swing wouldn't be all that bad. And tell me if you like it or if you don't. Love from, Abby Snape. Harry ran all the way up the stairs and slid into his defense classroom just seconds before the class started. The new professor, Kira Zabini, looked at him as he sat down, smiling softly. Now, Harry looked at the professor with different eyes. She was the one they said in his memory or whatever it was one of them to help them. What was happening to him? "I'm going insane, that's what," he thought, opening his book. There was no way he knew them. He was just imagining it all. That's all. And Malfoy, Zabini, Bulstrode, and Parkinson didn't know what they were talking about. Or that was what he kept telling himself, trying to convince himself it was true. Just like Malfoy said, that memory felt so real not to be true. So, why hadn't he remembered it before? "Potter." Harry shook his head and looked up at the professor. "Did you hear me?" she asked, sounding a little amused. Everyone knew she was Blaise's mother, but she wasn't very Slytherin. She treated each house equally and gave Zabini and company the hardest time in class, but Zabini didn't mind. He even made his mother laugh during class and everyone else too, even Gryffindors. "Sorry, Professor," he said, offering a small smile. "I think you better get your mind off of whatever you were thinking and come back to my class. Now, I asked you would mind dueling with Miss Travers here. I would rather not, but you don't have a choice now. So get your butt up here." Some of the students laughed as Professor Zabini smiled as Harry slowly stood up. He smiled mockingly at her as he passed her. He drew out his wand as he neared Travers. She was turned around and all Harry could see of her was her long, blonde hair up in a rather messy bun. All he cared about was getting this over with, not even registering her last name with the Travers the Slytherins had been talking about. "All right, you two, I assume you know how to duel. That might be one thing Lockhart taught you, right? You have to use at least one defense spell we have learned over the past 2 weeks." Harry nodded to her, not seeing Travers turned around until they started toward each other. Suddenly, they both stopped. Harry was staring into beautiful, round, sapphire blue eyes. Eyes he remembered all too well. Morgan, he thought, staring at her. She must have remembered Song. Ethan also, for her eyes were wide and her wand dropped from her hands. They keep eye contact for what seemed like forever if Professor Zabini wouldn't have stepped in. "Potter, Travers, what are you two waiting for? Christmas. Halloween has to get here first, kids. Now duel." Morgan reached down and picked up her wand. Professor Zabini watched them closely as they bowed and walked away from each other. She noticed her own son acting strangely lately. Along with his friends and now Potter and Travers, she was beginning to wonder what was going around Hogwarts as well. She blinked, noticing the duel had only lasted a few seconds, with Harry ending up with Morgan's wand. "Well done, both of you." They both gave a little smile but looked at each other again. "You may sit down, he said, walking to the front of the classroom. Harry nodded slowly, walking back beside Ron and Hermione, keeping Morgan visible through the corner of his eye. Something seriously was going on. Why they just now beginning to remember these things? It was a coincidence. He knew it and he believed the others did too. "Harry, what was that about?" asked Hermione. "Nothing. I'm still trying to figure it out myself." "Figure what out?" asked Ron. "That, I'm not even sure." Both Hermione and Ron looked at each other but left it alone. For now at least. Defense ended quickly and Hermione and Harry headed to potions. They only made it a few steps out the door before someone was calling his name. "Potter, Harry." They both turned around to see Morgan coming toward them. "Morgan," he said, eyebrows slightly raised. Hermione looked at him. He didn't even know the Slytherin girl. "Can we talk for a second?" she asked, just staring at him. "Sure. Are you headed to potions?" he asked. "Yes, but I want to talk alone," she said, looking at Hermione. "No offense or nothing. It's okay," said Hermione rather hesitantly. "I'll see you in potions, Harry." Hermione was down the hall before the two of them began to walk. "I wanted to say sorry for staring at you like that back in defense. I don't know why I did. I mean, it isn't like I haven't seen you before," she said, smiling. "But you didn't remember then," he said softly. Morgan froze, turning to face him. "So it's true?" she asked, almost in a whisper. "I don't know. I wish I did. But why weren't you known as Harry? But as Elijah?" asked Parkinson. "I believe it was her doing." "Figures," she muttered as they began to walk again. "As a second though," Morgan added, "they remember too. I hope so, or them staring at me is becoming way too creepy." Morgan gave a small giggle but then she became quiet. "Morgan," asked Harry, "I only remember a few things. Who was with us, why we were there, and who all helped us. But why are you all just remembering now?" "Elijah," she asked, sounding half scared. "I don't know, but I'm going to figure it out. I have to," he said, not caring that she called him Elijah. "Do you think Professor Zabini or Snape remembers anything?" "I'm not sure. Snape you wouldn't be able to tell. Zabini, maybe. Maybe if not now, but if she does, we might know." More random thought went through her mind, yet again. Quote, "How did we not know you were Harry Potter? I mean, I think we learned about you. And your scar would have been a dead giveaway." Harry thought on that for a moment. "I don't know. If I remember, I'll tell you." Morgan smiled a little as they neared the potions classroom. "We'll talk more, won't we?" she asked. "Yeah, we've got to figure this out. Right, or it will drive me to an early grave." Harry smiled. "Bye, Morgan," he said softly. "Oh, yeah, you're still the boy who lived and I'm the daughter of a Death Eater." "Bye, Elijah," she said, stepping into the room before him. He wondered if her parents were still abusive to her. He didn't dare ask or even think about it. Then he got to wonder. Why were the Malfoys helping them if they were younger? Were the others still having problems at home? How long were they with them? And most importantly, as Morgan asked, why are they just remembering? Harry walked into the classroom and slipped into his seat beside Hermione. Thankfully, she didn't ask him anything. He looked over at the Slytherins and met Malfoy's eyes. He gave Harry a slight nod that he returned. Harry figured he noticed something back in defense. He remembered something. The door swung open and Harry looked back to see Snape making his way to the front. Harry still wasn't sure if he was still royally pissed at him for looking into his pensive last year. He didn't dare ask or be in a room with him for longer than 5 minutes outside of class. Then again, he wondered how the guy standing in front of him was that same guy in his memory that cared for all of them. He cared for Harry as Elijah, not James Potter's son. But they were the same person he was beginning to learn, but yet, they were different. "Potion is on the board. Anyone that can tell me the name of the potion by the end of class will earn their house points. Anyone not completing it will earn a D for the day," said Snape, looking straight at Harry. Harry just stared down at the table. He was lucky to be in the class. He didn't have to be reminded of it. How he did, though, was still a mystery. And he didn't need to try to figure out Elijah's swing and Snape's potion all at the same time. That could prove deadly. Thanks to everyone that has reviewed the first 2 chapters. Hecate de Mort, thanks babe. Padfoot's Lover, thanks babe. I'm glad you like it. Keep reviewing. Thugale, thanks babe. Shania Maxwell, thanks babe. Volleyball Setter, thanks for both reviews. Keep reviewing and I hope you like the rest. Dream Phantom, thanks babe. Now, would I give it away just yet, though chapter 2 gave most away. Mistress Tate, thanks so much babe. Your review made me feel all good inside. Lol. Star Angel 2106 thanks babe. Glad you like this one too. Love from Abby Haven. Elijah, get up, said Morgan, shaking. Harry awoke. It had been a week since he arrived at the house with the others. And he was having the best time of his life so far. He was kept well fed and the others treated him like family. Soon, he began to get into a routine as the other children. They had school in the mornings. Basic Muggle things such as writing, reading, and counting. But then they learned things about the wizarding world also. Just basic history to start off with. Don't want to, he said, rolling over. Come on Elijah, we're going to be late and Kira doesn't like when we are late. Haven't you learned that? She asked. Harry rubbed his eyes, sitting up. Morgan smiled at him, pointing to a set of clothes that were laid out for him. He nodded, slowly getting out of the bed. Oh, here, Sev left these this morning for you before he had to leave, said Morgan, handing Harry a pair of thin, black, wire-rimmed glasses. Leave, Hogwarts. Teaches potions there. Oh, Morgan smiled. Earning around as he changed into a pair of blue jeans and a black tee. Everyone received new clothes when they arrived at the manor. Harry was glad to have clothes that actually fit him. Morgan, Elijah, said Blaze, opening the door to the bedroom. You coming? Yeah, once Elijah gets shoes. Harry smiled up at them before tying his shoes. Something he learned the first day he was there. All right, let's go, he said, standing up. He followed Morgan and Blaze out of the room and down the hall. Harry still wasn't sure where everything was in the house. He just learned where the kitchen was, much thanks to Morgan. Glad you can join us you 3, said Kira, smiling at them. Elijah was asleep, said Morgan. Harry elbowed her. That's quiet all right. Morgan, can you sit beside Carmilla? And boys, met Carmilla Mills. She'll be staying with us now, said Kira. Hi, both boys said, Harry sitting down beside Draco and Blaze beside Theodore. Carmilla, Elijah Swing and Blaze Zabini. Today, we are going to finish learning how to write your letters. They had set up the library as classroom with 6 tables, one used for their learning materials. One person from each table got up and grabbed 2 quills and parchments for them and their partner. Kira wrote the letters R to Z on the board in all capital print. Everyone went to work trying to copy the letters. Kira walked around, helping the ones that couldn't write them correctly. Father said he would take a couple of us to a Quidditch game. He said he couldn't take all of us because people would ask questions. Their wizarding lesson for that week was on Quidditch. Both Harry and Draco automatically fell in love with the game. Neat, he said, tongue going to the side as he made a W. Me and you will go. And maybe Blaze, said Draco. Harry nodded, finishing up his letters. Very good Elijah, Draco, said Kira, bending down beside them. Thanks. Now can you write your whole alphabet in order for me? Just use capitals for now. Okay, Kira, my S is backward, said Pansy. The boys went to their letters and finished with only messing up once or twice. Where is Sissa and Lucius? Asked Harry. Father's at work and Mum went somewhere to get things. Quote, Harry nodded. He was only 6 but he knew things now he never did before. He knew what love was like now. He knew what it was like to have friends now. Like he learned the first time he met them. They all were his family now. Can all of you count to 50 for me? Asked Kira walking back to the front of the room. They all started to count automatically started to count. A few missed up but overall got it done. After another 15 minutes, Kira finished their lesson. All right, kids, you can go play until lunch. Yay, They all yelled, running out of the room. Harry followed Morgan and Blaise out of the room and outside to where there was a playground was set up for them. "Wanna play tag?" asked Draco, looking at everyone. They all agreed and declared Draco as it, since it was his idea. They all ran around the backyard, something Harry wasn't allowed to do with his aunt and uncle. His life was different now, and he wasn't complaining. "Come children," said Lucius, holding his son's hat as they walked up the stands. Blaise had hold on Draco's and Harry's so they wouldn't lose each other. The children smiled at each other, impatiently waiting for the match to start. This was the first match that all three boys had seen. The boys were interested in the game as were Morgan and Theodore but couldn't come this time. Too many kids would look suspicious. Blaise and Harry weren't even allowed to give away their last names if anyone asked. Going places proved difficult, having 10 children to take care of and all interested in different things but wanting make each happy was difficult for too many questions could be asked. But they tired to keep each happy and so far wasn't disappointed in their attempts. The next match, Lucius promised to take Morgan and Theodore and Narcissa and Kira were figuring out something for the other to do as a treat. "Remember, don't talk to strangers. Elijah, come sit on the other side of me. You should be able to see better," said Lucius, sticking out his head, and Harry gladly took it, moving down beside Lucius.at. The match between Appleby Arrows and the Wimborne Wasps will begin in a few minutes. Draco sat up on his knees, waiting for the match to start. Harry was excited too, waiting impatiently. "Ah, Lucius, good to see you," came another voice from behind them. "Minster Fudge, what brings you here? I thought you only make it to the World Cup," said Lucius, looking quickly down at Harry. "Time off at the ministry, so I thought I would enjoy the game." "I take it his is your son," he said, looking at Draco. "Yes, this is my son Draco and his friends Elijah and Blaise." Yes. Enjoy the game, boys. I'll see you at work, Lucius." "See you then, Minister." Minister Fudge smiled at the boys before disappearing. "Who was that father?" asked Draco. "Minister Fudge. Be careful around him as everyone else." "Easier said than done," muttered Blaise. "That it is, Blaise. Sometimes it is. And here are your teams." Lucius said, "You went to a Quidditch match. What did you think of it?" asked Severus, pulling the blankets up to his chin, tucking it around his body. "Great. It looks like fun. Can you teach me to fly, Sev?" he asked, looking at him. "One day, yes. Me or Lucius or Kira will teach you," said Severus, smiling softly. "Good," he said, yawning. "Get some sleep. I'll see you this weekend." "Why aren't you here like Kira or Sissa?" "I have to teach Elijah and I can't just stop. It would endanger everyone here because the headmaster will be interested in why. I'll spend some weekends with you, and once summer gets here, I'll be here all the time." "Can't wait until then." Severus smiled again, standing up. "I've got to get back to Hogwarts." "I'll see you soon, Elijah." Harry nodded, sinking down into the warmth of the blankets, closing his eyes. He felt a soft kiss be placed on the side of his head. A warm feeling went through his body as he fell peacefully asleep. Hat was the first act of care Severus had given him, and he wanted it to stay and have the family he wanted. "Don't forget to review. Love from, Abby." "Harry, are you okay?" asked Hermione, laying her hand on his arm, staring at him. Harry shook his head, blinking several times. That memory sent odd shocks through his body. It was as if Snape had just placed that kiss on his head. And even Huff, it was from someone that seemed to hate him. He wished it would happen again. That was the closest thing to a parent action he could remember. "Yeah, I'm fine," he muttered, glancing up at the staff table and stared at Snape. How could that be the same person that was in his memory? "You look ill, Harry. Maybe you should go to the hospital wing," said Hermione. "No, I am okay. Just daydreaming." He looked up and met Morgan's eyes from the Slytherin table. She smiled softly and looked at Snape quickly. Shaking her head, she rolled her eyes, making Harry smile. "I'm not insane. I am just dreaming of a life I wanted," he thought. Running a hand through his hair. "Harry." He looked up to see Dennis Creevy coming up to him. "Yes, Dennis. Headmaster wanted me to give you this," he said, handing him a piece of parchment rolled up. "Thanks, Dennis." Dennis smiled at him before going down to sit with his brother. Harry unrolled the parchment and raised an eyebrow. Harry, please come to my office at 7 o'clock. I need to discuss a few things with you. Albus Dumbledore. P.S. I like acid pops. What does the headmaster want? Asked Ron. Wants me to come to his office tonight. Needs to discuss something with me. Have any idea of what? I have something I wish, but I doubt that. I don't know. Are you sure you are okay, Harry? You are acting odd today. Hermione. I am fine. I just got a lot on my mind. She didn't look pleased with his answer but didn't say anything else. His best friends couldn't know what was going through his mind or what he felt. 1. He wasn't even sure, and 2. Everyone in those memories seemed to hate him now, but back then, they were his family. It's almost 7. I better go. Don't want to be late, he said, gathering his things. We'll see you in the common room, said Ron. Harry nodded to them, casting a glance to Morgan again, nodding to the door. She winked, gathering her things. He smiled at his friends before heading to the door, meeting Morgan in the entrance hall. You okay, Elijah? She asked. Yeah, fine. Though that memory was like 3 into 1. Fading into each other. What were they? Walk with me. I have to go see the headmaster. Morgan nodded as they started up the stairs. We had class, learning to write the alphabet. Camilla just arrived that morning or night before. The Malfoy, Zabini, and me were at a Quidditch game, met the Minster of Magic. Then the last part. What? Harry gave a smile. Snape was tucking me into bed. Told me why he couldn't be around all the time and, Harry stopped and smiled again. He gave me a kiss on the head. I don't remember ever having that done to me. Morgan smiled. I had one like that. But it was Sissa for me. I think it was like the first week I was there. They NTED is to know we were wanted and loved. And we weren't alone anymore. Both Harry and Morgan stopped as they reached the second floor to hear someone speak behind them. A girl walked around then and stood in front. Camilla Mills. She was much as he remembered her or was beginning to remember. He light brown hair, had blonde and red highlights, and was just about to her shoulders and falling in her face. Her eyes were a sea green color. But she was much different than the other girls. She had bracelets as many as 15 on each arm, had a small diamond nose ring, black nail polish and eyeliner. And instead of a white button-up shirt, she was wearing a black one. So it seems, said Morgan, smiling at the Ravenclaw. I am glad I am not the only one remembering this shit. I thought I was going even more insane. Harry smiled. Do you think I should ask the headmaster about the memories? I don't know, said Morgan, biting her lower lip. I wouldn't, said Camilla. Why? He basically has control over your life, Eli Potter, but she stopped and looked at him. Elijah, he had to know something, but if you went back to your relatives, he had to take you. Only few knew you were living with them. Harry nodded, but it made him think. Did the headmaster know anything? Did he do anything? You better go before you are late, said Morgan. Right, I'll talk to you both later. I think Morgan and I will talk a little longer, said Camilla, smirking. Shall we? Asked Morgan, offering her arm. Harry snorted as Camilla took Morgan's arm. Bye, Elijah. They waved over their shoulder as they went back down the stairs. Harry rolled his eye before he walked down the corridor toward the headmaster's office. Acid pops, he said, and the gargoyle strung to life. He jumped on the staircase as it took him the tower to Dumbledore's office. Headmaster, you can't be serious. Harry paused to knock as Snape's voice came out of the office. He sighed, knocking. Come in. Taking a deep breath, he entered the room. Ah, Harry, said the headmaster, smiling. Headmaster. Harry turned to Snape, who glared at him as he sat back down in the chair in front of the headmaster's desk. Harry, please sit down, said Dumbledore, motioning toward the chair beside Snape. Slowly, Harry sat down, wishing the headmaster would get on with whatever he wanted. Now I bet you are wondering why you are here. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. I wish for you to continue your occlumency with Professor Snape this year. Harry looked as if he had been slapped in the face. He couldn't be serious. Professor, why can't you teach me? You said so at the end of last year. Ah, yes. It's not that I don't want to teach you, Harry, but I am afraid that I wouldn't be able to teach you. What do you mean, sir? Dumbledore smiled. I am afraid my feelings for you, Harry, might get in the way of me teaching you. You've seen how to teach it. I don't believe I'll be able to do that to you. But sir, I haven't had a vision for Volume the Dark Lord, he said, remembering Essen's name. Yes, we are most fortunate of that, but it would be good to learn it just in case he might try to use that against you again. Harry felt his stomach turn. He tried to push his mind away from the end of last year. Don't think about it, he told himself. Yes sir, he finally said. But, I am sure Professor Snape has to agree to it also. I'm sure Professor Snape will agree. Snape glared at the headmaster. Fine, just stay the hell away from my pensive and you better try. I will not waste my time like I did last year. Harry flinched slightly on the inside, but nodded. Yes sir, Snape sneered. Can I leave now, headmaster? He asked. Yes Severus. Tomorrow Potter. 8 o'clock. I am giving you detention in the morning. Be prepared. With that, Snape disappeared out of the room. Harry leaned back in the chair. Now is there anything you wish to talk about, Harry? Harry looked at him, half tempted to ask him about the memories. But Camilla's voice ran in his head. No sir. Dumbledore looked at him closely before nodding. All right, you may leave, Harry. Night, Professor. The next morning, Harry was walking to breakfast with Ron and Hermione when Morgan came up behind him. Hey, she said, smiling at him. Hey Morgan, he said, stopping. Ron and Hermione stopped too, looking between the two. So what did the headmaster want? Before Harry could answer, other students started to come toward the Great Hall, and so was Snape. Play along, Morgan, and I'll tell you later, he whispered. Morgan nodded, not questioning him. Harry pulled out his wand, pointing it at her. What did you say? He hissed, winking at her. You heard me, Potter, she said, wand in her hand in seconds. Potter, snapped Snape. Detention, tonight. Harry opened his mouth to protest, might as well make it look real. Do you want to make it another night, Potter? No sir. Wands away and get inside, he snapped, glancing slightly to Morgan, who was smiling. Harry winked at Morgan on last time before Ron and Hermione followed him into the Great Hall. Okay, what just happened? Snape had to give me detention. So I gave him a reason. Why would he need to give it to you? Dumbledore wants me to continue occlumency with Snape. I thought that he would have known better from last year. Obviously you two couldn't work together, said Hermione. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. Harry was hoping that Snape would soon remember. If he did, two things would happen. 1, he could start to act like the old Snape. Maybe not in class but alone. Or 2, he could be royally pissed that Elijah was, or is Harry Potter, enemy's son. The morning mail began to arrive and Harry saw Hedwig coming to him. She didn't have a letter though. A second owl though for him was bearing a letter. Curious, he opened it. E.S. What did Headmaster want? I have something to tell you. Another memory. It was quite funny. Met me in MT. In the library during lunch. CM. Harry gave a small smile. From what he got to know of Camilla yesterday, he liked her. She and Morgan seemed to be getting along. His task now was to see what Malfoy and company remembered. And Snape and Professor Zabini would prove to be more difficult. Or so he thought. Don't forget to review. Love from Abby. Haunted Memories. Chapter 6. Elijah the Snowman. Abby Haven. Snape. I think Crabbe has got you beat, Draco, said an 8-year-old pansy, giggling. Come on, Draco. 3 more, yelled Millicent. I want the cards, exclaimed Blaze. Everyone was gathered in the kitchen, watching Draco and Crabbe to see who could eat the most chocolate frogs. Draco should have known he would have been beat. Save me one, said Harry. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands in the air and back away from the table, said TJ, looking up from his watch. Do I even need to count? No, said Draco, smirking. Good, because the last sugar quill is mine. They all laughed again, grabbing different sweets except Draco and Crabbe, who had had enough. Are all of you trying to be bigger than the manor? Asked an amused voice from the doorway. Harry was the first to act. He leapt off the barstool and threw his arms around the man. Severus wrapped his arms around the small boy, lifting him slightly off the ground. You're here now for a little, right? He asked after his feet were back on the ground. For 3 weeks. Yay, exclaimed all the children as they joined Harry, giving Severus a hug. I have an idea, Why don't you all go change into something warmer and we go play in the snow? Okay, I got you a new cloak, Elijah. Your other one was getting too small. Okay, thanks. Go change. The children ran out of the kitchen and toward their rooms, except Harry. Come with me, said Harry, holding Severus' hand, pulling him. All right, cub. Am I going to be allowed out of your sight the next few weeks? Asked Severus, though he didn't mind. No, everyone else has either Kira, Sissa, or Lucius. I have you. Severus smiled softly. Yes, you have me. Harry smiled as they reached his room. Quickly, he went to his wardrobe picking out his clothes. How did you get that shiner on your forehead? Asked Severus, sitting down on the bed. Oh, that, he said smiling sheepishly. Me and Camilla. I was going to go to the library and Camilla was coming out. Door hit me, obviously, but on his forehead was no lightning bolt scar. He was famous. Just his nice black and blue bruise. Bloody boot, he muttered, trying to get his snow boot on. Come here before you hurt yourself. Quote. Harry stuck out his tongue before crawling into the professor's lap. Severus reached down and slipped the boy's boot on without any trouble. I still don't see why I can't come see you at Hogwarts, said Harry, leaning back into his father figure. Elijah, we've talked about his numerous of times. I know. You could get into trouble if anyone found out about us and you'd lose me. And everyone else. I'd have to go back to my aunt and uncles. That's right, and I don't want to give you up. So we have to pretend sometimes, said Severus, placing a kiss on the back of Harry's head. Can't you pretend that you are our uncle or something? That is a lot of nieces and nephew for me. Harry giggled, playing with the corner of Severus' robe. Elijah, I'm not going to risk anything that might make me lose you and you would have to go back with your relatives. You don't want that, I don't want that, and Narcissa, Lucius, and Kira don't want that. So for now, it will have to be this way. I understand, said Harry softly. Good. Now, let's go play in the snow, cub. Harry broke into a bright smile, jumping off Severus' lap. He met Morgan outside his door, about to knock. About time. I thought your room had eaten you, she said, hand on hip. She had a bright green hat on with matching gloves. Sorry, he said, slipping on black gloves. Come on, she said, grabbing his hand and led him away from the room to where everyone else was waiting. Let's build a snowman, said Pansy. Snowball fight, said TJ and Draco. Compromised children, said Severus, shaking his head. And they ended up splitting up. Harry, TJ, Draco, Camilla, Morgan, and Blaze were in the snowball fight, while the other four went off to build a snowman. Narcissa soon joined Severus outside to watch them. Harry, Camilla, and Morgan were on a team, with Harry complaining about being on a team with all girls. Though, that changed once they began to win. Hey Elijah, whispered Morgan from behind their snow wall. I dare you to hit Severus with a snowball. Are you crazy? He'll kill me, snapped Harry. It's you. You're his boy. He wouldn't do anything to you, she said smiling. Harry glanced at her. You're crazy. I know. Harry stared at her before smirking. If I get into trouble, I'm blaming you. Fair enough. He grabbed a handful of snow and patted it into a perfect ball. He glanced at Morgan one more time before looking over at Severus and Narcissa. Both of them were in deep conversation, not paying too much attention to them. Morgan held up 5 fingers. Slowly counting 1, Harry threw the ball of snow and hit Severus on the side of the face. They both ducked down behind the wall, trying to not laugh. They didn't hear anything until Elijah Harvey's swing. Harry looked at Morgan before standing. Yes, Sev, why did you hit me with a snowball? He asked sternly but clearly amused. I didn't, Sev, he said, tilting his head to the side. And who did then? I haven't got a clue. Oh really? Said Severus stepping toward him. No clue at all. And what if I don't believe you? That's insulting, said Harry, covering his heart as if wounded. I'm sorry to insult you with the truth, my cub. Harry gave a lopsided grin as Severus reached him. He didn't say or do anything at first, just looked at Harry. He's your boy Severus. Be nice, said Narcissa, smiling. My boy, right. Severus suddenly picked Harry up into his arms and up above his head. I think I should make you into a snowman, he said as Harry giggled. No, shrieked Harry, still giggling. You should learn your lesson for hitting me with a snowball. Wasn't my fault. Morgan, partner in crime, I believe it was you that threw it, correct? Innocent until proven guilty. You don't have that right. Let me down. No. Harry couldn't help but giggle through his protests. Severus was smiling also, threats said not too forcefully. He finally brought the boy down to be face to face with him. Going to admit anything? Harry looked around before smirking. No. Attack. Suddenly, Severus found himself on the ground with 9 children around him, all laughing. He looked over to see Harry beside him, lying in the snow, laughing uncontrollably. Severus sat up, shaking the snow out of his hair. Are you okay, Severus? Asked Narcissa, smiling. Yeah, just fine, he said. He looked around at the children before speaking again. But if I was one of the 10 children in front of me, I would run and run fast before we have 10 snowmen in our yard. It was silent for a moment before 10 children screamed and hurried toward the manor. Don't you even dare think about going inside all wet and getting water all over the place, yelled Narcissa. Stop at the doorway. She turned to Severus, laughing slightly. I spend all my time with brats at that school, then I come here with them. Tell me why. Because you love them. Come on, let's go get them warmed up, and I think they deserve some hot chocolate, she said, smiling. I guess they do. Narcissa smiled as they headed toward the door where they were waiting. Leave your boots at the door as well as your coats, hats, scarves, and gloves. Don't go any further than the kitchen. Later on, they all were sitting in the living room, near the fire, drinking hot chocolate. Kira and Lucius had arrived home. The family was together. Harry was sitting on Severus' lap on the couch as they watched some of the others play with the kitten Kira had brought home for them all, which they named Trapper. Christmas is almost here, said Severus, looking down at Harry. Thought of what you wanted? Harry was silent for a moment before he finally speaking. You to teach me how to fly. You promised when I was older. And I am now. You remember that? Yes, I remember every time you are here, since it is so short. Little Harry didn't know how that statement affected the professor. If he could have it his way, he would have Harry at his side at all times. He truly loved Harry. For the first time in his life, he had someone that depended on him. Someone that would care if he was to die tomorrow. And he had someone to look after. A person he had to take care of and would do anything to make sure he was well. I think we might be able to arrange that, he said, giving the boy a kiss on the head. Good. I'm going to promise you something, Elijah. And I want you to remember it. If I ever go back on this promise, you are to tell me. Can you do that? Asked Severus, turning the boy around so he was facing him. Harry nodded, looking at Severus with his full attention. I promise to always be there for you. I'll protect you until I can't any longer. I'll make sure that if anything bad ever happens to you, I'll be there with you. No matter the cost. The boy smiled before wrapping his arms around Severus. He hugged the boy back, holding his son close to him. I love you, Elijah, he whispered. I love you too, Sev. I'm updating another chapter faster since you guys didn't get a chapter in October. I am going to try to update twice a month, since school is being a pain this year. And if I get a lot of reviews, I might update sooner, so be looking for another chapter at the end of this month. Don't forget to review. Thanks to all that have done so already. You guys are great. Love from Abby. Finally decided to arrive, asked Snape as Harry entered the office. Sorry, sir. I lost track. No excuses, Potter. Yes, sir. It was the truth though. He was in the library with Morgan and Camilla. He hadn't realized what time it was. I doubt you've practiced any since last year. Harry didn't answer. He might have if he knew how to practice exactly. Snape never seemed to tell that detail to him. Wand out. I think you know the drill, said Snape, waving his wand, locking the door. Harry looked at the ground, pulling out his wand. He was hoping this time around would be different. But he must have been the only one, remembering certain moments and feelings. Legilimens. He was taken back, but the quick hit of the spell as memories faded into his mind. He first was of him cooking breakfast at the Dursleys with Petunia rapping him on the back of the head when it wasn't finished yet. Malfoy and him in the Forbidden Forest in first year was next. Then him, at age 6, at his first Quidditch match with Malfoy and Zabini. There, Snape pulled out of his mind, sending Harry to the ground with the violent withdrawal. Breathing heavy, he dared a glance at his professor. Shock was clearly visible on his face instead of his usual mask. Potter, explain. Harry stood up, trying to decide what to say. That was my aunt, sir. And me fixing breakfast. Not that one Potter. The last one. Detention, sir. Snape glared at the boy before raising his wand again. Legilimens. Harry half protested, but it was no use. Sirius was falling through the veil. As standing in front of everyone in the DA. A snowball fight between 8-year-olds. Harry laughing with his dormitory mates. Harry raised his wand. Curse only half left his mouth when Snape exited by himself. I see you bear no improvement, sneered Snape. Tell me how and I might. Snapped Harry. He couldn't have Snape seeing those memories just yet. Curious to me is how you knew, say Mr. Malfoy, Potter, he said. Ignoring what Harry has said. I'm still trying to decide how. Snape raised an eyebrow before Harry realized what he has said. Let's try it again. No, legilimens. Right off the bat, it was Harry curled up in Snape's lap, his most recent memory. Right there, Harry couldn't have Snape see anymore. He tried to push Snape out of his mind, the best way he could figure out how to. He wasn't sure if he did it or if Snape left his mind. But Harry found himself on the floor, staring at his professor. He wasn't going to stay around and see what the professor had to say. Standing up quickly, he went to the door only to find it locked. It unlocked itself though a second later. Harry didn't have time to think on that. He just ran out of the office, heading back to the Gryffindor Tower. What was Snape going to say now? Did he even remember any of it? Ouch. Humph. Harry found himself, yet again, on the floor. He looked to see Malfoy as well on the ground, rubbing his shoulder. Watch where you are going, Potter, or I just might see to it that Gryffindor doesn't have any points and you in detention the rest of the year, said Malfoy, standing. I don't really care what you do, Malfoy. Snapped Harry right back. You're pathetic, Elijah. Harry's head snapped at Malfoy as he brushed the dirt off of himself. What did you just call me? Asked at him for a second. I called you Potter, like always. No, you called me Elijah. You're hearing things. Why would I call you that? I don't know. You tell me. Malfoy turned away from him. What are you doing down here anyway? Detention. With Snape. Malfoy gave a half nod. Harry didn't know what to do at that moment but to take a big chance. Why are we just now remembering Draco? Malfoy didn't turn around at first. Harry wasn't sure if he should have said that or not. I thought you might know, Elijah, said Malfoy, finally turning around to face him. Morgan and Camilla remember also. Millicent, Pansy, Blaze, Crabbe, and Goyle do too. What about Theodore? I'm not sure. Do you think Snape or Kira? Harry shrugged. No idea. Your parents? Not that I am aware of. Harry nodded before looking Malfoy, who was looking back at him. But he wasn't the tough know-it-all Slytherin. He was the boy that Harry was beginning to remember. If he was like this in his first year, he might have become friends with him. What do we do now? Asked Malfoy. I thought you might know. Read and review, please. Thanks to everyone that has reviewed. Keep it up. You are awesome. Love from Abbey Haven Snape. Chapter 8. Flying into Christmas. Abbey Haven Snape. Harry quietly crept into Severus' room early Christmas morning. He giggled slightly as he neared the bed. Looking at him, he crawled on top of the bed. Sev, whispered Harry. Severus didn't even move an inch. Harry got a confused look on his face before he smiled. Severus, he said louder. Again, Severus didn't move. Sev, 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 Sev. He started jumping up and down on the bed. That did it. Severus' eyes snapped open before he reached and grabbed Harry, pulling him down on the bed. Good morning, Elijah, he said. Happy Christmas, shrieked Harry, wrapping his arms around his neck in a tight hug. Severus, caught off guard, took him a second to react. He wrapped his arms around the boy, smiling slightly. Anyone else awake? Asked Severus after they pulled about. Harry nodded. Everyone. I was lucky enough to be the last one to get up, or should I say be woken up. Harry nodded again, giggling. I let you sleep in. Oh, and when did 6 o'clock become considered sleeping in? On Christmas Day. Severus shook his head, smiling at the 8-year-old boy in front of him. Well, let's go down and see if anyone is awake enough to have started breakfast. Kira has. Blaise complained as soon as they got her up that he was hungry. I should have known. Though, I thought it might have been Draco. He too. Severus smiled, finally getting out of bed. If you think you can manage the cold weather, I have a surprise for you later. Really? What is it? Now if I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise now, would it? I could pretend to be surprised. Quote. Severus shook his head slowly at the boy, a smirk on his face. Harry pouted slightly, giving Severus big puppy dog eyes. Don't even think about it, Elijah. Later. Yes, sir, he said, knowing not to push Severus too much. Severus smiled at the boy. Let me get dressed. You can go ahead and go down with the others. You have to eat something before any of you opened any of your gifts. Lucius already lectured us like every year, Sev. And I just did too. The children all gathered on the floor in front of the Christmas tree. They all had finished opening all of their gifts, which included toys, clothes, and different objects they had wanted. A few Muggle objects found themselves in the mix, much to Lucius' disapproval. Trapper, get away from the tree, said Morgan, giggling as it began to play with one of the balls that was close to the bottom. Trapper, said Camilla, grabbing the kitten. They were all giggling as the grown-ups were in their own conversation. Finally, Severus was ready to give Harry his surprise. Elijah, come with me for a second, said Severus, coming up behind him where him and Draco were playing with their new game. Sure, said Harry, still laughing slightly. Severus offered the boy his hand as they walked back toward Harry's room. He sat Harry down on his bed. I promised you when you were 6 that someone would teach you. And now, I am going to. Harry looked up at him, confused. Severus just smiled, reaching under Harry's bed and pulled out a broom. Harry glanced from the broom to Severus and back to the broom. This is yours, Elijah. Harry slowly began to smile before he jumped up off the bed, wrapping his arms around Severus. Thank you so much, Sev. I love this. Let's go. Severus laughed slightly. Get dressed in warmer clothes. If you get a cold from this, Sissy and Kira will have my head. Harry quickly went to his task, with Severus watching amusingly as the boy managed to get everything either backward, inside out, or on the wrong foot. He finally stood in front of Severus, ready. Severus grabbed the broom and Harry's hand and they headed outside together. The winter air hit them as soon as they went through the door. Is it too cold for you? We can wait. I don't want you getting sick, said Severus, even though he knew that the child was going to say, I'm fine. Severus shook his head. All right. Now what I want you to do is put your right hand over the broom and say up. If it doesn't come up, don't worry. I'm just curious to see if you can. The boy nodded, raising his head over the broom. Up. Severus' eyebrow rose as the broom jumped up into Harry's hand. Was it supposed to do that, Sev? Asked Harry, glancing over at him with a smile on his face. Yes, it was. Very good, Elijah, he said, smiling back. What do I do now? Severus came up behind the boy. Put your right leg over the broom, sit your butt down on it, and grip the handle with both hands. Harry nodded, doing as he was told. Severus held on to his waist as Harry got situated on the broom. I'm good. All right. Now, kick off the ground a little and you should hover for a minute, then I want you to come back down to the ground. Understood? Asked Severus, letting go of Harry slowly. Harry nodded. He kicked the ground slightly, hovering for a second. Severus was right beside him, ready to grab him if something would happen. Harry had his hands gripped very tightly on the broom, smiling though. Come back down, Elijah, said Severus softly to Harry. Severus had a feeling he wasn't sure what it was, for he never felt it before. But he had to admit he enjoyed it. I did it, Sev. I actually did it, exclaimed Harry, throwing his arms around Severus. Yes, you did. Well done, said Severus. Can I go higher now? Please, asked Harry. Severus chuckled. Yes, as long as you promise to be extra careful. I promise. So that was how Severus and Harry finished their Christmas outside flying. By the end of the day, Harry had actually flown around the manor, such to Severus' fears. He figured out his feeling though, from when he first flew. He cared for the boy more than he had anyone and he was afraid of losing him. Even if was just flying, he was afraid. And that was something the potion master wouldn't admit to anyone. Well, maybe to the boy in front of him, but he was a special case. Thank you to all the reviews. You guys are awesome and I love you! Exclamation mark. Another chapter before Christmas will be your gift from me. Hope you like it. Love from, Abby. Harry. Harry jumped slightly as he glanced up to find Hermione and Ron standing in front of the table that he had been working on his homework in the library. He had been avoiding them the past couple weeks. It wasn't because he was upset with them or anything. He was just confused on everything that was going on, and it didn't seem that the two of them could help him any. Morgan and Camilla could though. They had an idea of what he was going through. The whole idea of what was going on was still confusing to him. "Hi guys," he said, rubbing the back of his neck, smiling at them. "We need to talk," said Hermione, pulling out a chair to sit down. "Oh, about what?" asked Harry, standing up quickly, almost knocking down his chair. "Yes we do, and it's about you," but Hermione stopped red behind a bookcase. "About you avoiding us." "I'm not avoiding you," he said, moving farther down the bookcase as Hermione and Ron followed him. "Look at you, Harry. You are too," said Ron, but with a small smile. "If something is going on with you, Harry, you can tell us," said Hermione. "No, I can't." "Why?" "Because you don't understand." "How are we to know if you don't tell us anything?" She had a point. He knew that. Even if he did tell them though, he still didn't think they would understand. How could they when everything that was happening couldn't have possibly happened, and if it did, he must have been forgotten somehow. If he was still deciding on it all, how was anyone that wasn't around or remembering going to know? "It's complicated. Please, just allow me to do this on my own. I have to figure it out myself," he said, glancing at them with what he hoped was a pleading look that would work. "But the Slytherin and Ravenclaw can help you?" asked Ron. "Their names are Morgan and Camilla," said Harry, snapping slightly at Ron. They were his friends now too. Just like them, he was going to protect them also. "And they can help because they know. They know what I feel at a certain time. It's because they are going through it too. So don't even look at me like I'm abandoning you. I'm not. It's just complicated." Hermione and Ron just looked at him. He didn't believe they understood what he was saying. True, all of it was complicated enough without trying to explain it all. "Harry, there you are," said Morgan, appearing behind him, wrapping an arm around his waist. "Hey Morgan," said Harry, glancing at Ron and Hermione. Quote, "Camilla and I thought that maybe we could do homework together. She needs help with defense and I'm sure potions would get along better if both of us worked together," she said, smiling to his friends. "Unless you have something planned with Hermione and Ron, I can help Camilla." Harry looked at his friends, before turning back to her. "I'll be right over." Corner. "Bye Hermione." "Ron," said Morgan, waving as she walked away. Harry looked back to them. That didn't help his case at all. "If there is something between you and Morgan, Harry, you could have just told us. We could understand that, even if she might be a Slytherin," said Ron, smiling slightly. "No, it's not like that, Ron." "Then what was that?" "She's my friend. My good friend. I can't explain it." "Do you like her, Ron?" Ron smiled as Harry walked by him. Hermione slapped him on the arm, muttering, "That isn't helping any, Ronald." He gathered all his things up. "Are you sure there is nothing we can do to help you?" Said Hermione as on last attempted to get him to talk. "You can trust me on this and don't try to listen in on conversations between the three of us, please." He knew them all too well. It would have been something that he would have tried to find out information that wasn't given to him. "All right," said Hermione, handing him a book at the every end of the table. "Thank you. I'll see you all in defense." Harry smiled at them before heading toward a corner of the library that the three of them were accustomed to getting. And there was the two of them, books open, and covering the table. "Why do we put off assignments until they are due?" he asked, sitting down beside Camilla. "Because I'm a procrastinator," said Camilla, smiling sideways at him. "I can tell." "Where is Confronting the Faceless?" he asked, looking through her stack of books. "I have it, sorry. I was using it to write on," said Morgan, grabbing the book that was under her parchment. "Thanks, Morgan. I see how much you love my book. If you wanted You could have just asked for it, you know, said Camilla, grabbing the book from her hand. Thanks, good to know. Inferius are near page 70-something, said Harry, shaking his head. Have you talked to Malfoy again? Asked Morgan, going back her task. No, don't you think you should? Are these things dead? Asked Camilla. Yes, said Harry and Morgan at the same time. What do I say, Morgan? Questioned Harry, all in the same breath. I don't know, but you can't completely ignore the fact that he has something going on too. I knew that from the start. He was the one that made me take notice. Exactly, which means you have something to talk about. You are sounding like Hermione, you do know that, right? Morgan glared at him, sapphire eyes narrowed. Camilla smirked up from her writing, finding the whole thing quite funny. You have an essay to write, I believe, snapped Morgan to Camilla. Fine women. Gosh, you sound like Snape when you are mad, you know that. Hermione and Snape mixed. I don't think that is a very good combination, said Morgan, smiling at Harry. No, I say not. These things are dead but not ghost, right? Asked Camilla. Why do we have to do these things? Let's go back to curses. They are more fun. They both looked at her as if she was a little crazy. Camilla looked up, asking what? That is what you are supposed to explain, Cam, how they are different. Said Morgan. So what is the difference? Asked Camilla. Look it up, procrastinator, said Harry, smirking. Who are we calling a procrastinator? Elijah Harvey. Who hasn't talked to Malfoy for weeks? Snapped Morgan, turning to Harry. Don't just blame him, Travers. I haven't been jumping in front of him either to talk. All three looked up to Draco Malfoy, standing at the end of the table with a smirk on his face, as it always did. But you're here now, said Morgan, matter-of-factly. Yes, well, I just figured that the three of you might like to see these, said Malfoy, sitting down across from Harry. He reached inside of his bag and pulled out a folder. Opening it up, he dumped photos all over the table. I found these in the cell of Manor during the summer while my father was still in Azkaban. Morgan and Camilla both reached in for a photo to look at. Harry sort of just looked at all of them in the piles. Same ones that you showed the others? He questioned with a slight smirk. Yeah, how do you know that? I followed all of you out of the Great Hall. Thought I heard footsteps, muttered Malfoy almost to himself. Ah, Malfoy, you look so adorable in this blue dress, said Camilla. Giggling. I forgot to burn that one, he said, trying to grab it out of her hand. And Harry in green, said Morgan, taking the picture from Camilla. Why were we in dresses? Asked Harry, looking at Malfoy a little frightened. No idea, but I bet it had something to do with the two of them and Pansy, said Malfoy, looking between the two girls, who were still giggling. And we were, what looks like, 8. We might not have known better. I would have known we aren't supposed to wear dresses. Malfoy gave a rare actually smile while the girls finished looking through them. Can I have this one? Asked Morgan, looking up from a photo she had been looking at longer than the others. Sure. Which one is it? Malfoy asked, looking up from Camilla's paper he was reading. Morgan smiled, showing him a picture of her and Harry, hugging each other, smiling and laughing at the camera. They seemed to have been best friends in the house. The closest, even if they all seemed to be close. Well, I've still got to get my things for defense. We should talk later, said Malfoy, standing up, looking around to see if any more was listening or around. Maybe all of us can get together and talk? Asked Morgan. Sounds good. I'll talk to the others, he said, flashing a smile. I'll see you in defense. Bye, Trav. But he paused and looked at her before continuing. Morgan, Camilla, and Elijah. Harry smiled as Malfoy walked away. Things might actually start making some sense. Halloween came quickly for the Hogwarts students. Harry was sitting down for breakfast when the mail arrived. Anything in the paper? Asked Ron, as Hermione began to read through it. No, not from what I see right now. Who is that from, Harry? Asked Hermione, looking up. Harry was looking down at the letter. Eyebrows slightly raised. It's from Professor Zabini. She says that she wants feast tonight. What did you do? Asked Ron. I didn't do anything. Dumbledore might have asked her to show you some more advanced spells or something, said Hermione. Figuring you might need them. Maybe, said Harry, but he glanced behind him at the Ravenclaw table. Camilla had also received a letter. Then Harry figured it out. She didn't want to teach him any more spells. She remembered. She wanted to see what they knew. I don't think I can eat anything else, said Ron, laying his hand down on his stomach. I hope not. The feast is just about over, said Hermione, looking at Ron a little annoyed. Honestly, how could you eat that many sweets, just because your parents are dentists? Are you two done arguing? Asked Harry, slightly amused though. Because I am beginning to wonder when you two will stop arguing and start snogging. Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but Dumbledore stood up. She settled for glaring at him. Ron, though, turned bright red, looking anywhere but at Harry and Hermione. Now that you are full of sweets, I believe it is time for you all to return to your common rooms and get ready to turn in. Good night, said the headmaster cheerfully. I'll catch you guys in the common room after I see Zabini, said Harry as they reached the doors of the Great Hall. All right. Harry began to walk up the stairs only to be joined by Malfoy. Any idea on why we have to see her? He asked, looking around. Maybe she's remembering. She'll be the first to say something. Harry nodded as they reached Professor Zabini's office. Both him and Malfoy knocked on the door. But instead of Zabini answering, her son did. We were wondering if you were going to show, he said, moving out of the way to allow them to enter. The feast just ended. How did all of you get up here? Questioned Malfoy. Left early, said Morgan, smirking. Where is Professor Zabini? Asked Harry. Good question. Not here yet obviously, said Malfoy, glancing over at Harry. Harry rolled his eyes before looking around. Everyone was there. All 10 of them were finally all together in one room. Not who was sitting down, stood up. Bulstrode stepped forward, toward the group. Somehow, they all managed to stand in somewhat of a circle. So you are Elijah, said Parkinson, looking straight at Harry. Yes, thanks to you, he said. Where did that come from anyway? Asked Not, glancing between the two of them. She thought I looked like an Elijah rather than a Harry. You do. I still think you do, snapped Parkinson. I think the question we should be asking is what the hell is going on, said Malfoy. Does any of us know? Asked Morgan. No one answered, reviling. Apparently, any of them did not know. What do we know? Asked Not. There was the 10 of us, said Camilla. With Professors Zabini and Snape, Lucius and Narcissa taking care of us, said Morgan. Because all of us were being either neglected, abused, or had bad parents, said Bulstrode. And we became a family, said Zabini. Until something happened and we ended up back with our guardians or parents, said Parkinson. And we forgot being together, said Harry. Until now, said Crabbe. When we have flashbacks, said Goyle. Of a much better life, said Not. That has had to have been a part of our lives, finished Malfoy. There seems to be more questions than answers. They all glanced around to see Kiara Zabini standing in the doorway. They had just answered everything she wanted to know, except one thing. Now, what memories do we remember? She asked, stepping into the room, closing the door. No one answered at first. Harry figured that, like him, their memories were their deepest, most precious memories they had. I've been thinking for a couple of days now. How about if I get a room, an old classroom in the dungeons, and transform it into a room where the 10 of you can go with though? Oot worry about what people will say if they saw you talking together. I know for Harry and Draco, if people saw them talking together, someone would get the wrong idea whether it be Draco trying to mew RDER Harry or Harry trying to murder Draco. Everyone smiled as Harry and Draco looked at each other. That is, of course, if all of you want to take action with these memories and not just let them be forgotten again, said Kiara. Looking around. I can't forget them, said Harry. Everyone else nodded in agreement. I'll set up the room then. And you might find some surprises in there when I am done. I'll send you all a note when the room is finished. If you all don't have anything else to say, I think you all better be getting to your common rooms before you get in trouble, she said. Does Professor Snape or my parents remember anything? Asked Draco, not looking at the professor. I'm not for sure. That is the next task on my list. Is it Harry or Elijah? Asked Not. Harry smiled. Elijah. Everyone smiled, glancing around at each other. Things were hopefully going to become clearer now and not so much guessing. Another chapter done. Last post of 2005 on this story. I'll be back after the new year with another chapter. Happy holidays and happy new year to everyone. To my reviews, you're great. Love each and every one of you. Love from Abby Haven. Life went by as it always did in the house. The new year came and was ticking on by. Lucius, Narcissa, and Kiara found themselves with their hands full as Severus was at school teaching. "Ew! Get that thing away from me!" shrieked Pansy, running around the house with Blaze following her with a snake in his hands. "Pansy! Blaze! Stop running! Blaze! Give me that! Where did you get this at?" asked Lucius, grabbing the back of Blaze's shirt, pulling him back. "Elijah, he's had it since spring," said Blaze, handing over the green snake. "Don't tell him you got it from he. He'll kill me. He's had it since the spring." "Yeah, he can talk to it. We all tried to but couldn't. He could though. And keep it away from me," said Pansy, straightening her hair. "When did you become a girl?" snapped Blaze. "I've been a girl. I'm not like Millie, Morgan, and Camilla, thank you very much." Pansy stormed out of the room. Blaze looked up at Lucius. "What was that about?" "I don't know. Ask your mother. I've got another boy to talk to." Lucius went down the hall only to stop right before he ran into his wife. "Millie, Morgan, what are you doing?" asked Narcissa, hands on hips. "Nothing," they both answered together. "I'm sure. I want this mess cleaned up before you two go to bed." "Clear." "Yes, ma'am." "Morgan, do you know where I can find Elijah?" asked Lucius. "No, haven't seen him since breakfast." "Found Slytherin, I see," said Morgan, looking at the snake on his arm. "Slytherin? A snake? We had a snake in here with Trapper. Elijah told him not to leave his room unless he took him out." "Trapper doesn't come near his room," said Morgan. "Told, supposedly, he can talk to it." "Lovely." Narcissa walked away and Lucius continued down the hall. In the library he found Harry, on hands and knees, looking under the tables. "Looking for something?" he asked. "Yeah, I lost something." "Slytherin." Harry glanced up and gave a little smile. "Maybe. I don't see a problem with you keep him, Elijah. As long as he doesn't bother anyone." Harry smiled. "He won't bother anyone. I'll tell him to make sure he doesn't." "And how are you going to do that?" "Like this." Harry then hissed and the snake came undone of Lucius' arm and came to him. The two seemed to have a conversation between themselves with Lucius having his head leaned to the side, eyebrow raised. "Blaze made you find him?" asked Harry. Lucius nodded, still shocked. He didn't think he could really speak to the snake. Didn't know or think that he could possibly be a Parselmouth. There were things about the boy that obviously no of them knew. "But at least you know of Slytherin now. May I be excused?" "You may." Harry smiled, leaving the room. Lucius walked over to the fireplace and called Severus. "A Parselmouth, Severus." "Who?" "Elijah." "What? He can talk to snakes." "He has one. Slytherin and he caught him since spring." Both were quiet for a second. "You've got to speak to him about it, Lucius." "Severus, we both know it woe. It'll be better if you spoke to him about it all." "What would I say?" "You speak to him." "When?" "I don't have a break until summer, Lucius." "Come tonight. Tell Dumbledore you have to do something." Severus sighed. "All right. Don't tell anyone just in case I can't get away." "Until later, Severus." Yeah, bye." "Did you know that you can cause someone pain just by a curse?" asked Camilla as a couple of the group sat in the living room. "Of course, but how do you know that, Camilla?" asked Kiara, looking at her cautiously. "It was in a book in the library. You can also have complete control over someone and kill someone. All three are known, but she was cut off before she could finish." "As unforgivable, I know. You, however, shouldn't know. I want to see any book you plan on reading before you read it." "Got it?" asked Kiara, looking sternly at her. "Yes, ma'am," said Camilla, a little disappointed. "Will your hair be back to normal soon?" she asked. "Don't even go there." Camilla, Morgan, and Millicent all began to giggle, covering their mouths so she wouldn't hear them. Morgan and Millicent somehow managed to create a potion to turn someone hair colors. Kiara and Narcissa unfortunately were they victims. Kiara's hair was blue while Narcissa's was green. "Where are the boys at?" asked Pansy, seating with her legs crossed. "Good question." Right then, Draco and Theodore came into the room, yelling at each other. I'm right and you know it, yelled Draco. No you aren't. I am, yelled TJ. Boys, chill, yelled Kiera over their voices. Draco pushed Theodore slightly, making him push him back. Kiera sighed, getting in between them. What is this about? She asked. He said that England would make it to the cup, but England doesn't have a chance, said TJ. Better chance than Ireland, snapped Draco. They tired to push each other again, but Kiera was in between them. You both are fighting over Quidditch. What's gotten into everyone in this house today? Both of you sit in a corner. Now, Kiera, we haven't sat in a corner since we were little, said Draco. You are acting childish. Corners. Now. Both walked off and sat in a corner in the room. Turn toward the wall. Don't talk or look at each other. Both slowly turned around. Morgan smiled, finding the whole thing rather amusing while it gave Kiera a headache. I believe everyone in this house should sit down and talk on the way we've been acting, she said, falling back down into her chair. No fighting, no reading books on dark material, no messing with my hair, and no thinking you are better than anyone, she said, looking at everyone in the room. Each one didn't look at her when she spoke. Then, Lucius came into the room, carrying a crying Harry. What happened? Asked Kiera, jumping up as he laid Harry down on the love seat. Not sure. 1 minute we were talking and coming down here, and the next we was on the ground, holding his arm. I think it's broken, said Lucius, trying to bind his arm, but Harry only cried harder. I'm no healer, said Kiera, running her hand through Harry's hair. Me either. Maybe Narcissa can, but she isn't much of one either. England, Ireland, boys, no talking, snapped Kiera, shaking her head. What's going on in this house today? Asked Narcissa, coming into the room. Yelling, fighting. I don't know, but I think that someone should find my son, Goyle, and Crabbe before they do something, and so they all can get a talking to. What am I walking into? Sev, said Harry, in his cries. Cub, what's wrong? Asked Severus, hurrying over to the couch, kneeling beside him, smoothing his hair down. Kiera abandoning the task once Severus got there. Arm, hurts. I think it is broken, said Lucius. How? Good question. This shouldn't hurt Elijah, all right. If he answered. Severus couldn't hear him, seeing as a loud explosion went off at the other end of the manor. How much you want to bet it's the last 3? Said Kiera with her hand on her heart. Come on Kiera, let's go see how much damage is done, said Lucius. Sissy, make sure that those 2 boys don't get up or speak, said Kiera. Oh, don't worry, they won't, said Narcissa. The 2 left the room. Narcissa sat down in one of the chairs. All the adults were tired. The day had been anything but boring. Close your eyes, Elijah, and take my hand. If this hurts, squeeze my hand. I don't think it will, but just to be on the safe side, said Severus, sliding his hand under Harry's. Harry nodded, still crying, but he trusted Severus. Severus pulled out his wand and said a spell, pointing it at Harry's arm. All right, it's fixed. I'll try to find something for the pain, Cub, and a sling. I don't want you to be using that arm or hand tomorrow, you hear? He asked. Bring him into his arms with a hug. Okay, Sev. Thank you, he whispered, head trying to disappear into his robes. Severus kept him in his arms as he turned to Narcissa. Sissa, why is your hair green? He asked, getting a little giggle from the children, including Harry, Morgan, and Millie's potion. Ah, same for Kiera. She just nodded. When did we start dressing in skirts and crossing our legs, Miss Pansy? He asked next. I am a girl, Severus. That's what we do, she said. Interesting. What are we fighting over? Came the next question from Severus, directed to the boys on the floor while he rubbed circles on Harry's back. Quidditch. They both muttered, saying nothing else. Sounding like all the students at school. Miss Camilla, have we done anything? Only reading books that Kiera said I wasn't allowed to read. Dark arts, maybe. Well, Cub, you're the last one. Anything I should know? Slytherin. Yes, you're Snake. I've heard. Then, no. Lucius came back in the room, dragging Goyle and Crabbe into the room behind him with Kiera with her son. The 3 had black all over them and missing bits of clothing. The last room in the dungeons is no more, said Lucius, pushing the 2 onto the couch with the girls. Are you okay, Elijah? Asked Blaise. What are you doing here, Severus? Asked Crabbe. Yes, answered Harry quietly. I believe they all should sit down so we can see them all and talk. First, let me get something for pain for Elijah, said Severus, trying to stand, but Elijah wasn't letting go. Okay, cub, you can come with me. Severus, began Lucius. Yes, I know, said Severus, cutting him off, knowing full well what he was going to say, and he had to do it soon because he had to get back to Hogwarts. He carried Harry into his bedroom he slept in when he stayed at the manor. He opened a cabinet, searching the shelves for the right potion. Here, cub, I believe it is cherry flavored, so it's not so horrible to drink, he said, sitting Harry down on the bed. Harry smiled, drinking the potion. Tears disappearing now, much better than normal. I'm glad. Now Elijah, I have to talk to you for a second. Lucius told me that you could talk to Slytherin. Yeah, I talk to him all the time. None of the others can though. That's because the gift is rare. No one for a while has had the gift. It is called being a Parselmouth. You can speak Parseltongue, snake language. Is that a bad thing? Whispered Harry. No, but yes. A lot of people consider it to be sign of a dark wizard. Dark. A bad wizard. I'm not bad, Sev. I promise. I know, Elijah. Of course you aren't. But what I need you to do for me is to keep it to yourself, all right? You can speak to it with all of us here, but once you get talking others, don't let people know. They'll get the wrong impression of you. Harry just sat there for a moment, still processing what he had been told. You understand, Elijah? Asked Severus, lifting his chin up. I think so, but we never get out, so I don't have to worry, really, right? Right, but I am just making sure you know. That means no talking to Slytherin in public. Definitely not talking to him in public, said Severus, tickling him a little on the stomach. How long are you staying? To leave as soon as everyone downstairs gets straightened out. Harry looked down, clearly disappointed. Severus didn't know what to say. He just pulled out his wand and conjured a sling for him. Here, wear this all day tomorrow. Then, it should be okay, said Severus, getting him to wear it. If it's still bothering you tomorrow, tell someone to call me, all right? I'll tell them what to do. Harry nodded, still disappointed. Elijah, I am sorry I can't stay, but summer will be here before you know it. I'll try to stop in a few more times. It's just hard. I know. I just wish you could stay. Like always. I'm sorry, Elijah. Harry smiled. Oh, I was going to send this to you, but I guess I can give it to you now. I'll be right back. Stay right here, he said excitedly. Before Severus could say anything, Harry was out of the room. Severus smiled, shaking his head. He did truly miss being at the house during the school day. He would rather be there than anything. Here, me and Draco. Draco and I, said Severus, correcting him. I should know that by now. Draco and I were painting yesterday, finger painting. And I painted this for you, he said, handing Severus a sheet of parchment. Severus smiled, feeling Harry jumped beside him on the bed, and he opened it. Inside was the manor he was guessing it to be, with what he took it to be. Himself and Harry standing right in the middle. 12 other stick people were around in different places all over the paper. I love it, Elijah. Thank you. I figured you needed something. To remember all of us here while you are gone. Severus smiled, bending down and kissed the top of Harry's head. It's perfect. Harry smiled. I guess we better get down there. Severus nodded, slipping the picture into his pocket. He offers Harry a hand down off the bed and didn't let go as they headed back downstairs. I love you. I'll check in with you, whether it be a fire call, a letter, or if I can manage a visit. Love you too, Sev. Can't wait. They walked down the stairs. Harry sat down in the line of children in front of the couch. Each adult took their turn, telling them what was on their minds. From what they all had done that day to what they were expected to act. By the end of the lecture, Draco and Theodore apologized to each other, Morgan and Millicent apologized to Kiara and Narcissa. And the 3 boys volunteered to clean the room. But they all didn't promise not to act up again. Just, not all of them on the same day. Severus came out of the fireplace, a small smile on his face. Being at the manor always did seem to put a smile on his face. Those 10 were good compared to what he had to go through at the school. The fact that he loved them all didn't seem to hurt either. Especially one little green-eyed boy. He sat down behind his desk for a second, rubbing his hands over his face. Then, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the picture Harry had drawn. He could tell who was who by either the size of the stick figure or the color of their hair. He wasn't the best drawing an 8-year-old had done, but Severus loved it. He could remember painting a picture for his own father once. When he was little, his father didn't want it. He thought, maybe, that was why he had been more than glad to help the other 3. He didn't want anyone having the same childhood he had. Severus quickly covered the picture, looking up at the headmaster of Hogwarts standing at the doorway. "Yes, sirs?" he asked, clearing his voice, surprisingly calm considering his heart was beating fast. "Did you disappear at one point tonight? Minerva said she came to you with a Slytherin and you weren't nowhere to be found." Severus swallowed hard. "Yes, sir. One of my friends needed me for a second. That is all. I'm sorry I didn't inform you that I was leaving. I was planning on being gone 5 minutes at the most." The headmaster nodded, watching him closely. Severus just stared at him, knowing it would be worse if he looked away. "It's all right, Severus, as long as it doesn't become a habit." "No, sir. Thank you." The headmaster nodded again, his eyes on the piece of parchment that he had tried to hide. If he asked about it, Severus was going to personally murder Lucius. "A thank you gift?" asked the headmaster with a smile. "Yes, his son gave it to me." Severus prayed he didn't ask any more than that, though he was mentally correcting himself, saying his son. "Very thoughtful young boy. Good night, Severus." "Night, sir." Once the door closed, Severus leaned back in his chair. That was a rather close call. He just had to be more careful. He trusted the headmaster, yes, but not with this. Technically what they had done was kidnap the 10 children and were holding them hostage. But they weren't complaining too awfully bad, blowing up a room and turning hair colors. Not too much at all. Still though, he could help but feel something was going to happen. All the secrecy would seem to prove wrong in the end. How long could all of them go without having anyone find out? The headmaster had to be wondering where he goes every summer when he used to stay at the castle for some of them. "They are going to be the murder of me yet. The Dark Lord didn't, but I swear 10 children can," he muttered, standing up and headed toward his private living chambers. "If anyone is interested in how I am picturing any of the characters, leave me your email and I'll send you a cover page I have created for this story. I am no drawer, but I've given credit to those artists who did draw them. Just let me know. Stick with me. To all my reviewers, I love you. Lol. Please, if you have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. I know it's confusing. I don't want to give too much away at once, which leaves it confusing. I am confused sometimes and I know what is going on. Love from Abby Haven Snape." Severus. Severus turned, not showing he was caught off guard and glared at Lucius Malfoy. "You shouldn't be here, Lucius." Lucius Malfoy paid him no attention and sat down on one of Severus' chairs in his living corridors in the dungeons. Severus shook his head, before moving to seat across from him. "Was there something you wanted?" he asked, impatiently. "Because if the headmaster comes down here, you're dead. Remember, Death Eater, you." "What is going on? What do you mean? Stop playing dumb. You know damn well what I am talking about." Severus glared at the blonde again. He hated the man sometimes. But, then again, the blonde was his best friend. A pain-in-ass best friend sometimes, but all the same. "Lucius, you are going to have to be elaborate if you want me to understand what you are talking about," said Severus, becoming even more impatient by the second. "The fact that the old you was you because of a certain child named Elijah and something happened that they all left and you are now the cold-hearted bastard you are," snapped Lucius, looking at Severus with a pointed look. Severus rose quickly, looking at Lucius as if he had grown an extra head. "You are imagining things again, Lucius. I think you should leave. Face the facts, Severus. Stop running away from things." "I'm not running away from anything. It's not true. None of it. It can't be." Lucius, too, was standing now. "Why can't it be?" "Because you don't want it to be, is that it? And if you say it is, you will be lying and you know it. We've all changed and now I think we both know why." "It doesn't make sense," said Severus, voice dangerously soft for him. "Why doesn't it? We both would have done anything to make sure no child had the childhood we had. And we would be stupid enough to have tried. It worked too, didn't it? So don't tell me it's not possible. Severus, even if it is, what the hell can we do about it now? Huh, we both are Death Eaters and most of their parents are Death Eaters. We can't just say, we are taking you children. Just forget about it, Lucius. We can't do anything. Obviously someone didn't want us doing it then either. What about Harry? What about him? Lucius looked at Severus, disbelief clear on his face. Why in a time and he was your son? He can't fight this war alone. If you do nothing, he's going to die. Lucius turned to walk back toward the fireplace but Severus grabbed his arm. Why would you care if he died? Lucius smirked. 2 reasons actually. 1, I know what it would do to you if he did. I remember when Evans died. Severus tightened his hand on his arm when he said this. And even, if you didn't know Elijah was Harry back then, now he's worse because you wanna do everything to protect him. Because he is Elijah and Evan's son. Secondly, how are we supposed to survive this war if he died? We wouldn't win then. Severus' hand fell from his arm and Lucius took this chance to leave. Severus stood there, before smirking slightly. I'm his best friend and he didn't tell me, that bastard. It seems ages since we've had the chance to have tea together, Kiera, said Narcissa, taking a sip of her tea. Kiera nodded, flattened her napkin in her lap. I can't get away from the school. It's crazy there, always. I almost forgot what it was like to be at Hogwarts. Remember when we were there? We had every guy looking at us. Yeah, but someone only wanted Lucius who was gone our second year, teased Kiera. Well, it worked out in the end. I'm married to him, aren't I? Kiera smiled, sipping her tea. But the real reason why she was there wasn't to have tea with Narcissa. Actually, she always hated the formality of sitting down to drink tea. Tea was something you could drink while doing old and ends around the house or chasing a child. No, the real reason was to get information for herself and the 10 children at Hogwarts. Kiera, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question? Asked Narcissa. Kiera blinked several times before nodding. I always send Draco some sweets for Halloween. And I wanted your opinion on something. On what sweets to send? Questioned Kiera. On do you think it would be appropriate to send some to Theodore, Pansy, Blaise, Morgan, Camilla, Harry? You remember. Kiera asked that slightly louder than she would have liked to, but that statement caught her off guard. That wasn't like Narcissa at all. Yes, and I am remembering why. I am hoping that they all are okay. I don't want to think of what their parents are like now, for I doubt they have changed. That thought had crossed Kiera's mind the past couple of days, even weeks, now too. She remembered just why they had taken in each child. Harry's had to be the most odd one for her though. If Harry was neglected as he was, why did the headmaster send him there? Protection from Voldemort, maybe. But he probably could have used protection from his own relatives as well. I think it would be great if you did, Sissa. Narcissa smiled, finding herself straightening her skirt. You know, Lucius wants to visit the manor. Would you and Severus like to come if you can get away? Kiera smiled. I would love to. Severus, on the other hand, is being a pain and is beating around the bush. I've questioned him numerous of times about what he remembers, but he has yet to give me anything useful. Narcissa giggled slightly. That is Severus for you. No wonder him and Lucius are best friends. Harry kicked Morgan under the potions table they now shared, trying to control his laughter as well as hers. Snape had already looked at them a few times. It was all Camilla's fault. She was just being her normal self and almost getting them in trouble. Camilla turned in her seat beside another Ravenclaw, smirking at them with hidden laughter. She stuck her tongue out before turning back around just in time as Snape glanced up at them. She smiled at him and pretended to finish copying her notes. Morgan ducked down, cursing under her breath as a ball of parchment hit the back of her head. Harry couldn't help but let out a snicker as she turned and glared at certain silvery blonde boy. He mocked an innocent look and smirked. Morgan glared playfully at him before picked the ball up off the ground. Glancing at Snape, she threw the ball at Draco, but he knew it was coming and ducked. Unfortunately, it hit Pansy directly in the face. Morgan quickly turned back around, biting her lips so she wouldn't laugh out loud. Potter, hissed Pansy. Harry turned around, mouth hanging open. It was her, he mouthed, pointing to Morgan. Pansy looked skeptically and threw the ball at the now laughing Theodore. Snape looked up again, eyes narrowed. Is there something you wish to share with the class, Mr. Not? He asked. No, Professor. I'm just copying down the notes, sir. Snape raised an eyebrow before looking away. Suddenly, a ball came from the back of the room and with perfect aim hit the professor directly in the face. Morgan kicked Harry under the table as Draco kicked Morgan's. Harry glanced to the back of the room. Blaise sat there, smirking and winked at Harry. I wanted to join the fun, he mouthed as the rest of the NEWT's students all tried to hide their laughter as the professor looked up. Potter, he said loud and clearly. Sir, stay after class. Sir, I didn't do it. Then who did, Potter? Harry remained silent, glancing down at the table. He wasn't about to turn Blaise in. Then again, Snape probably wouldn't believe him anyway. After class, Potter, said Snape. Yes, sir. Snape stood to make a note on the board and Harry turned and glared at Blaise. Sorry, mouthed Blaise, still smiling though. You were asking for it, mouthed Pansy to him. Harry grabbed the ball Theodore still had at his table and threw it at her before turning back around. He knew that the Gryffindor probably thought he had lost it. Sitting practically in a group of Slytherins, having a parchment ball war. The others didn't seem to mind though. They just ignored them and did what they wanted. Even the Hufflepuffs seemed to think he had gone mad or evil. The bell rang and everyone moved to leave. Sorry, mate, said Blaise, daring to come up beside him. If I get detention for a month, I am going to make you do everything I have to. Fair is fair, Blaise, said Morgan, smirking. Fine, or you could just tell Mum, he muttered. I might do that one myself. I love when Professor Zabini yells at you, said Draco, smirking. I'll be down after I get done here. They all nodded. Morgan gave him a reassuring smile as she left the room. Slowly, Harry turned and faced his professor. Sit, said Snape, and he sat, not wanting detention. You have a lesson with Friday at 8. Don't be late, we seem to be very behind in them. Harry nodded. Was that his punishment for the ball? And yes, I know it was Mr. Zabini that threw that ball. Just because I am not looking directly at my class, Potter, I do see what is happening. Harry couldn't help but look down with a smile. Yes, sir, I'll remember that. You may leave. Harry nodded again, grabbing his things. As he made it to the door, he paused. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Snape. You know, sir, in an odd sort of way, you kept your promise to me, even if you didn't realize or intend it. But as Harry went to open the door, he couldn't. Finding it locked, he swallowed hard, wondering if he should have done that. You have no idea, Mr. Swing. Harry straightened up, feeling the color drain from his face. He wasn't sure if this was a good thing or not just yet. What happened? He asked, not turning around. How am I supposed to know? Snapped Snape. No, with you. Harry finally turned and stared at Snape. Somehow, his Gryffindor courage showed up and was kicked into overdrive. Harry S.W. Or he saw Snape pale even more than he was. You, he said, and Harry knew that was all he was getting out of the man. He heard the door click and he took that as his sign to get out of the classroom. And Harry did just that. One small step to a breakthrough. Maybe not so small. And someone asked me if Harry and Morgan would be a couple. The answer is no, they will have a close relationship, yes, but more brother and sister vibe. Make a girl feel loved and review, please. I love reviews. Reaches for reviews and hugs them. Love from Abby. The boy who liked being elfing you recognize, I don't own. Everything else, I own unless noted. Haunted Memories. Chapter 12. The boy who liked being Elijah Abby Haven Snape. Traitor. I think you will live. And if I don't, then it was good knowing you, brother. Harry found himself glaring at Morgan, but it was deceived by the small smile that began to appear on his face. The women of the house, Kiera and Narcissa, finally allowed them to play an actually game of Quidditch. But of course, no bludgers were allowed. They weren't that generous. For the first time, Morgan and Harry was not on the same team. One seeker, one keeper, and 3 chasers. Since we need no beaters? Asked Draco. Everyone nodded. Harry, Camilla, Blaise, Crabbe, and Pansy were all on a team together. Pansy actually agreed to play. It seemed as if Quidditch was acceptable for a lady to play. Their opponents were Draco, Theodore, Morgan, Millicent, and Goyle. Since they never had played an actual game of Quidditch, they weren't sure on how to pair the teams up. Draco and Harry were the best flyers, and as for the girl went Camilla, and Morgan definitely was the best on brooms. "Who is who?" asked Morgan. They looked at each other. Harry gathered his team up. "Who wants to play what?" "I'm the slowest, so I'll to a keeper," said Crabbe, shrugging. "I'm a chaser," said Camilla. "Me too," said Blaze. "Pansy, would you like to be chaser or seeker?" asked Harry, nicely, not wanting her to get mad. She seemed to get mad easily. "Seeker." She didn't hesitate with her answer either. "I guess I am a chaser." "Brilliant conclusion, Elijah," said Camilla, smirking. He gave her a slight push and looked over at the other team. "How are we going to do this? The balls are supposed to be released by someone while we are already flying." "All right, walking Quidditch encyclopedia," said Theodore, rolling his eyes at him. "Did you know Quidditch was first played at Quidditch Marsh about 1,000 years ago?" asked Harry, proud of the knowledge he knew of the game. "All right, boys, don't start anything that will get you two into trouble," said Kiera, appearing with Narcissa and Lucius. Harry glanced at the broomstick in her hand and smiled. "Are you going to referee our game, Kiera?" he asked. "If you want to call it that, sure. But I am going to make sure you don't end up breaking bones, fly away from the manor, or ruin the flowers I just planted by falling on them." The children smiled. Draco was the seeker for the other team and Goyle was the keeper. Morgan, Theodore, and Millicent were the chasers. "Don't go and hurt each other, all right? Go ahead and fly up. Keepers, take your spots," said Kiera, meaning the hoops that Lucius had conjured up. Harry had a feeling that they weren't the same height as the real ones and the quaffle seemed lightly smaller. Harry flew up and smiled, remembering when he first learned how to fly in his first Quidditch match. Morgan came beside him and smiled. "Good luck, Elijah," she said, smirking. "You too. You're still a traitor." She smiled as Kiera threw the ball into the air and they both raced after it. Harry laughed as Morgan knocked him with the end of the broom to be able to get the ball first. The adults even found it funny. They really didn't suspect the game to be anything more than entertaining. The children were 8. How much could they be that serious to win? "Go Morgan," said Theodore G, eyeing her a 5 as she scored against Crabbe. She smiled, stopping beside Harry. 10-0. "I saw, sister," he snapped slightly at her. "Better catch up." "We will." "Sure you will. I hate you." "I know. You love me too much not to hate me." He looked at her. She made no sense whatsoever sometimes. Worse than Camilla when she got caught up on a subject they knew nothing about. "Elijah, heads up," yelled Camilla, throwing him the ball. "Got it," he yelled back, going towards the goals and scoring just like Morgan had. He smiled at Morgan's face and flew by her. Kiera sat in the Libra Rye of the manor, running her hands over her face. She smiled and laughed to herself, remembering the Quidditch game the children had had. Her children, she thought to herself as she leaned back in the seat. Blaze was her son, yes. But all the children she had come to love and adore just as much as her own son. She couldn't help but think of the life the children had before they came around. Most of them seemed to be scared of their own shadows. She couldn't stand to see a child suffer like that. For her, wanting to help the children wasn't because she had a horrible childhood like Severus and Lucius had. Her parents loved and cared for her like they should have. She was even slightly spoiled. She wasn't ashamed to admit to it. All children should be spoiled to some extent. But they had Bee and her friends, and she saw the abuse they went through. No one ever should have to suffer from the idea of what a pure blood should be. The secrecy of the whole situation was something she knew they had to do. Too many people would think wrong of what they were doing, miscomprehending what their true intentions were. Who would believe that so many children were abused in the Wizarding world? The Wizarding world was supposed to be better than the Muggle world, or so some believed. She believed that both worlds were corrupted and evil. The 4 of them were the best at what they did. Keeping children happy, keeping everyone in the Wizarding world completely clueless, and keeping themselves out of Azkaban, which they all had been threatened to be sent before the children came around. She wanted to help the children. That was all she wanted. Yet it seemed that some people would rather keep public image at a higher value than the lives of people. She wasn't naming any names, but she knew more than the other three. She had the most knowledge out of all of them about the children in her care. Because she knew that information, it gave her an extra motive to keep their lives secret. Kiera. She glanced up to see Harry standing in front of her, pajamas dragging the ground. What is it, Elijah? Have another nightmare? No, but I noticed this, he said, pulling his raven hair out of the W. I'd show Kiera the lightning bolt scar they both knew about. Did anyone else see it? She asked, standing. No, I'm positive. She nodded. Come along then down to my room and we will rub on the concealing potion. Have you thought on what I've mentioned? Harry, she asked, saying his name on purpose. She knew all about the boy in front of her just as he knew about himself as well. She was sorry, Owsley surprised the others hadn't figured it out yet. Looking at him now, he looked so much like Lily. And James. Severus, she thought, should have noticed it seeing as James Potter was his worst enemy, even before Voldemort himself. The more she thought of it, however, she didn't realize it. How she realized it wasn't even truly her doing. She taught those children everything they knew and she was proud to admit it. From the Muggle world to the Wizarding world, they knew every inch of history there was about both worlds. Sometimes she wondered if she taught them too much. Harry had come up to her one night after everyone else had gone to bed. He was brilliant for his age, maybe not so much with smarts but with instincts. He kept it quiet for a while that he knew he was Harry Potter. She was surprised to say the least when she found out, 1, for not noticing it and 2, for him to keep it from them. What surprised her the most was that he didn't want to be Harry Potter. He wanted to continue being Elijah Swing. That was how she found herself with the boy's secret and keeping the others from knowing. She wondered if it would really matter to the others if they knew he was the boy who lived, or would he just still be Elijah. That was why she asked him if he would like to tell the others or not. Yeah, I have, he said softly, jumping up on her bed. And Harry shook his head. I like being Elijah. Are you going to be Elijah all your life? They will find out eventually. You do know that, right? He nodded sadly as she don't want to be famous. I just want to be me. And Sev hated my father. He'll hate me if he knew. Kiera turned quickly to look at him. Elijah, he would and could never hate you. He loves you. We all love you, and just because you have a different name won't make you different. I get it. I just like being Elijah. Tell me you know that Severus loves you and everyone loves you no matter who you are, she said, still staring at him. He had to know that. I know that Sev and all of you love me, he said, looking at her straight in the eyes as he was taught to do. Good. She rubbed the concealing potion in on his forehead and his scar disappeared from sight. She smiled at him. There you go. Thanks, Kiera. I might change my mind one day, but right now, I want to be Elijah Swing. Kiera sighed. She knew that he wanted to be himself and not the boy everyone wanted. Oddly, a part of her admired that about him. She knew she should tell the others. If Dumbledore or the Ministry ever found out, she couldn't imagine the trouble they would be in. Azkaban kept popping into her head, however. Though, she thought that Dumbledore should be sent there for leaving a child in the hands of Muggles who hated magic. All right, Elijah, time for you to get back to bed. Remember, we were going to go into the woods and find some pine cones to decorate. Tomorrow. Harry smiled. Night, Kiera. He gave her a hug before running out of the room. Kiera smiled herself, falling back onto her bed. It seemed as if nearly everything was going too right for them. She just prayed that everything would continue down the same path. Somehow, however, she didn't believe it would. Okay. This chapter didn't get up when it was supposed to be posted. My computer hates me and somehow lost everything I had written for his chapter, so I had to start over. Then, I hurt my hand during softball, so it took me twice as long to type this chapter. But, here this chapter is, and I am hoping to get back on my set updating time in March. Thanks, and a big bear hug to all my reviews. I love you all, especially Brisk, whose review made me smile non-stop for the entire day after I read it. Keep reviewing, everyone. Love from Abby. Chapter 13. Disclaimer: yeah, I'm 15 and broke. I don't own anything in the books. Haunted Memories Chapter 13. Abby Haven Snape. It seemed slightly odd how fast it went around school that Harry had become friends with Draco and the rest of the Slytherins plus Camilla. For the first time, Harry didn't care about it all either. They were his friends now and he didn't care what people had to say. "You better get going. You don't want to be late with Snape," said Morgan, turning a page in her Transfiguration book. "Yeah, what fun. Having someone force themselves into my mind, seeing all my thoughts and memories," said Harry, standing up. "It can't be that bad," said Draco, smirking at him. "Would you like to go in my place?" "No thank you." Harry shook his head, grabbing all of his things. He really didn't feel like having one intruding into his mind again and again. Of course, if he learned to block Snape, it wouldn't be that bad. "If he really becomes horrible, call him Sev and I bet you could get out of there quick," said Camilla smiling at him. "He just might not come back in one piece," said Pansy giggling. "Why don't you actually try to learn occlumency?" suggested Theodore. "I've tried but he doesn't tell me how," protested Harry. "Maybe he will be different now." "I doubt it." The group looked at him, some shrugging. Harry shook his head, waving by and heading out the library where they had been working on their homework so they would have the rest of the weekend to do what they wanted. Occlumency wasn't how he wanted to spend his Friday night. He just hoped that maybe Snape would start to show same compassion for him as he did when he was younger. For truthfully, he missed having that, though he just now knew what it was like. "Come in, Potter," said Snape as soon as Harry knocked on the door. Harry closed his eyes before he opened the door. This seemed to make him more nervous than facing Voldemort. And it also hurt the most, not physically but emotionally and mentally. "Hello, sir," he said, closing the door behind him. "Evening. I am sure you know the routine by now." "Yes, sir." Snape glazed at the boy, slightly put out. The boy didn't act on him being cruel anymore. He would give anything to have him lash out at him or give him a reason to give him detention. Legilimens. Harry had only just pulled out his wand as the spell was cast at him. Again, he didn't know how to block it and Snape was access to his memories. Him, Hermione, Ron, Lupin, and Sirius all in the Shrieking Shack during his 3rd year. Hagrid telling him that he was a wizard for the first time. Him during the second task with the gillyweed. Snape exited his mind and he found himself on the floor. He knew he wasn't going to get very far if Snape didn't tell him how to clear his mind. Just being told that didn't do any good. "I still see that the gillyweed from my storage room helped you out," said Snape, not even looking at him. Harry just smiled slightly at that. "I still didn't take it, sir," he said, picking himself off the ground. Snape glared down at him and Harry just shrugged. "Potter, tell me why you seem to bear no improvement and I feel like I am wasting my time." "Because I have no idea what to do." "Clear your mind." "I don't know how." There was that spark that Snape was looking for. "Again, Potter," he said, raising his wand. Legilimens. Harry found himself enclosed in his memories yet again. This time, it was his memory for Snape's when he was hanging upside down and his father was the reason why. Ginny being in the Chamber of Secrets and a glimpse of Tom Riddle. "There was a reason that memory was in my pensive Potter," snapped Snape. "Sorry, sir," he said, quickly, getting off the ground. He really didn't like the floor all that much. "Stop apologizing so much, boy," said Snape, looking at him. "Sorry, yes, sir," said Harry, correcting himself. "Again, sir, please, no, again." Legilimens. Cedric lying on ground, dead. Sirius falling through the veil. Harry did not know why but Snape pulled out and he found himself on the ground. He seemed to be on the ground more than he was standing while in Snape's office. He brought his knees against his body, not caring about Snape right now. "Potter, stand up," said Snape, without the venom it usually did. Harry didn't move. Why had those memories come up right when he thought he was getting over both? "Potter, sorry, sir," he said automatically, forgetting what Snape said, but didn't stand up. Snape glanced down at Harry, his own memories clouding his mind. Now Harry was only little Elijah that need him. The scared little boy whose eyes always held an admiring gleam every time they looked at him. The same boy he once loved. "Come on, Elijah, we are going to try another way." Emerald eyes glanced up at the man in front of him. A small smile appeared on his face. The man in his memories was in front of him, or so he hoped. Snape offered him a hand up and Harry gladly accepted. "What I want you to do is close your eyes," said Snape. Harry did as he was told. He could still feel Snape close and that gave him an odd feeling as if he was safe. Think of a place you feel the safest, happiest. A single room, and imagine it very clearly in your mind. Can you think of a place? Harry nodded, picturing his bedroom at the manor. He remembered every last detail of the room colors, position of the furniture, and what objects he had where. "I don't want you to think of anything else but that place, all right?" "Yes, sir." Legilimens. Harry felt the curse hit him, but he just kept imagining the room. Slowly, but quickly, pictures flashed forward. His first potions class. The D.A. Slowly and gently, Snape left his mind. "I don't think that room would be very good choice. If the Dark Lord sees it and knows of the manor, it won't be good. You did well, however. You just can't give in. You have to keep you up, and later I'll show you how to force me out." Harry looked at Snape for a second, wondering what suddenly changed in him. Sure, he wasn't complaining, but it was curious to know why the old Snape was back. "Sir, yes. What's going on? What do you mean?" Harry swallowed hard. There was the Gryffindor courage again. "Why, I am Elijah and you being nice to me." Snape sighed, turning away from him. "I remember when you were 6, I believe. I went around to check on all of you to make sure you were all asleep and in bed. When I checked on you, I found you in the corner of your room, curled up in a tight ball. I asked you what was wrong. I don't think I will ever forget the way you looked or sounded when you answered." "It was a nightmare," said Harry, nodding. "Yes, your eyes looked so haunted when you looked at me. You reminded me of that night just now. That was when you told me I was a wizard. Because you said you could feel the magic from me. Not to mention, I levitated and broke Kiera's favorite vase." Snape nodded, smiling faintly. He remembered that also. The whole thing was quite entertaining, even if Kiera hadn't found it to be. "Sir." Snape turned to Harry, letting him know that he had his full attention. "Are you scared?" he asked softly. "Of what? Of what will happen to all of us now? I mean, someone didn't want us to remember, and now that we do, are they going to try and get us to forget again? And what people will think?" Snape thought on that for a few minutes. Harry did have a point. Who did want them to forget, and for what reason? "I don't know if I am scared," he finally answered. "As much as I am curious. 1. I don't care what people think. You should know this. 2. I'm not going to allow anyone to make us forget again." At that, Harry smiled. Snape came up beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder, making Harry look up at him. "Elijah, you have to learn occlumency this time around. Do you understand that? If you don't, it could mean the death of more than one person. Just like Sirius." "That wasn't your fault," said Snape, gripping his shoulder. "If I learned occlumency, I wouldn't have seen the fake vision and Sirius would have never died. And if Black learned to listen to orders, he wouldn't have left the house." Harry didn't say anything. He wasn't going to have anyone else die because he couldn't learn something like occlumency. "Can we practice more? I'll learn this time, I promise," he said, looking at Snape, pleading visible in his voice. Snape nodded. "Come back Monday and we will go all week. Just tell your friends I gave you detention." Harry smirked. "I'll tell Camilla I called you Sev, and that's where it landed me." "Do I want to know?" "She told me to call you that if you were horrible and I needed a way out." "How interesting. You can go ahead and leave for tonight. You did well." Morgan and Camilla laughed as Harry couldn't stay seated for longer than 2 seconds. They were in Professor Zabini's classroom with her getting a kick out of the Harry as well. "You guys don't understand," he said, smiling uncontrollably. "I think we do," said Morgan, still laughing. "It's just, this is like the one thing I have always wanted, a family. I just don't want to miss it up, so he doesn't want to have me around or for everything to go away again." Morgan came up beside him and wrapped her arms around him. "We all want that. I mean, none of us really had parents to love and adore us. Let's all hope that this doesn't turn out for the worse. I don't want you kids worrying about things like that. Let the adults handle that aspect of it all," said Kiera. "It's kind of hard to. I'm surprised. Dumbledore hasn't called me into his office and checked to see if I am under the Imperious Curse or something," said Harry, glancing at Kiera with a pointed look. Kiera stared at him for a second before smiling slightly. I see you are mastering your looks again. What do you mean? You used to have the funniest, cutest looks you would give us when you were trying to get point across. Yes, because he's so adorable, said Camilla, coming up and pinching his cheeks. Get off Cam, said Harry, laughing however. Do you think we are all wrong to have started to suddenly hanging out? I don't think it was the most brilliant idea to jump into so quickly, but let Dumbledore think what he wants. Just be careful around him. Just something about him doesn't sit right with me, said Kiera. The three of them all nodded, taking her seriously. Go ahead back to your common rooms. I don't want you to get into trouble. I seem to be in trouble often, muttered Harry, heading to the door. Yeah. The schedule one sat up for myself isn't working anymore. So, I hope all of you bear with me and continue to read. Huge bear hugs to Blisk and Carrie 2005 for their brilliant reviews. I love you guys. Love from Abby. Severus wishes you. Disclaimer: I own nothing. If I did, I would have more than $3 in my purse. Haunted Memories. Chapter 14. Severus wishes you a happy birthday, Abby Haven Snape. The backyard of the manor was practically unnoticeable. It was March 22nd and it was Morgan's birthday. Balloons were placed everywhere, streamers were hung at every end of the yard, and children were out and running. Birthdays were always a big thing at the Malfoy Manor. It was an all-out celebration, even bigger than Christmas. The celebration usually lasted more than one day. For the past 9 days, Morgan received a gift. It was somewhat of a tradition to receive gifts in advance for how old you will be. Watch for the. Kiera winced as Harry, Draco, and Theodore all went to the ground, tripping over the balloon strings. Morgan laughed, straightening her crown she had on. It was her day and she planned on having fun. You could have warned us, Kiera, said Draco, picking himself off the ground. I tried. You just don't listen, she said, smiling. When do we eat? Asked Camilla. Soon. We are waiting for Sissa to finish fixing everything. Though the statement was true, it was only half the truth. She didn't tell the children, but they were waiting to see if Severus was able to come or not. She especially didn't want to tell Harry. She knew he missed him more than anyone. When do I get my cake? Asked Morgan. Your cake? Is that all you are thinking about? Asked Harry, smiling at her. I happen to like cake, she said, sticking her tongue out. Harry shook his head before turning to Kiera. Is Sev going to be able to come? Kiera frowned. She was hoping he wouldn't ask. I'm not sure. I doubt it though. Oh, said Harry, frowning. Food is ready, said Narcissa, calling everyone to come inside. It's all right, Elijah. Summer is almost here. Then Sev will be here all the time, said Blaze, smiling at him knowingly. Yeah, I can't wait. I just wish he was around more often, he said, shrugging. He was clearly more upset than he was leading on. We can't change the way things have to be, said Theodore. I know. Trust me, I know. Harry smiled slightly. It was Morgan's birthday and he wasn't going to ruin it with his pitiful wishes. It was just something that was reoccurring with him. Your favorite Morgan, said Narcissa, as they all sat down at the table. Chicken, carrots, and mashed potatoes were lined up in the middle of the table. All right, she yelled. You did make it right, Sissa. Kiera didn't right, asked Camilla. Thanks, Cam. I can cook, said Kiera. Sometimes, muttered Lucius, smiling at her. The children all giggled as Kiera slapped Lucius on the arm. Hey, what's that? Asked Blaze, pointing to the window where an owl was flying. Narcissa went to the window and grabbed the note that was attached to its leg. She quickly read through it, frowning by the time she finished. Who's it from? Asked Kiera. Severus. Really? Is he coming home? Asked Pansy. How about I read it to you? All the children nodded, waiting to hear from Severus. Narcissa sat down at the table and began to read the letter. Everyone. Happy birthday, Morgan. I'm sorry I cannot be there to celebrate it with Hogwarts teaching insufferable children. I tried to leave but I couldn't let the headmaster become suspicious of anything. Trust me, I would rather be there with you all. Cub. Sorry I couldn't come and see you and sorry I had to break our day to go out. Headmaster has perfect timing, it seems. He needed me to make a potion for him. I miss you terribly. Summer is almost here and I promise to make everything up to you. Until then, remember that I love you and can't wait to be able to spend every day with you. I miss you all and see you soon. Oh, and I love you all and stay out of trouble. Don't drive Sissa, Kiera, and Lucius crazy. Actually, you can starch out the last name. You can drive Lucius as crazy as you want. Until then, Severus. No one spoke for a second. Harry had sunk down as far as he could into the chair. Oh well, I didn't think he was going to be able to come anyway, said Morgan, shrugging slightly. Does he have to tell the headmaster when he leaves? Asked Harry quietly. If he didn't, he would wonder and question him once he returned. Nothing can be risked right now, said Lucius, watching Harry closely. We always have to be careful, muttered Harry before straightening up on the chair. The adults looked at each other. They didn't know what to do anymore. It was clear that Harry missed Severus, and that he hated never being able to see him. As they all approached getting older and understanding things better, they knew there were going to be many questions. Some, they might not be able to answer. Let's eat before things get cold, said Kiera, breaking the silence. Finally, everyone began to eat. Everyone was quieter than they normally would be on any given day. Elijah, come sit with me, said Lucius as everyone settled down, almost bedtime, and everyone was playing with Morgan's new toys. Harry left Draco and Theodore and sat down beside Lucius on the couch. Tell me, are you angry with Severus? No, yes, I really don't know. I don't want to be because I get it. But I can't help but to be, answered Harry, frowning. Lucius looked at him before sighing. When the four of us decided to do this, we all agreed to love all of you. But we also agreed not to get attached to any one of you. Does that make any sense? Harry shook his head, frowning. It means that we would love you, but if something would happen that all of you were taken away or we were taken somewhere, that it wouldn't be personal. We wouldn't care and we would go on with our lives. But we would give you guys the love that you all needed and deserved. All of you have become our children. We love and care for you deeply. But we still aren't attached. However, Severus is. Severus loves and cares for you more than you could ever imagine. If anything were to happen to you, I seriously don't think Severus would make it through it. You are the one thing that he always wanted, a son. And he's a father. What you have to understand. Everything he does, every part of his life revolves around you and keeping you safe with him. And that includes not seeing me, said Harry, looking at the ground. Do you want to go back to your aunt and uncles? No. Then, yes, keeping you here with us and him includes not seeing you. Harry nodded and smiled slightly. It seems I have this talk more than I should. Lucius looked at him before shaking his head. It's because you are stubborn. Me, there's no way. Go play, said Lucius trying to keep a straight face. Harry smiled and jumped off the couch. Before he went with the others, he turned back to Lucius. Thanks, was all he said. Moments later, the three adults ushered the 10 children up the stairs and toward their rooms. Camilla and Morgan disappeared into the room they shared. Crabbe and Goyle into theirs. Night Elijah, see you in the morning, said Theodore, going to the room beside his. Night TJ, said Harry, smiling. Oh, and Elijah, everything will work out in the end. Harry nodded, both muttering I love you before going to bed. Harry crawled into bed, falling asleep in a matter of minutes. However, he found himself waking up to a hand running through his hair. His name being said softly. Harry slowly opened his eyes, to have them focus on Severus. Are you really here? He asked, wondering if it was a dream. Severus chuckled. Yes, it really is me. You aren't dreaming, cub. What are you doing here? He asked, sitting up straight, smiling at Severus. Well, this was the only time I found that I could come. I've already been down to see Morgan and wished her a happy birthday. What about the headmaster? Severus frowned slightly. Don't you worry with that, all right. Summer is almost here. I want you to think of some things you want to do. Anything, in reason. Harry smiled, nodding. Now, I hate to say this but I must be going, said Severus, leaning over and gave Harry a kiss on the forehead. Could you stay? He asked. Just until I fall asleep. Please. Severus sighed, giving a small smile. Of course. Lay down and close your eyes. Harry did as he was told and soon he was drifting off to sleep. Half asleep, he muttered. Night Sev. Love you. Severus pushed Harry's raven hair out of the way and placed another kiss on top of his head. Night son, I love you too. He knew he was going to be in trouble when he returned to Hogwarts. The wards around the place were set for when someone left the castle after the curfew. He just hoped that he could think of a good excuse to give the headmaster when he was asked. But he really didn't care. The headmaster would get over himself. As long as he got to see his cub, he was happy. The time, my dear boy, is late. What was so important you had to leave? Asked the headmaster, who was in his chambers before he could even take off his cloak. Personal busy, sir, said Severus, looking at him. Your friend again? Not particularly. Are you in trouble? No, sir, I am fine. I figured the students were asleep and my leave wouldn't cause any trouble. If it did, I am truly sorry. Dumbledore eyed Severus carefully. I would like to know where you are, Severus. Severus just looked at the headmaster, not saying what he was thinking. It's really nowhere special, sir. Is it the same place you've been disappearing to during the summers? Severus' eyes narrowed slightly. Where I go during the summer really shouldn't be a concern to you. I'm sorry if I've caused you trouble tonight, but I would like to go to bed now. Of course, Severus, my boy. Good night. As the headmaster left, Severus couldn't help but to dislike the man for some reason. Sorry I haven't updated in a while. But school is over in 2 weeks, and I am ready to write. I will try to update more often. I promise. Just bear with me, and keep reading. Thanks Brisk for your excellent review as always. I truly enjoy reading them. They're a huge help to me. Love from Abby Haven. Chapter 15. Disclaimer. I own nothing but the unfamiliar. Haunted Memories Chapter 15. Abby Haven. Snape. Elijah Dahl, wake up. I think your Gryffindor friends are wondering where you are. Harry wiggled slightly before opening his eyes slowly. Morgan smiled at him as he began to move. Where am I? He asked. Our place. You must have fell asleep here last night. Your friends are probably wondering where you are. He nodded before getting up. Theodore managed, somehow, to get you new clothes. I'll see you after the Quidditch match. Good luck, by the way. He nodded, managing to say goodbye, clearly not awake yet. Are you still here? Harry finished buttoning his shirt up, turning around to see Draco and Theodore coming into the room. Kiara had finally finished the room off. It was rather comfortable. It reminded them all of the living room at the Malfoy Manor they were all beginning to remember and love. Chairs, couches, and tables filled the room and gave them the perfect place to relax, study, and talk. I can't believe I fell asleep here last night, muttered Harry. The couch is rather comfortable, said Theodore. Ready for the match? Asked Draco, smirking. Always. Draco smiled. Ram. Let's go get breakfast. You could use some food in you before you lose. Harry glared playful at him as Theodore laughed. He quickly learned that Draco always seemed to know what was best, but he added a remark to mask what the true intention of his words. He also realized that everyone, Draco especially, treated him like a little brother. He was the youngest out of he boys, Pansy being the youngest overall. You had to replace a lot of players this year, didn't you, Captain Potter? Asked Theodore. Yeah. 2 chasers and 2 beaters. You mean you keep Weasley? Don't go there, Draco, said Harry. Looking at him. Wasn't going to. Harry looked at him before shaking his head, smiling. But Theodore stopped them both as they climbed up the stairs out of the dungeons. Do you think we should tell the headmaster? Came Hermione's voice. And tell him what, Hermione? That Harry is spending time with Malfoy. What can he do? Asked Ron. I don't know. But why is he hanging out with Malfoy? That Morgan girl, and the rest of them. Harry and Malfoy hate each other until now. It just doesn't make sense. Do you really think we should get the headmaster involved? What about you-know-who? He's been rather quiet for a while now. What if he did something to Harry without anyone knowing? Making him become friends with them? Hermione, maybe we should ask Harry. Do you think I like him being with them either? But Harry's always seemed to know what he's doing for the most part. There was a silence before Hermione spoke again. All right, I guess you were right. Good, let's go eat and see if Harry shows up. Theodore glanced at Harry as they heard Ron and Hermione disappear. Yes, Elijah, we are such a bad influence on you. Harry looked at him from the side as they finished climbing the stairs. Maybe I should tell them. Why? Asked Draco slowly. 1. They're my friends. 2. Do you think it's wise for them to tell Dumbledore? It's up to you, Elijah. If you think it's for the best them to it. If you think you can hold them off until we have all the facts, then do so. When did you get so wise? Joked Draco. Shut up. And when did Weasley Beck own the reasonable one and Granger the overreactor? I'm going to the Gryffindor table, said Harry looking between the two, shaking his head. See you at the match. Good luck, Draco. You need it more than me. Remind me again, when have you caught the snitch before me? Theodore snorted, pulling Draco with him towards the Slytherin table. Hi Harry, said Hermione as he sat down. Harry smiled, getting some food. Where were you last night? You weren't in the dormitory, said Ron. I fell asleep in the library. I'm surprised Pants didn't find me. They both looked at him. Harry quickly went to another topic. Ready for the Quidditch match? He asked. Yeah, definitely. He smiled slightly, seeing Ron began to play rather than eat his food. You'll degrade Ron, said Hermione, glaring slightly at Harry. Harry smiled innocently, mouthing sorry. Harry began eating, shaking his head. He wondered how long he could keep it a secret with his friend's best friends. They did have a point. He would be worried too if one of them suddenly began hanging out with Malfoy. He made a mental note to talk to them when they were alone. Especially to make sure they did not tell Dumbledore. Ginny Weasley passes the ball to Robbins. It's all girls again for the Gryffindor Chasers this year under new caption Potter, said Zacharias Smith, not giving as much emotion as Lee Jordan had. And Harry didn't like him at all. Harry smirked over at Draco, who flew beside him. Robbins passes it to Bell, who shots and scores. Gryffindor leads 10-30. See the snitch? Asked Draco. If I had, I wouldn't be talking to you, smirked Harry. Ouch. That was harsh. Harry shook his head. He was surprised at how much of a child Draco acted sometimes. Caption Urquhart nails the ball at Weasley, who misses. Score is Slytherin 20, Gryffindor 30. I don't like him, said Draco, looking from Harry to Smith then back to Harry. Me either. Draco nodded, flying up slightly. As that, muttered Draco. The snitch. Both Harry and Draco took off at the same time, both seeing the snitch. Harry's firebolt was obviously quicker, but Draco did a good job at keeping up with Harry. They had eyes on the snitch and both went to grab it at the same time. You've got to be joking, said Smith. Harry and Draco both had a hand on the snitch. Going to let go? Asked Harry. Hell no, said Draco. We still win, mocked Harry, smiling. Bastard. Both Slytherin and Gryffindor receive 150 points, but Gryffindor comes away with the win 170-180. The Gryffindor common room was up, celebrating their victory over Slytherin. Harry had been there for a little, but he left without anyone really noticing. The only time I came even close to beating you, said Draco, giving him a push. I've only ever lost one match. And that was fair and unfair at the same time, said Morgan. So, they still won the cup that year, protested Draco. Stop acting like you are two, Draco. I can't handle you two again, said Kiera, shaking her head. Don't forget to thank Narcissa for the treats, Kiera, said Camilla. Hey Kiera, whose handwriting is this? They didn't sign it, asked Pansy, looking up from a journal. A plan, black. Journal was filled with pages full of memories each of them had written as they remembered. It was a way for them to piece different ones together and read other people's memories. Also, it gave them all a way to write down what they thought on all of it. It's Severus. Everyone glanced at each other. Severus still hadn't made himself part of the group yet. Why don't you read it, Elijah? She said, handing him the journal. Harry looked at her before beginning to read. Even as a child, I wished no child would have the childhood like mine. My mother was the best thing I had. My father wasn't anything of a father. I've said I wanted a son to prove to God and me that I wasn't like my father. I never fathered a child. However, the closest thing I got was Elijah, or should I say Harry. Even if I didn't father the boy, I feel as if he is mine. I always wondered why when he first stepped into the Great Hall when he was 11 I felt like I knew him and I couldn't help but want to protect him, or at least try. Now, That these weird memories are surfacing, I wish I could have done more. Gave him a place to call home, rather than Hogwarts, someone that he could lean on and trust that would be around always. I'm hoping that it's not too late. For that child still is just that, a child. I hated how everyone treated him as if he was 10 years older, accepted to save the world. He shouldn't have to worry with them things. I've heard there is no love like the love a parent had for their child and the love their child gives them. And I believe that is true, now. I love the bee. Oi, and I hope that soon enough we can figure all of it out so I can have my son. Harry lowered the journal and didn't say anything. He couldn't. He had a father. He wanted Snape to be his father. What did it say? Asked Theodore. Harry shook his head, standing. What he read, he couldn't believe. He still thought the man hated him. He only backed up a few stops. Before running into someone, CKLY turned around to see none other Snape standing behind him. Are you in a hurry, Elijah? He asked, voice amused. Not anymore, said Harry. Snape raised a brow but found a 16-year-old boy with his arms wrapped around him. Snape found himself giving a small smile and hugging the boy back. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes, said Kiera after Harry let go of him. Ha ha, aren't we just so funny, said Snape. Looking at Kiera, some of the children laughed. Harry didn't leave his side, however. Why are you here? She questioned. Can't I be here? He fired back. Kiera looked around. At the children before looking back at him. Took you long enough, but I believe it's up to them to decide if they want you here. Snape looked slightly taken back. He glanced down at the rest. Well, he asked. No one moved at first. But then Morgan stood up and smiled. I'm glad you showed up, she said and gave him a hug. Soon, everyone else followed. What was that for? He asked Kiera after all of them sat down. I had to be sure they wanted you here, Severus, nothing personal. Snape glared at her slightly, shaking his head. I wanted to talk to you anyway, Kiera. Tomorrow, Lucius, Narcissa, and myself are going to see about the manor. You coming? Yes. What do we tell the headmaster? She asked, without hesitation. Not sure yet. I want to go, said Harry. Me too, chimed Draco. No, none of you can leave Hogwarts. We aren't even supposed to leave, said Snape. Can you tell us if it is still the same? Asked Morgan. Yes, maybe. You all will get to see it soon. Elle smiled, going back to talking and hanging out. Kiera smiled at Snape as he joined in on the conversations. Hope all of you enjoy this chapter. I'm rather fond of it. Lol. Don't forget to review. Love from, Abby. Would you still love me? Disclaimer. I own nothing but what you don't recognize. Haunted Memories. Chapter 16. Would you still love me? Abby Haven Snape. Severus smiled, picking the boy up off the ground. He was glad to be home for the summer. And apparently so was the little boy in front of him. But Severus actually stopped his train of thought. He wasn't a little boy anymore. He would be 9 years old come the next month. Not the 6-year-old he found at the playground. He wasn't scared, shy, or otherwise thinking he was a burden to them anymore. Severus was glad to have him there and well. Are you happy to see my cub? Asked Severus, placing his feet back on the ground. Harry just nodded, smiling widely. Have you ate breakfast? He asked. Yes. Well, actually, Draco and Theodore just decided to pill food on my plate and threatened to tie me down if I didn't eat all of it. Good for them. Harry playfully glared at Severus. Have you decided what you would like to do today? Asked Severus, leaning against the counter. Could we go to the park? I think we could manage that. We would have to go to a Muggle park, is that okay? Harry nodded, running out of the room to get his shoes. Severus smiled, grabbing an apple off the counter to eat. He was just excited to spend the day with Harry. He believed as Harry was. It would be good for Harry to get out of the house. Maybe he would be able to take him and a few of the others to a Quidditch game. The World Cup was in a few weeks. He could get tickets to that. I'm ready, Sev, said Harry, coming into the kitchen again. Let me tell the others we are leaving and then we can go. Harry and Severus walked into the living room. 9 children, welcoming him home for the summer, then attacked Severus. Welcome home, Severus, said Narcissa, giving him a hug. Thanks. Elijah and I are going out for a little We will be back for supper, said Severus. You better be. I'm not going to be cooking your favorite meal for nothing, said Narcissa smiling. Excellent. I'm glad you are cooking it and not ouch. Kiera slapped Severus on the arm. He ushered Harry out of the house before he ended up with a bruise. Go down it. I'm not going down the slide. Go down it. Elijah, please. Severus glared at the boy. No, you go and play. I'm not going down any slides, climbing across any monkey bars, or going through any tunnels. Swinging is something I might do, but nothing else. Harry looked at him before taking off up the slide stairs. Severus went and sat down on one of the swings so he could watch Harry just play. Are you watching me? Asked Harry, looking at him. Yes, I'm watching. Go for it. Harry looked at Severus one more time to make sure he was watching before he did go down the slide. He ended up on his butt in the dirt pile at the end of it. Severus fought back the urge to go and see if he was all right. The boy was fine, he knew that, but it didn't stop him from wanting to be sure. You okay? He kept in his swing. Yeah, though that hurt my butt. Severus shook his head holding back a smile. The child was brilliant for his age, in some things. In others he remained just a kid. Harry came back around to where Severus could see him and continued on to the next size slide. Hey Sev, said Harry as he reached the top. Hey what? Next time we come, can some of the others come? We'll have to see, but probably. Good, because they will go down the slide with me. Severus closed his eyes, laughing slightly. He was beginning to see the side to the boy that he cherished the most. He mixed sarcasm just enough with the truth so it's not insulting. Something he personally couldn't do too often. Severus, I want to leave. He looked at Harry slightly confused. Is something wrong, Elijah? I just want to go. Please, now, said Harry, looking at Severus before his eyes wandered over to the gate. Severus followed Harry's eyes and saw a woman and what he was guessing her son coming into the park. Harry, they aren't going to bother you. Just continue playing. No, please Sev, I want to leave. Harry was now in front of Severus, pulling on his hand. Do you know them? Harry just nodded, pulling harder on Severus' hand. Who are they, Elijah? Asked Severus, still not moving from his seat. Harry glanced back at them as they were coming closer. Looking back at Severus, he swallowed. My aunt and cousin. Now, please, let's go. Severus' eyes narrowed slightly at them now. They were the reason why Harry was with them now. He planned out in his mind several times on what to do with them if he was to ever meet Harry's relatives. Now though, seeing how terrified Harry was looking, they didn't come close to the damage he would do now. I don't want to go back with them. Please Sev, let's go, said Harry, green eyes pleading with him. Severus looked at Harry before sighing. All right, how about we go get some ice cream? Harry quickly nodded, pulling on Severus' hand, this time getting him to stand. They left the park before Harry's aunt and cousin reached the playground. Harry waited in line beside Severus at a Muggle ice cream shop that they found. The whole way there, Severus reassured Harry that he wouldn't go back with them and that he would protect him. Harry knew all of this, but he wasn't sure why the sight of his relatives scared him like that. Elijah, what do you want? Asked Severus as they reached the front of the line. Chocolate cone, he said quietly. Severus smiled at him before ordering 2 chocolate cones for the both of them. The girl behind the counter smiled at Harry. Your son is adorable, he must take after his mother, she said, handing them their ice cream. Severus grabbed the cones, muttering thanks, and took Harry to go sit down. Harry smiled at him as he glared back at the girl. What's Hogwarts like? Asked Harry suddenly, licking his ice cream. Severus looked at him. It's quite beautiful. You'll love it when you go there. Did you love it? Severus nodded. Is that why you teach there? Partly, yes. What's it going to be like when we go there? I mean, you acting around us. I don't know. I can't act like I already know you. The only one I can act like that around is Draco, because the headmaster knows Lucius is my friend. What if some of us aren't Slytherins? I'll be surprised if you all aren't in Slytherin. You and Camilla might be a Ravenclaw since the both of you can't seem to get your noses out of a book. Harry giggled. Why are we so interested in Hogwarts all of a sudden? Asked Severus. I figured there's got to be something about it if you keep wanting to teach there even though you can just make potions for a living, seeing as you are a potions master. Keep your voice down, Elijah. We're with Muggles, snapped Severus, giving a smile to the woman at the table beside them. Just saying, said Harry, putting his arms up slightly. I teach for various reasons. Ones you will figure out when you are older, said Severus. Why do adults always say that? Elijah. Severus didn't know when the boy began to ask you a question. Asked Harry. Isn't that what you've been doing? Of course, said Severus, shaking his head slightly. Would you love me even if I wasn't me? Severus looked at Harry. I don't understand what you are asking, Elijah. Harry looked around the room. He didn't want to say too much because he didn't want to explain everything. Just, what if I wasn't truly who you think I am? Would you still love me? Why wouldn't you be you? What's going on, Elijah? Would you still love me? Pressed Harry. Severus leaned back in his chair. Of course I would. Now, care to explain to me what you are on about? Not really, said Harry, giving a half smile. Elijah, you can't just ask me that and not explain. I will, but not now. Please forgive me, but it's more complicated than you were thinking. I just had to be sure you would love me no matter what. I'll love you forever, Elijah. No matter what you do. And, I trust you on your decision not to tell me. Harry smiled thankfully at Severus as he finished off his ice cream. He felt better now. How Severus felt, but he wasn't sure on how he felt. Kiera had been right. He wouldn't be able to be Elijah Swing forever. They would eventually find out. In about 2 years, maximum, when he received his Hogwarts letter. Well, Cub, are you ready to get back? Dinner will be ready soon and I don't want Sissa to get mad and end up hexing me. She may look fragile, but she was a black before a Malfoy. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy were very pleased with their life so far and were proud to tell anyone. He was 35 and she was 34. They were still young enough to enjoy life, but TTING old enough to be considered old by some. Everyone asleep? Asked Lucius as Narcissa entered their bedroom for the night. Yes, including Severus. Lucius smiled as his wife sat down beside him. He couldn't believe that for about 3 years now their family of 3 had extended into a family of 14. He wasn't complaining and neither was his wife. It all started when Narcissa became in custody of Millicent when her parents died. Lucius wasn't happy about the idea that she just took her without any official paperwork or anything. But they took care of her. Lucius was to blame for bringing Morgan. He saw the abuse she suffered and couldn't let her stay. Narcissa asked Kiera to help them as their numbers began to grow. They were friends in school and she knew that she would help them. Lucius had asked Severus to help them as well. Both of them had the same type of childhood and was one of the reasons why they became best friends even if Lucius was 6 years older than he was. Do you ever regret this? Asked Narcissa softly, as she prepared herself for bed. I wonder if we did the right thing. I wonder if we should have told someone else instead of what we did. I wonder if we are just setting ourselves up for years in Azkaban. But, in the end, I know that I wouldn't change anything. These children are saving me from becoming the man I once was. I hope not to be him again. Narcissa smiled at her husband. Come, let's go to sleep. Tomorrow will be a full day. Don't forget to review my loves. I love hearing from you. If you have anything input into the story, I would truly love to hear it. Until next time. Love from, Abby. Chapter 17. Disclaimer: I own nothing you recognizes. Happy late 1-year anniversary to me in Haunted Memories. Thanks to Spider Lily who reminded me. Haunted Memories Chapter 17. Abby Haven Snape. We have the same story, right? Severus, calm down. Harry smiled as Severus turned to him, finally looking like her was breathing properly. Lists for who would be staying at Hogwarts for break went around and Harry was about to sign it when Severus and Kiera had a proposal for them. All 10 of them would be going to the manor for Christmas break. For everyone else, that was easily done. Telling their parents they were staying at the castle while telling the school they were going home. It wasn't like their parents cared. Harry, on the other hand, had a little bit more trouble. Please just tell me you remember everything, said Severus. Yes. I'm ready. Let's go get this over with. Severus nodded, saying the password to the headmaster's office. They both rode the gargoyle up to the top of the office and Severus knocked. Come in. Harry smiled at Severus before he dropped his happy exterior into one of annoyance. Severus did the same thing before opening the door. Severus, Harry, good to see you both. Sit down. What do I owe this visit? He asked, smiling at the both of them. About the holiday, headmaster, said Severus, his voice having the edge it once did. Harry had to look at him for a second, remembering that it was all an act. What about them, Severus? I would like your permission to bring Potter with me. He's improved slightly with occlumency, but I believe during break he would learn better while he's away from everything. Dumbledore looked between the two of them. Harry had a hard time not laughing. He had become very good at occlumency since Severus had actually begun to really help him. He was able to block his mind and push Severus out now. What do you think of this, Harry? Asked Dumbledore. I have to learn it, sir. I can't afford something like last year again. Maybe this is what it will take for me to learn it, said Harry, looking at Dumbledore. How did this idea come about? Harry glanced at Severus. This wasn't part of the story they had thought of. Potter suggested it actually, even if he didn't realize it at the time. I just thought on it a little more. Harry felt like smirking but held himself back. Severus could really think on his feet. It must have came from spying on Voldemort all those years. Very well. If it helps, I'm for it. I know you will be able to protect the boy, Severus. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. I'm thinking you two will not murder each other. Harry and Severus looked at each. I won't if he doesn't murder me, said Harry, smiling mockingly at Severus. He glared at him before turning to the headmaster. Thank you, sir. Severus grabbed the back of Harry's robes, making him stand. Thank you, Professor. See you after break. They both didn't say anything until they were out of the gargoyle on fear the headmaster could hear. Good cover-up, sir. I was impressed, said Harry, smiling. Make sure you are packed. You still have some of your books in the room. Don't forget them. I know you have a potions essay to write. Yeah, I'll see you later, Sev. Harry looked through his trunk, making sure everything he needed for his stay was in there. He sighed, grabbing his potions book that was on Ron's bed. Mentally he noted to get his other books. He smiled at Ron as he came into the room followed by Hermione. Harry, you're packing, said Hermione, sitting down on Neville's bed. Yeah, I won't be spending the holiday here for the second year. Straight. Where are you going? With Snape, he said, catching himself quickly. Why are you going with that git? Harry didn't look at him and bit his lip so he wouldn't say anything. To finish my occlumency training. But I thought you said you were getting good at it, asked Hermione. I am, but Snape says I'm not disciplined enough yet. I need to be able to do what I need to all the time. So you're spending your entire break with Snape? Asked Ron. That sounds more like a punishment. It won't be that bad, guys. I'm used to Snape now. And besides, he's not that bad most of the time now. Harry, does this have anything to do with you hanging out with Malfoy and them? Asked Hermione quietly. The top to his trunk closed without his help as he glanced at Hermione. He didn't have to answer. He knew Hermione already knew the answer. Harry, this is dangerous. You being with them. I won't allow you. I'll tell the headmaster, said Hermione, looking sternly at him. Hermione, please, you can't. Tell me what's going on then. Ron just sat there looking between his best friends. He agreed with Hermione, but Harry was his best friend. He was an enemy of him. I don't know, he yelled, sitting down on his bed. All I know is that I am with people that care about me. We care about you. I know, and I wish I could tell you, but it's confusing. Finally, I have the feeling I had when I was with Sirius with someone else. Please don't take this away from me, Hermione. They aren't whom you think. And I have a feeling Dumbledore isn't the man we think he is. People just can't change Harry. No, but they can remember. Harry grabbed his books he had left in the room and a few robes he left there, just in case he fell asleep again. Looking for this? Asked Draco, holding up a Transfiguration book. Yeah, thanks. I have to remember not to let Camilla use my books. Harry reached for the book and added to his growing pile of things. Draco reached down to help keep everything on the tower. It was really hard to tell whose was whose since they all used it as their own personal room. Harry, your hands are freezing. Are you okay? Asked Draco. Their hands brushed against each other's and it didn't take Draco long to grab his hand. Yeah, I'm fine. My hand can be cold, Draco Seeing at it is winter, said Harry, smiling slightly at Draco. Are you cold? Slightly, but I'm fine, Draco. Stop fuss. But Harry didn't finish his sentence since Draco had his forearm against his forehead. You should go see Severus. You have a slight temperature. You wouldn't want it to get any higher or you get sick. Harry stared at Draco. Quote, are you going to drag me down there if I don't? Draco raised an eyebrow. We both may be little, but I'm sure one way or another I can get you there. Harry laughed slightly. Or I can just tell him. And I bet he could find you in less than 1 minute, pick you up, and either A, take you to his living corridors, or B, to the hospital wing. So I believe it would be in your best interest to go see him yourself. Now, that was kind of harsh. You're stalling. We are leaving to go the manor soon. You don't want to be sick then, do you? When did you become a doctor? A what? Healer. I just don't want you getting sick, Elijah. Harry smiled. I'll go see him, I promise. Now, is this all of my stuff? Stuff. Try junk. Hey Draco. Elijah, said Morgan as her and everyone else entered the room. Still packing. More like gathering, said Harry. Morgan smiled, flopping down in one of the seats in the room. Are you too excited about going to the manor? Course, they both said at the same time. You might need this, Elijah, said Theodore, grabbing a book form in between 2 seat cushions. Thanks, said Harry, adding it to his yet still growing pile. I need to go finish. Bye. Before Harry left though, he coughed twice. Draco looked at him, eyes narrowed. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm going, I promise. Thanks for all the reviews. I love them. Don't forget to read and review for me now. Let me know you are reading this story. And huge thanks to Halfelven for being my 100th review. Love from, Abby. Big Bad Mrs. Fig. Disclaimer. I don't own anything you recognize. Haunted Memories. Chapter 18. Big Bad, Mrs. Fig. Abby Haven. Snape. Are you crazy? Do you seriously have to ask that? We will be in so much trouble, you do realize. Be like Pansy and Blaze then, don't come. I just thought you would want to come with us. Harry looked away from Camilla and shook his head. Morgan and Draco were at the door, smirking slightly at him. There was a forest of few fae et from the manor that they were not allowed to go anywhere near it. For the past 4 years they were more than pleased to follow those directions. But now, being 10, their curiosity was getting the better of them. TJ going? He asked, glancing back up at Camilla. She nodded, smiling slightly. She knew he was going to come with them, no matter how much trouble they would get into. Harry sighed, throwing the covers off his bed. It would also happen they were going in the middle of the night. Something else they weren't supposed to do. Knew you had it in you. We will be in the kitchen. Hurry up. All right. Harry shook his head and quickly changed into clothes. Moments later, they 5 of them found themselves outside near the forest. Morgan grabbed onto Harry's arm as they entered it. Any idea on what is in here? Asked Theodore, using a flashlight to see in front of them. Well, it could be either Muggle or wizarding creatures, said Camilla, also using a flashlight. I would be going for Muggle ones right now, said Draco. You are such a baby, Draco, said Theodore, smirking back at Draco. Draco pushed him from behind, shaking his head. We better find something in here. To J. Ustify is sneaking out of the manor and coming in here, said Morgan, rolling her eyes. You are the only person I know that would want to run into something. Well, you and Camilla, said Theodore, glancing at Camilla. The group kept walking into the forest, not running into anything, not even a bat. After about a half an hour they all decided to go back to the manor. Just one little problem though. Do you remember how to get out of here? Asked Harry, glancing around at the others. Began Draco, looking around. Great. Merlin help us, muttered Camilla. Let's just walk this way, we will have to come out at the end sooner or later, said Harry. Sooner or later, Elijah, sooner or later, snapped Morgan. Just walk. Morgan glared slightly, shaking her head at him. They all walked in one direction, not going anywhere. This was a waste, said Camilla. Guys, said Theodore, voice unusually high. What? They all snapped. Run. What are you on about, TJ? Run where? Asked Draco. Doesn't matter. Just Run. Everyone turned to look at what he was looking at. Morgan squeezed Harry's hand so hard he thought it would be bruised. A wolf stood behind them. Whether it was a werewolf or wolf they weren't sure. They forgot to check it if it was a full moon or not. They all screamed before taking off running. The wolf watched them for a second before taking off after them. Theodore. Got the unlucky spot of being in the back and got attacked by it. Theodore, yelled Morgan, beginning to cry. Harry and Draco turned and stared. The wolf had bit him in the leg, but Theodore kept icking him back so he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, the wolf stopped as if it was frozen. Shit, muttered Camilla. Everyone agreed with her as Lucius and Kiera came all the way into view, Lucius with his wand out. They all knew they were in big trouble. To the manor. Now, said Lucius, looking at them clearly not happy. Yes sir, they muttered following Kiera as Lucius picked up Theodore. They all walked back to the manor in silence. They knew better than to say anything. Lucius wasn't one to get mad at them often. And when he did, they knew they were in way over their heads. The others were up, waiting for them in the living room when they arrived. The four just sat down, not having to be told to. What were you thinking? Asked Narcissa, shaking her head at them. Clearly we're not thinking, because if they were they would not have done something so stupid. We have told you never to go into the forest and yet you went in there. And, look at what happened to Theodore. Saint be thankful it wasn't a werewolf that bit him. You should also be lucky that Kiera will be able to heal him. If we had to take him to Saint Mungo's. Don't even get me started, said Lucius, looking in between all of them. We're sorry, said Morgan, not looking at him. Sorry doesn't cut it this time Morgan, he said softly. Morgan looked up but looked right back down at the ground. No one said anything for a while. Is TJ going to be okay? Asked Harry, finally. Yes, was all Lucius said. Morgan threw the ball at Harry just as Kiera turned around. She raised an eyebrow at them but then continued to write dates up on the board. Harry then threw it to Pansy, who surprising him caught it. Right as she threw it to Draco, the ball stopped in midair. Is this what you do with your notes? Asked Kiera, smiling though. Camilla's notes, said Morn Mum, we start Hogwarts in like a year. We are going to be learning this stuff anyway, said Blaze, catching a newly made ball. It will be good for you to be prepared. Class was fine when we were learning our ABCs, not dates on goblin rebellions. Have you noticed there is a lot of them? Said Camilla, throwing a ball at Goyle. Kiera just looked at them. And besides, how would it look if we knew all of this before entering Hogwarts? Asked Harry, smirking. Don't smirk like that, you look like Severus. What would you all like to do then? Get away from here, everyone answered at the same time. Kiera laughed slightly. All right, go get some muggle clothes on. Are you serious? Asked Millicent, slightly hesitant. Yes, you are right, you need to get out of this manor. The children looked at each other and practically ran out of the room. Kiera shook her head, trying to think of the best way to convince Lucius and Narcissa to go with them. A few minutes later and a few promises to do the dishes and clean the house for the next month, the three adults headed out with the children to the local muggle town. It was small and very friendly. Harry, Draco, Camilla, and Theodore went with Lucius. Morgan, Blaze, and Pansy went with Kiera while Goyle, Crabbe, and Millicent with Narcissa. Remember, just have fun. T.S. could be the last time you get out of the house for a while, said Kiera as everyone began to go their separate ways. They spent the whole day exploring the Muggle market. Harry and Draco ended up knocking a whole bookcase of clothing over. They were thankful Lucius could do magic. Do I know you? Harry turned around, feeling someone lay a hand on his shoulder. He knew the lady. It was his neighbor at the Dursley. Mrs. Fig, he recalled to be her name. I don't think so, ma'am. You must be mistaken, he said, taking a step back. Draco felt him beside him and turned around also. I'm for sure I've seen you. What's your name, child? She asked. Elijah, he said, glancing to Draco. You sure? I think he would know his name, ma'am, said Draco. Come on, Elijah, Dad is this way. You two are brothers. Yes, answered Draco. Mrs. Fig looked between the two, clearly trying to find some family resemblance between the two. Harry hoped that he had changed enough from the time he had been gone that she wouldn't recognize him. "Boys, come along," yelled Lucius. "Coming," they yelled. They both muttered bye to Mrs. Fig, but Harry froze when she said her goodbye. "Bye, Harry." Draco hadn't heard her and continued on his way. Harry turned and looked at her. "You're mistaken, ma'am. I'm not him. Maybe not now, but you were him." Harry looked at her before slowly turning and running after Draco. He didn't think of it like that before. Everything that was Harry Potter was gone from him. The only thing he knew was his life. Now, he glanced back over his shoulder and smiled slightly at Mrs. Fig. "Come on, Elijah. Stop daydreaming," snapped Camilla. Harry gave a smile and pushed her before they continued on. "Sorry it took me so long to get this chapter up. It was a pain and I'm still not sure if I'm happy with it. But it's done and I'm excited to write the next few chapters. Don't forget to review. I love them all. Love from, Abby." Chapter 19. Disclaimer. After 18 chapters, I think you get it. I don't own anything you recognize. Haunted Memories Chapter 19. Abby Haven. Snape, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked onto the Hogwarts Express together and found a compartment together. It felt strange for Harry to be on there. He always just had been on there when he was either leaving or arriving at school. It was a nice change for him. "It's odd having you on here, mate," said Ron, smiling at Harry. "Tell me about it. For the second year straight I will not be at the castle." "Well, if it was me, I would rather stay at the castle," muttered Ron, looking at Harry with sympathy. "Ron," snapped Hermione, "it's the truth. Spending your break with Snape. With a man that hates you. Would you, Hermione?" "Well, I can't say it would be my first choice. But, if this helps Harry, then I completely agree." Harry smiled, shaking his head slightly. He was excited about actually being somewhere he enjoyed for the holidays. The whole being with Snape thing, that was what he looked forward to the most. "Did you have a say in this?" asked Ron, turning to Harry as the train took off. Sort of. "Hey Harry, began Morgan, opening the compartment door and glanced at Ron and Hermione. "Hi Ron." "Hi Hermione." Harry shook his head at Morgan, chuckling slightly. "What the doll baby is trying to say is that we need to talk to you, Harry," said Camilla, appearing beside Morgan. Harry smiled, telling Ron and Hermione he would be back. They walked out of the compartment and down a few to find Snape and Kiera sitting. "You made it. I'm impressed," said Snape, looking at the two girls. They both just glared and Kiera slapped Snape on the arm. "When we get off the train, Harry go with Severus, all right? The two of you will go through the platform. And wait for Blaze and me at platform 3. Make sure you have all of your things," said Kiera. They all nodded. "We will meet Lucius and Narcissa outside King's Cross," said Snape. Again, they nodded. "How get out of my sight," he snapped. Harry glared at him playfully as Snape let a small smile slip. "See you later, Professor," he said, going back to his own friends, leaving Morgan and Camilla with a goodbye. "Anything interesting?" asked Ron. "With them, always." Harry smiled. "If Snape's a total git, you can always came to the burrow, Harry," said Ron after a while of silence. "I'll be fine. Seriously, Hermione, I promise," said Harry, cutting her off before she could say anything. "Just don't do anything stupid," she breathed, shaking her head. Harry just smiled. He wasn't planning on doing anything stupid. But when he was with the others, Elijah might just do something. After Harry said his goodbyes to Ron, Hermione, and the rest of the Weasleys, he went with Snape. Snape, of course, was a complete git to him. But that was expected, really. Until they were away from the others, they hated each other. They both went through the platform and went outside. The others were waiting, all gathered at different sections so they wouldn't draw a crowd. Harry almost laughed at the thought. The way Snape and Malfoy were dressed, they were bound to draw attention. Both in a set of robes, black. But they could pass off as coats, barely. "Come Elijah," said Snape as Kiera appeared with the other 3 children. They all moved to a hidden alleyway so they could apparate with as little detection by the muggles. Only the adults knew where the manor was, so that proved a problem. Side apparition is hard enough with an extra person. "How are 2 of us going to do with it 3 people?" asked Kiera. "Lucius and I can," said Snape. "Do I want to know how?" asked Narcissa. Take 3 guesses, said Malfoy. I only need 1, said Kiera. Theo and Blaise come with me. Harry and the other 2 held on to Snape, almost with their lives as he apparated with them to the manor. Their old home. Everyone landed within seconds of each other. They all looked at each other, and then at He Manor a few times before they looked at the adults. What are you waiting for? Asked Narcissa, smiling. That was all they needed before they all ran toward the manor. They all knew where they were going, straight to their old rooms. Harry quickly found his own room, pausing at the door, and gave a smile. On the outside was Elijah written on a chalkboard with different things surrounding it, like a drawing of a snitch and comments from other house members. Pushing the door open slowly, he walked in and couldn't help but smile. The room was just like he had left it, he figured, 6 or 7 years ago. He took it all in, moving around in a circle, looking the whole room up and down. He couldn't believe he was back there. Everything how it was. Harry quickly turned and gave Severus a smile. I believe so. Hume, are you happy to be here? That's an odd question. Of course. Severus gave a small smile. It was out of relief, Harry noticed. It was going to be a good break. Better than that his previous ones at the castle. Dinner will be ready in about an hour. So until then, you can unpack and explore. Harry watched until the door closed. He fell on top of his bed. It was going to be fun. Are you excited? Because I'm excited, said Morgan, opening his door with a huge smile on her face. He just glanced at her before laughing. Your parents didn't question you staying at the castle? No. 4th and 5th year I stayed also. So, they can't have really said anything. And besides, it's not like they care if I'm there. Morgan. He sat up, looking at her. Does your parents still abuse you? Morgan didn't even look away from him nor have any visible emotion present on her face when she answered. Yes. Harry opened his mouth but Morgan cut him off. Come March, I'll be 17. I'm an adult. I don't have to go back to them. They never abused me enough to have permanent damage. Harry gave a small smile. Morgan smiled back at him and gave a giggle. Come on, let's go explore. Yeah, I can't believe it's been a month since I updated. Sorry about that. School sucks this year. Who knew it was going to be so hard? Staying up all night doing homework is not fun. But, here it is and hope you like it. Love from, Abby. Sick. Disclaimer. I don't own nothing you recognize. Haunted Memories. Chapter 20. Sick Abby Haven Snape. Does he still have the fever? Narcissa turned around and gave a sad smile to her husband as he walked into Harry's room. For the past 2 days, Harry had been in the bed with a high fever, cough, and the chills. No one was sure if it was just a simple cold or something more serious. Yes, it spiked to 105 earlier this morning, but I've managed to get it to come down some. I don't know what else to do for him, Lucius, she said, looking at Harry again. The fever reducers aren't working. No, Lucius sighed, not knowing what to do either. If the fever stayed, they were going to have to take him to St. Mungo's. They didn't want Cheetah, but they knew they were going to have to if he didn't get better. I'm out of ideas, Lucius. Last night, while you were at work, Kiera and I were so scared. He was shaking and hot. We tried the bath, which didn't work. Even cold rags didn't work. I don't know how it went back down. It's still at 102. Do you think we should tell Severus? Asked Lucius, sitting down on the bed. The boy was still shivering slightly, and no matter how much he wanted to cover him up more, the lightweight blanket was all that Harry could be covered with. I don't want him to worry. We both know if anything was to happen with Elijah, Severus would just be shattered. We are running out of ideas, however. Lucius nodded. Why don't you go get some sleep? I know you haven't slept at all since I've been gone. Quote, you just got home from working all night. You go to bed. I'm fine. I'm not that tired. Go. If anything changes for the worse, I'll come and get you. Narcissa finally gave in and nodded. Lucius gave her a kiss and took her spot in the chair close to the bed. He checked Harry's temperature to satisfy his own need. He was worried not only for Harry but the other children in the manor as well. The 3 adults could barely handle one sick child. Having all 10 come down sick would be disastrous. Dad. Lucius' eyes snapped open and landed on Harry. He must have dozed off in his chair. He glanced back at the door and saw Draco and Morgan standing there. "Will Elijah be all right, Lucius?" asked Morgan softly. "He'll be fine, Morgan. He just needs rest. He's been like this for 2 days now," said Draco, concern present in his voice. "I am aware of that, Draco. Why don't you two go play or something? I don't want you around that much until we figure out what is wrong." They both looked at him as if they were going to protest, but Harry began to cough again. This time, however, he began to cough up blood. "Draco, go get your mother now. Morgan, Kiara, on it." Lucius hurried over to the bed, not sure of what to do. It wasn't something he's seen before. Harry finally finished his fit and laid back on the bed. Narcissa and Kiara stood at the doorway, not knowing what to do either. "We have to get Severus," said Narcissa as Lucius cleaned up the mess with a flick of his wand. "How is he supposed to do that?" "I don't want Dumbledore getting into our business," said Lucius. "I don't either, but I know Severus is going to want to be here. Or at least know about it," said Kiara, smoothing Harry's hair out of his face. "His fever is back up." Lucius sighed, looking at Narcissa before the kids who were outside the door. Draco and Morgan were in the front, watching. Morgan looked as if she was about to cry. "All right, Kiara, you go. Avoid Dumbledore if you can. Or anyone if you can." Kiara disappeared and apparated near Hogwarts right then. She had almost forgotten what it was like to be at Hogwarts. She almost missed it. Her and Severus were in the same year. Lucius and Narcissa were both ahead of them, but they were their best friends. "Kiara," she froze and turned to Professor McGonagall. "Hello, Professor," she said half bitterly. "What are you doing here? If I remember correctly, you and Severus practically ran out of here after your graduation." "Well, if Severus could come back and teach, I figured I could step foot in here again. And I came to see him." "Is he in his office?" "He has a class right now." Kiara mentally cursed but smiled. "Well, I'll just go down and wait." McGonagall nodded. "I'll let the headmaster know you are here. I'll be in and out in seconds, Professor." Kiara walked as fast as she could down to the dungeons and found the potions classroom, which was the same when Slughorn was teaching. She slowly opened the door and heard Severus' voice coming out of the room. "Your potions should be a pink right now. And no, Miss Bell, purple and aren't the same thing." Kiara smiled at her friend as he glanced up at him. "Kiara, what are you doing here?" The students turned and stared at her. She heard some make the comment of them dating. "I need to speak with you now." Severus looked around the room at the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years. "All right, continue to make your potion. I don't want anything blown up or destroyed." Severus walked outside the classroom and turned to her. "This better be damn important." "It's Elijah." Severus' mask dropped. "What's wrong?" "We don't know. He's sick. He has a fever of over 100 for 2 days, he's been vomiting, and today he vomited blood. Nothing will bring the fever down. Don't even your potions." Severus ran a hand over his face. Kiara and Severus looked at each other, both clearly worried. "I'm scared, Sev. I'm out of things to do for him. We'll leave now." Severus walked back into the classroom and turned to the students. "Bottle up whatever you have done and lay it on my desk, then you are dismissed." The students looked at him as if he had lost his mind before jumping into action. Severus grabbed his cloak and left the classroom and turned to Kiara. "Are we going?" "You're just going to leave?" she asked, slightly amazed. "Nothing is more important than those kids." Kiara smiled and followed Severus out of the dungeons. They were almost to the entrance doors when the headmaster stopped them. "Severus, Kiara." Severus stopped and turned the headmaster. Kiara slowly turned, eyes slightly narrowed. "There is an emergency, headmaster, with Kiara's child. Please forgive me, but I have to leave," said Severus quickly, nodding the headmaster. He grabbed onto Kiara's arm and started to pull her towards the door, but Dumbledore didn't let them get away that fast. "What is the matter?" "My boy is sick and I think Severus can help him." "I don't trust anyone else," said Kiara. "Shouldn't you take him to St. Mungo's?" "I don't trust them. Merlin knows what could happen to Blaise." "Please, sir, I'll be back as soon as I can." The head with narrowed eyes. The two left, leaving the headmaster to wonder in his own thoughts. "Elijah, I'm here," said Severus, sitting down on the bed. "Sev, Harry's eyes slowly opened and gave him a sad smile. How are you feeling? Bad. Severus ran a hand through Harry's hair and gave him a kiss on the forehead. He felt the heat from his forehead and he shook his head. Here, take some of this. Harry took the potion without question. Severus had a feeling that it wasn't going to help though. He didn't know what to do, but he could tell that Harry felt better just by him being there. What about teaching? Don't worry about that, okay. I don't want to be anywhere but here. But, Elijah. Harry gave a little smile before closing his eyes, face showing pain that he was going through. He began to cough up blood again. Severus jumped up, not sure what to do. He had never seen anything like it. He yelled for the others while just watching him. There was nothing he could do. We've got to take him to St. Mungo's. I'm worried it can get worse. And I don't like the fact that I don't know what's wrong, said Severus, picking Harry up off the bed when he finished his fit. Who is he, Severus? Asked Kiera pointedly. My nephew. The adults all exchanged looks. They had to think of who he was and why he was with them. I have a bad feeling about this, said Narcissa. I do too, and it's not about being found out. It's about him. Someone needs to stay with the others. We can't bring all of them. We'll stay. You two go. Tell us everything that happens, said Lucius, wrapping his arm around his wife. Severus and Kiera nodded and disappeared to St. Mungo's. Sorry that it took me so long to get this chapter out. School is a pain beyond reason. Who knew junior year was so hard? Anyway, hope you like it. And don't forget to review. Love from, Abby. Chapter 21. Disclaimer. I don't own anything. Haunted Memories Chapter 21. Abby Haven. Snape, are you crazy? It worked once, didn't it? I was 8 and adorable then. Morgan laughed as she threw a snowball towards Pansy, who ducked just in time. Morgan ducked back behind the wall of snow before anyone saw her. Come on, you're his cub, Morgan. That was like 10 years ago. I'm not much of his cub now. Chicken. Harry glared at her. He wasn't chicken. He had his Gryffindor courage to help him out some. Snape still was Severus to him right now. He, however, slowly began to see him as Sev, his father figure, the man he loved as a father. Fine. If I'm in trouble, I'm taking you down with me. Understood. Wouldn't have it any other way. I'll cover for you too. I'll try and hit Pansy again. Harry nodded, grabbing a handful of snow and forming it into a ball. I have a feeling I'm not going to get away with this like I did when I was 8. You'd be surprised. Morgan counted down from 5 and at 1 they both stood and threw their snowballs. Both of them hit their targets. They both ducked down laughing. Hay couldn't decide whose expression was worse, Snape's or Pansy's. Should we run or stay? Whispered Morgan. Morgan. Potter. I would say run, but I'm afraid we would be curs. Harry gave a half smile. Hello, Professor. Snape stood in front of him, whipping the snow off of his face and robe. Did you do this? Of course not. I don't have a death wish. Snape glared at him and Morgan couldn't help but laugh. Want me to feed you to Pansy? He asked, turning to her. Morgan's smile faded. You wouldn't. Wouldn't I? You're on your own. I can run faster than Pansy. Traitor. He yelled after her before looking at Snape. Hi, let's see. Should I make you clean the kitchen by yourself after dinner tonight? Or wait on me hand and foot for the rest of break? Or should I turn you into a snowman? Asked Snape, raising his eyebrow, a small smile appearing on his face. Harry couldn't help but to laugh, remembering all too well the experience 10 years ago. He's your cub, remember? Said Morgan, sliding to the ground yelling. She slid on a piece of ice that they had been using as part of their fort. You're dead, Travers, yelled Pansy, seeing her again. Bye. Snape and Harry both laughed as Morgan took off again, clearly faster than Pansy. Harry looked back up at Snape before standing. Is it safe to stand? I believe so. Would sorry help? No. Harry smiled before his body shook. Snape noticed this and quickly jumped up on it. You okay? Yeah, it's just cold out here. Why don't we head in? Get you out of those wet clothes and get some hot chocolate. Same remedy as when I was younger. Works every time. Harry took one step toward the manor before he began to cough and didn't stop for a few seconds. He noticed blood on his hands but didn't say anything to Snape, who didn't see. Yeah, it's definitely time to head inside, he said. Harry smiled slightly, whipping his hand on his cloak, worried slightly himself. Malfoy helped round everyone together while Kiera and Narcissa went inside to make everyone hot chocolate. Mr. Malfoy, began Harry, looking from the fire to him. It was just the two of them in the room at that second. Everyone else was either taking a bath, playing wizard chess in another room, or playing with Trapper. Morgan, Millie, Kiera, and Narcissa went to the store to get things for them to eat. Call me Lucius Elijah, please. Harry nodded. Lucius, can I ask you a question? Of course. What's on your mind? Well, it's more than one but I have a feeling they go together. Lucius nodded, waiting. Why aren't you trying to kill me? Lucius looked at him for a second before smiling and chuckling. I was beginning to wonder when you would ask this. Lucius looked over at the fire before he began. I guess I should start from the beginning. Always best place, said Harry smiling. In short terms, I'm a spy like Severus. Maybe not as long because I joined the Dark Lord willingly as Severus didn't. I went to Dumbledore a few years after I joined. I was asking for a way out. Well, the only option I received was spying. Not what I wanted of course but I took it. For years, I gave information to Dumbledore, not knowing other spies. Not knowing who to trust. It wasn't until you survived that night I was almost freed. The thing is, Dumbledore didn't defend me when I was put up on trail. Not like he did for Severus. That's when I found out he was a spy. That's one reason I don't like Dumbledore. He used me. Now, I'm my own person. I serve the Dark Lord to keep myself and my family alive. And I slip information to Ministry workers, Order members. And Severus, I'm told things he isn't. It was only recently he learned I don't stand faithful to the Dark Lord. Harry looked at him as if questioning whether or not he was telling the truth. How did you get out of Azkaban? This time around after the battle. A. Money always helps. B. Threats work nicely too. C. A little information is also good. Harry laughed slightly. You truly are a Slytherin. Lucius smiled also. You completely cheated, said Draco walking back into the room with Theodore right behind him. Far from it. I beat you. Just admit it, said Theo smirking. Never because you cheated. How are you feeling? He asked, turning from glaring at Theo to a concerned look at Harry. I'm fine. Stop worrying. Sure I will. Did Severus give you the potion? Draco. But he didn't finish his sentence when he grabbed his forehead in pain. Lucius also grabbed his arm in pain. Aren't you going? Asked Harry, glancing at Lucius. Lucius looked at the doorway where Severus was standing and shook his head. No, go, or he'll think something is up. I'm not leaving you all, said Severus. Go, please. He's pissed and he will be even more if you two aren't there, said Harry looking at them. The two men looked at each other before giving in. All right, stay inside and tell the girls when they get back where we are. Don't get into anything. Elijah, stay under that blanket near the fire. I either want you there or in bed when I get back. No ifs, ands, or buts. Harry nodded at the fact that the two of them were going to the Dark Lord. But he knew enough about Voldemort to know that if they weren't there, he would be even more pissed off. The teenagers all looked at each other, not sure what to do or say. It was kind of a reality check for them. The war was still going on outside of those walls. Even though they were all together, having a good time in the manor, people were dying and fighting for what they believed in. All of them forgot about it, even Harry. Draco sat down on the couch beside Harry and Theodore took Lucius' old seat. The three of them sat there in silence for a long time until the girls got back from shopping. Oh my Merlin, you should have seen the shopping center. It was amazing, said Morgan, coming into the room. She opened her mouth to say something else but stopped once she saw the looks on their faces. What's wrong? Nothing really. Dad and Severus got called, said Draco, shrugging at her. Morgan just looked at them and Harry realized she thought the same as they did. She forgot about what was happening outside of the walls. Suddenly, Harry moved his head and buried it in the cushion of the seat. It felt like someone was hitting the inside of his head. It felt just like when Severus and he would do occlumency. But this was slightly more violent and painful. Harry, what's wrong? Asked Draco, looking at him. Don't talk and get away from me. He can't know that you are with me. Please, "Do what I ask," said Harry, keeping his eyes closed. It took everyone a few seconds before they all did what he asked. Voldemort was pushing himself into Harry's mind. He had to put up his shields. But he found it harder when his emotions got the better of him, and with Voldemort wanting to get into his mind badly. "Stop it. Gosh, stop," he muttered, putting his head further down into the couch. "Harry," he heard Voldemort's voice softly in his head. "No, you aren't seeing anything," he said, finally being able to get his barriers up. Finally, the feeling as if someone was beating his head stopped and the pain slowly erased. He lifted his head out of the cushions and looked around the room. The others noticed he was out of his hiding spot. "What happened, Elijah?" asked Morgan, sitting beside him. Harry didn't answer her, nor did he answer all of the others saying his name, trying to get his attention. All he did was fall to the side, unconscious. "Sorry about the long delay in posting. I just never seem to have time to write anymore. But don't worry, I will write any free second I get and post as soon as the chapters are done. Love from Abby Haven. Trouble on top of everything. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Haunted Memories. Chapter 22. Trouble on top of everything. Abby Haven. What is his name? Elijah Swing. And you are his uncle Severus Snape. Fill out these papers while the healer is checking him out. I'll be back in a few minutes." Severus grabbed the clipboard out of the female healer's hands. He didn't want to bring the boy to St. Mungo's, but he knew that it was necessary. Harry had gotten worse in the matter of 2 days to the point that they couldn't do anything for him. "I'll fill them out, Sev," said Kiera, taking the clipboard out of his hands, sitting down. "What are they going to do for him?" asked Severus, walking around in a circle. "I don't know, but you need to relax, all right? He will be fine. It's just not him I am worried about," he said, looking at her pointedly. "And I am an only child," he hissed. Kiera shook her head and filled out the papers, doing a little guessing and lying. "Professor Snape." Severus turned and looked at the healer that appeared. "Your nephew is resting right now. We are going to run more tests while he is asleep." "What's wrong with him?" asked Kiera, standing. The healer gave a sad smile. "I am not sure. It's not something I have seen. I'm hoping that it is just a muggle sickness that might just affect wizards differently." The two of them nodded as the healer walked away. Kiera looked at Severus and laid a hand on his arm. "He will be fine." Severus looked at her before giving a small smile. The both took a seat outside of Harry's room and waited. "Is he okay?" "Morgan, we don't know. Severus and Kiera are with him." It was around 9 o'clock in the morning and all the children had woken up to find that Harry was at St. Mungo's. All of them were worried, but Draco and Morgan were the worse. Lucius and Narcissa had to keep the both of them calm enough to know that they wouldn't try to go to St. Mungo's. And that was something the two adults would not put it past them to do. "Can we go see him?" asked Draco. "You know that answer." Draco and Morgan looked at each other. "And don't you two even think about doing anything. I will lock you in your bedrooms if you attempt to leave this manor," said Narcissa, pointing a finger between the two of them. "Mom, please, we want to see him." "I'm sorry, Draco, but with everything how it is, we can't risk it. Even with Severus and Kiera. Being there with him can be dangerous for us." Everyone in the room looked at each other and then at the two adults in the center of the room. When a knock came to the door, everyone jumped up. "Kids, go to your bedrooms now. Don't make a noise and don't come out until I tell you to," said Lucius, standing up slowly. They all did as they were told and hurried to their bedrooms, everyone actually piling into Millicent's room, which was the first room they came to. Lucius looked around the room, making sure nothing was up to give anything away before he went to open the door. Narcissa stayed in the living room, hiding photos quickly. "Headmaster?" asked Lucius, opening the door all the way. "Hello, Lucius, do you mind if I come in?" Lucius looked at him before stepping out of the way. "No, of course, come in." Lucius led him into the living room where Narcissa had just sat down. "Headmaster, this is a surprise," she said, standing up. "Yes, I am sorry just to show up like this." "Well, sit down, Headmaster. Can I get you anything to drink?" asked Narcissa, smiling at him. "No thank you, Narcissa." Lucius looked at the headmaster, not comfortable with him being in the manor. He still dial. IKED the man greatly due to what he did to him. He wasn't ready to be all free and open with the man or even nice to him. "May I ask you why you are here, sir?" asked Lucius, standing beside his wife. Quote, "I was wondering if you have seen Severus. He's been absent from school for 2 days." Narcissa and Lucius looked at each other before Lucius spoke. "I talked to him yesterday for a second, but that is it. That was a fire call. I thought he was at Hogwarts." "Have you spoken to Kiera?" "Not for a few days," said Narcissa. "I stopped by her house and the neighbors told me that Kiera hasn't been there for years. Only seen her a few times gathering some things out of the house." "Do you know where she is at?" "She came and got Severus." "No, sir," said Narcissa, looking at him. By the way the headmaster looked at them. Lucius could tell that he didn't believe them. He made note to tell Severus and Kiera to be on the alert about Dumbledore looking for them. "Well, thank you for your time. If you happen to see Severus, could you tell him to contact me?" he said, standing up. "Of course, headmaster. Let me show you out," said Lucius, leading him back toward the door. Narcissa started up the stairs to the second floor to tell the children they could come out, only to find them standing at the top of the stairs listening. She glared at them slightly as they gave a smile. She shook her head. "Don't tell Lucius you were listening. Start toward the living room quietly just in case the headmaster is still there. Draco, you go first. We have to tell Severus and Kiera," said Narcissa once Lucius came back into the room. "I'll go. Stay with them. If Dumbledore comes back here, send him away and tell me. We have worked hard for this all to fall apart now," said Lucius, never taking his eyes off of his wife. She nodded before kissing him quickly on the lips. Lucius looked at the children before. Severus and Kiera both laid asleep inside Harry's room after finally being able to join him in the room. The healers had finished all of their tests and now were off trying to figure out what each test meant. The two of them were tired of the healers keeping everything unknown to them, but there wasn't much they could do about the situation. They didn't need any more attention than what they were already given. Severus was awakened, however, by Lucius' not so gentle push. With this, Onyx eyes opened, he glared at the blonde. "What are you doing here?" asked Severus, not moving from his resting position. "Somehow, Dumbledore found the manor." "What?" said Severus, standing up. "Did he see anything? What did he want?" "He was looking for you, and no, he didn't see any of the children." Severus cursed under his breath, standing up. "He went to Kiera's house and learned that she hasn't been there for years. This is getting bad in a very short amount of time," said Lucius, looking at Severus. "I realize this, Lucius. The question is, what do we do? What can we do? It's not like we can take on Dumbledore. I will go talk to him and hopefully keep him away long enough to get Elijah in and out of here." "Speaking of him," said Lucius, nodding to Harry on the bed. "What have you found out?" "Nothing. They did some tests. I don't know how long it will take for them to get the results back. But the one healer said it just might be a muggle thing that doesn't mix well with magic." Lucius nodded. "Want me to stay here while you go find Dumbledore?" "No, I don't. Anyone else but me and Kiera to be here. I don't want the healers around here talking. Head back to the manor and make sure that everything is in order there." Severus shook Kiera awake, telling her quickly what was going on. She looked between Severus and Lucius before biting her lip. "I don't like this. I have a bad feeling about all of this." "I do too, but we can't do anything about it now. I'll be back as soon as I can. If the healer comes back, make sure to clue me in when I return," said Severus. Lucius and Severus started to head to the door, only to freeze a few steps from the doorway. Severus swore his heart stopped beating for a few seconds as he saw Headmaster Dumbledore standing in the doorway. How long he had been there, he wasn't sure. "Headmaster," began Severus, looking to Lucius as if asking for help. "That does not look like Miss Zabini's son, Severus," said the headmaster, looking at Severus with a certain look that took all the twinkle out of Dumbledore's eyes. "Yeah, about that, Severus quickly turned and gave Harry a small smile, seeing as he was beginning to stir. "Hey Elijah, why don't you go back to sleep?" "Where am I?" he asked, looking around and his eyes stopping on the headmaster. "You're at St. Mungo's, sweetie. We are figuring out what is wrong with you," said Kiera, moving to sit on the bed beside him. Severus turned to the headmaster, who was watching Harry closely. "Is that the boy that Miss Fig was preferring to have seen?" Severus raised an eyebrow at that question, curious to what he had clearly missed. Professor Snape. The healer appeared beside the headmaster and looked around the room, noticeably sensing the tension in the room. I have information on your nephew. At that, Dumbledore looked at Severus. He couldn't help but close his eyes for a second, looking away from the headmaster and healer. The years of work the four of them had come to do with taking care of these children were coming to an end right in front of his eyes. The worst was he didn't have a clue on how to stop it. After being threatened to be turned into a snowman and after having numerous snow days, this chapter was finally written. There will be only one more flashback chapter, and there will be 30 chapters plus an epilogue. So the story is slowly approaching his way to being finished. Enjoy and don't forget to review. Love from Abby. Chapter 23. Disclaimer. I don't own anything. Haunted Memories. Chapter 23. Abbey Haven. Snape. The Dark Lord entered his mind. Is that a question or statement? Asked Kiera, looking at Severus like he was dumb. Shut up. I'm proud that he was able to fight him off like he did. He actually learned it, said Severus, sitting down by the fire. He's getting sicker, said Narcissa. Bring in 4 cups of coffee. The Dark Lord feels him getting weaker due to their connection. We have to get him back up. End strength or the Dark Lord will use this time to attack him, said Lucius. How can we when we don't know what is wrong with him? Nothing is working, said Kiera, frustration clear in her voice. No one answered her question. No one knew the answer to it. None of them knew what to do. The potions weren't working. The fever stayed even after fever reducers. The pain stayed after the pain relievers. They didn't know what to do anymore. Just watch him closely. If things get worse, I'll take him back to Hogwarts and see what Poppy might be able to do for him, said Severus, not liking the idea even after it left his lips. Christmas morning at the manor was crazy. The teenagers woke up around 5 o'clock and decided that the adults had to get up as well. The only person not up by 5:30 was Harry. Severus wouldn't allow anyone to wake him up until they begged him to so they could open presents. Severus walked into Harry's room to find him covered in about 5 blankets with the fire still blazing in his room. He shook his head, not sure what to do about it anymore. Elijah, come on cub. It's Christmas. Time to open presents, he said, shaking him slightly. Emerald eyes slowly opened and looked at him. Severus smiled at him. What? He managed to ask before his eyes went closed again. Christmas morning and everyone else is waiting for you to come out there with us and open presents. Oh, Severus pushed back the covers and helped him out of bed. Harry grabbed the top blanket and carried it out to the living room with him and sat down on the couch, wrapping himself up. Happy Christmas, Elijah, said Morgan, giving him a hug and sitting beside him. Don't get too close, Morgan, he said with a small smile. Shoot, doesn't matter. You being an human germ magnet doesn't change that it's Christmas, she said, smiling to him. Thanks, Morgan, he said. You are too kind. See, you are okay. Still a smartass like Severus. Morgan, said Severus, glancing up at her from sorting out the gifts. She just smiled as everyone else got up and wished Harry a happy Christmas while the adults sorted the gifts into piles for everyone. Everyone got just about the same amount of presents. Harry noticed that Ron and Hermione's presents made it to the manor okay. He just hoped that Dumbledore didn't try to add anything tracking device to them. Finally, everyone opened their presents. Everything imaginable could be found on that floor. Between books, games, Quidditch items, clothes, and other magical devices. Morgan loved the necklace Harry got her, remembering it was the one she pointed out in Hogsmeade that she adored. Breakfast will be ready in a few minutes. Pancakes okay with everyone? Asked Narcissa, stopping in the living room for a second. Everyone chimed in with a yes and continued to play with their new things. Harry laid on the couch, practically falling back to sleep. Severus and Kiera left and went downstairs to see if there was anything else in the potions cabinets down there to help him. You do realize these potions have been down here for about 6 years, she said, wiping the dust off one of the cabinet before she even opened it. There are fine. Most will be fine in 20 years, said Severus, looking through the cabinets not finding anything. Kiera looked at him like he was crazy before she looked as well. Do you think any of these will work? I mean, Nothing else has, she said. Kiera, shut up. Severus shook his head, moving on to the next one. I'm just saying, maybe you should take him back to get help. I don't want him to get worse off. We can't afford him in this war to be. And it. Severus glanced at her. He agreed with both things. The boy was too important to be playing around with his health. The entire wizarding world depended on him. But he depended on him as well, and not just to defeat Voldemort. Just see what we have. If not, I will run by St. Mungo's and see what a healer might have to say about what to do. Kiera nodded, looking through the cabinets, not finding anything. However, she did find a potion that slowly she remembered. Of course, she muttered with a smile. Care to share? Asked Severus, coming beside her. Remember that potion you created to cover up your mark? Vaguely. Why? Because that is how you all never knew he was Harry Potter. You all. And what about you? I knew. Severus glared at her. Kiera just smiled, placing the potion back on the shelf. I don't remember how I found out about it, but I remember rubbing the potion on his scar numerous times. So he knew who he was. He knew who he was before Pansy decided that he looked like an Elijah more than a Harry. Well, not everything obvious. Those muggles didn't even tell him his last name. I think he came to me, asking about Harry Potter and everything. Why did he continue to be Elijah then? Kiera looked at Severus, not blinking. I know you are smart, but sometimes I wonder about you, Severus. Would you want to be him? Severus gazed at her, what she was saying sinking in. Okay, so maybe he didn't blame him for wanting to be Elijah Swing and not Harry Potter. Elijah, please get up, said Draco, sitting down on the bed beside Harry, trying to get him to move. Drac, leave me alone please, he muttered, sinking farther down into his covers. Please just get up and eat something. You haven't eaten in 2 days, he said, voice close to pleading. Harry looked at him through fever eyes before closing them. Sorry, can't, he said, voice soft and tired. If I bring you something, will you try to eat it? Harry nodded, hearing what he was saying but not really comprehending it. He really didn't care at that moment what Draco wanted him to do as long as he left him alone to sleep. You need to get up and move, or your legs are just going to be stiff, and then when you want to move, you won't be able to, you know. Drac, I'm bringing food, Camilla, and Trapper with me. Then you might get up then. If that doesn't work, Morgan is coming in next. Harry's eyes opened enough to give a sad glare at Draco as he left the room. Why couldn't they let him sleep? His guard is down when he is sick and sleeping. The Dark Lord will be able to enter his mind more easily. And he will, said Severus, sitting at the island with the 3 other adults in the kitchen, them leaning against tea. He countered as Draco came into the kitchen. He grabbed a bowl out of the cabinet and started to look through them, not sure what food Harry would eat. We can't do anything about that, said Lucius, watching his son. We could try some spells maybe, said Kiera, also watching Draco as he piled different kinds of cereal, chips, crackers, cookies, and candy into the bowl. Son, what are you doing? Asked Narcissa finally as he added marshmallows into the pile of food in the bowl. I'm taking food to Elijah. He's gotta eat something and I'm not sure what he wants or can eat, so I'm getting a little of everything. Then I am taking the food, Camilla, and Trapper into his room and making him eat something. Do you think I should put ice cream in another bowl? The 4 adults all nodded at the same time to him. Thought so too, Camilla, he yelled, laying his filled bowl on the counter, getting another one down. The adults looked at each other as the 2 kids got a tray out and put all their food on it they have collected. They even had 8 different glasses, filled with different drinks, on the tray. Well, maybe he will eat now. Or get out of the bed running from the 2 of them. Okay, yeah, so it's been a while since I updated. Does sorry help? School is over with now, thank Merlin, so I am hoping to write faster and finish this story this summer, fingers crossed. Anyway, I think you remember that to do. Read and review. Much love from Abby. Putting things back to plan. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Haunted Memories. Chapter 24. Putting things back to plan. Abby Haven Snape. Severus, Lucius, Kiera, and Headmaster Dumbledore all sat in Harry's hospital room listening to the healer give them their report. They all decided to find out what was wrong with Harry B. E4 deciding what to do with everything going on. Harry had already fallen back to sleep. Elijah has a muggle infection that seems to be affecting his body slightly more serve than it would in a GGLE due to the magic that runs through him. It's called pyelonephritis. Kidney infection? Asked Kiera, confused. The healer nodded. We can heal him rather quickly. Just a few spells and muggle antibiotics and he should be ready to leave by tomorrow morning. Thank you, said Severus shaking the healer's hand. The healer left the room, clearly wanting to get out of the room, sensing the tension present in the room. Severus went and checked on Harry quickly before sitting down on the bed, looking at Dumbledore. Severus, I think you need to explain some things to me. No, I don't, Headmaster. This is my life, not yours. Normally I would agree with you, Severus, but when it involves that child, I have to interfere. Why do you care about Elijah? Asked Lucius, looking at Harry to the headmaster. Kiera shook her head. Headmaster, can I speak to you in private, please? Not now. Yes, now. I know why you are here. They don't. If you want to find out anything, you are better suited to talk to me than Severus. Dumbledore and everyone else glanced at Kiera, who just kept eye contact with the headmaster. She knew what Fig told him even if she wasn't there. She was the only out of the group that knew about the boy currently asleep. Kiera opened the door to the room and looked at him. Dumbledore followed her out the door, finally giving in to her. I don't want him going back to his relatives, Headmaster. He deserves such a better life than where you left him. Whether you believe it or not, we love him and give him a good home. We, Severus and I, the Malfoys as well, right? Kiera looked at him, not commenting. She didn't want to give any more information than that away. Elijah, that is how we meet him. That is his name. I'm the only one that knows who he truly is. I can't allow this, Kiera. There is no way I will let him stay. Kiera shook her head. He's happy with us. We took him because he was abused, sir. Those relatives of his didn't care for him. He's safe with them. He's safe with us. Nothing has happened to him for 4 years now. Merlin knows what you were planting in his mind. Her eyes narrowed, glaring at the headmaster. He didn't understand anything. He just wanted things his way, and if anyone changed it, he would make them pay. How many others do you guys have? Kiera glared at him. Like hell. You know what, Headmaster, go fuck yourself. Because you don't care about him. You just want him to be ready to do whatever you say once he gets to Hogwarts. You want him to be your weapon. I'm not ready for you to do that to him. He's so much more than that. But you won't take the time to see that. I'm sorry you feel that way, Kiera. Dumbledore disappeared and she cursed under her breath. Everything had officially fallen apart now. She walked back into Harry's room and closed the door. It's over, she whispered, leaning against the door. We figured. What do we do now? She asked. What can we do? Asked Severus, looking down at Harry. He ran a hand through the raven locks, sadness present in his eyes. We can't defeat Dumbledore. We can try, said Kiera, not quite ready to give up although she knew it was over. We would be foolish too, answered Lucius. 10 children and 4 adults sat opposite of the headmaster in his office at Hogwarts. No one talked. No one was happy to be there, and it could be seen on their fact was coming. I found all of your parents. Amazingly, they don't seem to remember having children. Amazing, is it not? Asked the headmaster, looking at them. The children, mostly Harry and Morgan, actually glared at him. Do we have a choice? Asked Camilla. No, you are 10. You don't even know us, said Morgan. What makes you think you can come into our lives for a day and know what is best for us? Do you know why we left in the first place? I hardly doubt that you do. Morgan, said Severus in a warning tone. He did not want to make the headmaster irritated more than he was at that moment. Can we say bye, Headmaster? I think it's the least you can give us, said Kiera. Of course. Go right ahead. Alone, if you would. Dumbledore looked at all of them. Severus actually rolled his eyes. Like we can leave. Headmaster finally nodded, stepping out of the office. No one said anything at first. They all just kind of looked at each other, not sure what to say or do. Don't let us go back. Morgan was the first one to speak and the first one to act. She jumped up and wrapped her arms around Severus' waist. Harry was the next to join her. Soon, everyone was hugging someone. So many things had happened to them in the years they lived together and none of them wanted it to end. 8 of them sure didn't want to go home either. 2 of them didn't want to lose their brother and sisters. Look, guys, I don't want this to end this way, but we don't have a choice. I would give anything for you not to have to go back to your homes, but we can't fight Dumbledore, said Kiera. It's my fault, whispered Harry. Elijah, no, it's not. Don't blame yourself, said Severus, hugging him. Harry hugged him back but looked at Kiera. She shook her head. No, Harry, it's not. Harry, asked Lucius. Just forget it. It's too late now to worry about it, said Kiera, pulling out her wand. Dumbledore might think he is doing the right thing, but we know differently. I know what Dumbledore is going to do and I can't have that. Kiera, what are you talking about? Asked Narcissa. Kiera gave a smile before muttering some Latin words under her breath. She waved her wand around and a spell was cast on all 14 of them. Are you done now? Asked Dumbledore, appearing back at the door, looking in the room. Yeah, sure, muttered Severus, looking at Kiera SL. IGHTLY, odd as the spell she cast did nothing to change the situation they were in. Understand, this is the best for everyone, said Dumbledore, pulling out his wand and muttered the memory charm on all of them. All 14 was erased of their memory of the 4 years they spent together. The 8 children were returned to their abusive and horrible parents or relatives in Harry's case. Lucius and Narcissa returned to their attitudes of being better than everyone, and their cold decorum was put into place. Kiera went back to being a struggling, single mother. Severus was the cold-hearted bastard that made students at Hogwarts hate him all the time after. They woke up the next day with a few false memories placed in their heads. Memories Dumbledore produced to make sure they all were how they were supposed to be. It was critical for that to happen. The Malfoys had to be seen as supporters of the Dark Lord. Kiera couldn't be in a place of power or have confidence until the time was right. Severus needed to be ready to do whatever he said at a moment's notice. The children needed to be bred into Slytherins. Draco needed to become Harry's enemy, just like Severus was James's enemy. Harry needed to be with his relatives. He needed to do what he said whenever he said it once he got to Hogwarts. And being with his relatives was the only way he could ensure that. And the headmaster sat back, watching it all unfold. Everything was back to how it had to be for his plan to be achieved. Manly for Harry, forgetting what it was like to be father. Harry wouldn't be ready to accept his tasks he needed him to complete if he had a parent to guard and guide him. Everything was in his command again. And that was how it had to be. Dumbledore wouldn't have it any other way. Believe it or not, this is the last memory flashback for this story. A lot will be explained in the next chapter if it seems a little strange or odd right now. The spell Kiera cast will be explained. Just what Dumbledore's plan is be explained more. I hope it made sense enough. Thanks to Dark Celestial 20 for being the 200th review. Tons of love to you. You guys know what to do. Give me some love. Review. Much love, Abby. Chapter 25. Disclaimer. I own nothing that you recognize. Haunted Memories Chapter 25. Abby Haven Snape. Harry walked into the living room, wrapped in his blanket, still half asleep. He had just woken up for the nightmare he knew to be his life. He felt so betrayed by Dumbledore. For a while now he had thought it was the headmaster that had returned all of them to their families, but he could not believe the way the headmaster did so. It was as if Dumbledore did not truly care about him. Ellie, Harry, said Morgan, coming into the room. His head snapped toward her as she decided to call him Harry. Curious, he raised an eyebrow at her. She quickly came and sat down beside him. How could he do that to us? He had to know. He had to know everything, she said, her voice just above a whisper. Hurt and betrayal clear in her voice. How could he? Harry shook his head. I don't know. We were happy together. We were taken care of. Then he sent me back to my parents. I hate my parents. How could he send me back to where I get abused every day I am there? Yelled Morgan, looking at the ground, tears forming in her eyes. Harry put his arms around her, holding her close as she cried. He wasn't too worried about why the headmaster sent him back to the Dursleys. He had reason to, but He didn't understand why send Morgan back to her parents that clearly didn't love her and abused her. Or why did he send Pansy back to parents that didn't want her there in the first place and drank themselves drunk almost every night? Or even send Theodore back to his dog who needed to go to anger management classes. They had no purpose to be with those people called parents. He even wondered why the headmaster took Millicent away from Narcissa when her parents clearly wanted her to be with them. I wonder who's worse sometimes, the Dark Lord or the headmaster when it comes to getting their way, said Camilla coming into the living room as well. Unlike Morgan, RRY could tell she was royally pissed off. Morgan pulled away from Harry and glanced at Camilla. Camilla took a seat, rubbing her head with her palms. Do you question why I dislike the headmaster now? You didn't know he did this to us, said Harry. No, but it's like I stated before. He was the one that left you at the Dursleys. He's the only one that could have returned you there. Few knew you were placed there. I mean, the boy who lived and all. Few, and I'm talking about probably being able to count them on one hand. Beg to differ a little. The order probably knew which would mean more than a handful. Camilla nodded her head. Point is, he left you there. And he sent you back. All of us back, said Theodore as the last 7 teenagers piled into the living room. Harry glanced around at all of them. Up until now he still questioned whether or not it was possible that the 10 of them were a family. He believed in the flashbacks, but he still doubted them actually being able to get along. But no, he knew why. One word told everything: Dumbledore. He actually never realized how planned out everything in his life seemed to be planned out. The invisibility cloak in his first year. Dumbledore making sure he knew how to work the Mirror of Erised, making sure the year that Sirius escaped from Azkaban Lupin was there to teach, the Triwizard Tournament, and the headmaster ignoring him all last year. All seemed to fit into this perfect little square. You know, growing up, Dad taught me different things. The thing I remember most was his explanation versus the dark side. Truthfully, they believe in many of the same things. But one thing bugs me. Dumbledore is like the leader of the light. The perfect example of someone that is light. But he did this to you guys. I can't believe Dumbledore would do that. Well, okay, yeah, I do believe he would, but it's almost as if he is dark. Light ideals are all about love, equality, and justice for everyone, right? Not supporting child abuse and all that good stuff, said Draco from his seat beside Harry. He kept looking at Harry, making sure he was okay and wasn't going to pass out on them. That's because he believes his plans can only be achieved one way and refuses them to be achieved any other way, said Severus sitting down, shortly joined by Kiera, Narcissa, and Lucius. Plan? You say that like you know what the plan is, said Blaise, raising an eyebrow. A theory of his plan. And it involves Harry. Ever since the day the Dark Lord tried to kill you, the headmaster knew you were special, being the best word. He was planning when you were 1 for you to be the one to defeat the Dark Lord. We all knew he wasn't gone. I'm almost sure he made sure you were in Gryffindor. He made sure that you knew that the Dark Lord killed your parents. You had to have enemies in the Slytherins. He was molding you into someone that if he said jump, you would jump. If you were with us, you wouldn't be like that. You would have your own ideas and know more about the wizarding world, said Severus. And I would be more like to listen to you than to him, said Harry. And he can't have that, said Lucius. I have a question, said Pansy. For whom? Asked Draco. Anyone that knows the answer. How do we go from being away from our parents for about 5 years and then suddenly returning? If I remember correct, didn't you guys put memory charms on them to forget they had children? There are different types of memory charms, stated Camilla. The more complex, the harder to cast. The more they are considered dark arts. She glanced at Kiera, who nodded. I'm guessing Dumbledore made them forget the not having us there for 5 years, just that. Nothing else. That's our theory too, said Kiera. Then he cast spells on us. So if someone knew our parents but didn't know us, they would. Just like we've been around the whole time, continued Camilla. Is that even possible? Asked Blaise. It's magic. Almost anything is possible. That's an excellent theory, Camilla, said Severus. Okay. My brain hurts, said Morgan. Recap please. You have to understand there are many different types of memory charms, said Camilla. How the hell do you know this? Asked Morgan. I've been researching it for months now. Anyway, he probably placed one on us that just made us forget events in our lives from the age of 6 to roughly 10. He didn't completely make us forget everything because we remembered our names. We probably woke up the next day, slightly dazed, confused, but just went on with our lives. Our parents were given charms to forget they didn't have children, the counter spell for the one they cast on them in the beginning. Then he probably placed a charm on us so that people would know who we are, just by seeing us. A time limit was probably set in place. So many memory charms. Okay. Now that is a little less confusing, how are we remembering now? Asked Pansy. That would be me, said Kiera. Another one of the many memory charms, muttered Camilla. Shish. Our resident dark arts specialist, said Severus, shaking his head. How was I to know memory charms were dark arts, she protested. Shish, Kiera, asked Harry. How? The spell I performed. As Camilla stated, it was a memory charm. I had suspected as soon as Harry got sick that something might happen because I knew who Harry was. It took me quite a while to figure out what to do about it. I came across the charm in our library. Once cast, the person would be able to remember lost memories when it was most important and would be welcoming. I wasn't sure if we would ever remember because I didn't know how important our memories would be. Or if we all could accept them. If you guys couldn't accept the fact that we were a family once, you would have never remembered. Does Dumbledore know? Asked Blaise, glancing at his mother. Not that I am aware of. But it's possible. I hate him. I seriously do, stated Morgan. Harry glanced at Severus. Everyone in the room could hate the headmaster easily. Those two, however, could not just flat out hate the man. The man was the reason Severus stayed out of Azkaban and still has a job to date. Harry knew he needed the man on his side if he was going to be able to defeat Voldemort. I think that everyone should be heading back to bed. We can discuss more in the morning if needed, said Narcissa. Especially you, she said, looking at Harry. Everyone started to head back to their rooms. Morgan followed Harry to his, making sure he made it okay. Morgan, why did you call me Harry? He asked, turning to her. Morgan glanced at him before looking away. He wasn't sure if she was going to answer him at first. You have a destiny, Harry. You can't run or hide from it anymore. None of us can afford you to. And that was what you were doing, being Elijah, this whole year. It's time to accept what you have to do, Harry. You have no idea what I have to do. You're right. I'm not sure why it seems to be you that the Dark Lord wants or why he went after you in the first place. But you do, and there's got to be a reason. Morgan gave him a sad smile before heading down to her own room. Harry watched until he didn't see her anymore before going into his own room, head spinning. Draco's little speech about the light versus dark was inspired and pretty much taken from a review from Werewolf of Suburbia. Hugs out to her who gave me permission to use it. This is the last chapter I will be posting before Deathly Hallows comes out. So, until after I read Deathly Hallows, everyone knows what to do. Read and review. Enjoy HP 7 everyone. Much love from Abby Haven Snape. Chapter 26. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Haunted Memories Chapter 26 Abby Haven Snape. Make sure you guys have everything. Yelled Kiera up the stairs to everyone. You could hear the 10 teenagers' footsteps above them, running around the manor trying to make sure that all their possessions were found. Where's my stuff? Asked Harry, looking around his room. I took it downstairs already for you, said Draco, passing by, one sock in his hand, trying to find the other one. You didn't have to do that, he said. I know, but you still are weak. I didn't want you to have to try to take it down. Have you seen my other sock? Check in the kitchen. Kitchen. You came in from outside and took your shoes and socks off in there. Oh, right, thanks. Harry smiled as he took off down the stairs quickly. He turned and sat down on the bed, looking around the room that was his. For the first time, it was a room that he actually called his room. He never had a room that he called his own. All packed? Asked Severus, appearing at the door. Yes. Draco took my things down already. Excellent. You were the only one. You okay, Elijah? Harry gave a smile. Harry, excuse me. Morgan said something to me the other night and I completely agree with her. I can't be Elijah anymore. Severus looked at him. clearly confused, but just nodded. All right, Harry, are you okay? I'm feeling better. That potion worked great. He was referring to the potion Severus brewed for him. It hadn't cured all of his problems, but it truly did make him feel better. Sev, yes, I want to talk to Dumbledore. That isn't wise, Harry. I don't give a damn if it's wise. I need to talk to him. It's the only way I am going to get some kind of closure on this. On everything. I have to know why he did what he did. Don't do it alone, said Severus. He might try to erase your memory again. Harry nodded, then smiled. Severus smiled back at him before leaving the room. Harry looked around the room one last time before out the door. Harry sat in the common room, waiting for Hermione and Ron to arrive back from break. Severus had taken Harry back to the castle instead of him taking the train. He was still sick and none of the adults wanted to push his luck being outside any more than he had to. It was slightly annoying, but he knew it was best just to do what they asked rather than argue. He made sure that Morgan or Camilla told Hermione and Ron that he was already at the castle just in case they thought that Severus had murdered him or something. He was also debating on what to tell Hermione and Ron about everything now that he knew it all. Well, believed he knew every. The only thing holding him back was he wasn't sure what they would think. It all seemed unbelievable. He knew for a fact that they wouldn't believe that Severus actually cares for him or that Lucius Malfoy was a good guy in this war. And for everything to work out they had to believe that. Harry, said Hermione, coming into the common room and giving him a hug. He smiled at her and Ron. How was your break? She asked. Pretty good. How about yours? Good. Pretty good. You were with Snape, said Ron, shaking his head. Ron, snapped Hermione. Yeah, it was good. I'm still alive and I'm happy. So I would say that it was pretty good, said Harry, looking at Ron. He knew that now he wasn't going to tell them right then. He would, but he had to try to convince them that his family was on their side and not trying to kill him. You were with Morgan and Camilla, weren't you? Asked Ron as if he was accusing him of something. Yes. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Harry narrowed his eyes at Ron. Don't go there, Ron. You are hanging out with Slytherins, including Malfoy, who you have hated since first year. What's wrong with you? Did someone put a spell on you at one point this year? Come on, Harry. Malfoy. Not Ron, whispered Hermione, looking between the two of them. You don't know them. Don't judge them. We have been through more stuff than you can imagine, Ron. Not all of us grew up with loving parents like you did. Quote, what are you on about? The reason I am friends with them now. Harry left the common room and started down toward the room Kiera made for them. That place felt more like home than the Gryffindor Tower, it seemed. He just needed to find a way of telling those two. He needed to tell them. For what he was planning, he would need as much help as he could. Morgan, watch it, said Harry as she added a few ingredients into their potion. The potion boiled up but not out of the cauldron. Morgan smiled at him as if saying, I told you so. Just let me do the potion. You just sit there and look like you are doing something. So you don't blow up my lab, said Severus as he walked by their table, slightly louder than a whisper. I've never blown up your lab. That was Blaise, Crabbe, and Goyle. Quote, Severus walked off as Morgan tried to hold her laughter in. Blaise kicked the back of Harry's chair, having heard what he said. Harry gave a small smile as he rubbed his scar. It had just started to bother him. He slowly laid his head down on the table, bring his hands up and resting them on the back of his neck. Harry, are you okay? Asked Morgan, concern clearly in her voice. No, he muttered, pushing his head harder into the table. Your scar? She asked, looking up to see if she could get Severus' attention. Yes, like at the manor. Harry didn't answer her before he fell out of his chair, fainting. Harry, shouted Morgan, jumping up, followed by Blaise and Draco who were sitting behind them. Severus turned around quickly as he heard Morgan's voice and rushed over when he noticed Harry on the floor. What happened? He asked, glancing up at Morgan. His scar, that's all, he said. Class dismissed. Everyone out, now, he shouted. Everyone quickly left the room. Except for Ron, Hermione and the other 9. I said, out, what part of that don't you understand? Snapped Severus, glancing at Ron and Hermione. We aren't leaving him. What's wrong? Asked Hermione. Do you think the Dark Lord tried to enter his mind again? Asked Camilla, staring at Severus. Wouldn't surprise me. Suddenly, Harry's eyes snapped open, startling everyone that was leaning over him. Hogsmeade, he said as he tried to catch him breath. What about it? Asked Severus, making him rest on the floor. He's attacking it, now. Everyone in the room looked at him. Severus nodded to him. Blaise, go tell your mother. Granger, tell the headmaster, password is Sugar Quill. Weasley, go tell McGonagall. The three of them quickly left to do what Severus told them to do. Harry finally had his breathing down to normal. Did you see anything else, Harry? Asked Severus, helping him up. No, but I think he plans on sending some Death Eaters toward Hogwarts. What will he accomplish doing that? Asked Theodore. To see if they can get into Hogwarts. All of you, to the room and stay there. They all nodded and started toward the door when they heard McGonagall's voice echoing throughout the school. All students are to head to their common rooms, immediately. All teachers to the entrance hall. Go to the room, and stay there. Don't try anything, any of you. I'll send Blaise down there as well. Ron and Hermione will wonder where I am. Too bad. I'll tell McGonagall you are with me. That room is better protected than the common rooms. Go. Harry F. finally stopped arguing and they all headed down the dungeons toward their room. Hogwarts was to be locked down, just like in third year when Sirius Black was dangerous and in Hogwarts. This time, however, the threat was real. Did everyone enjoy Deathly Hallows? I cried my eyes out because my favorite character died. But, he still lives on in stories. Anyway, you know what to do. Lots of love, Abby. Chapter 27. Disclaimer. I own nothing. After a few suggestions that I should have a way of deciding which chapters are flashbacks and which are real time, I went back and added titles to the chapters that are flashbacks. But, that is all that I changed in the story. Haunted Memories. Chapter 27. Abbey Haven. Snape. Harry sat in the room, thinking about the attack on Hogsmeade, days later. Luckily, only a few people died but Hogsmeade was completely destroyed. Severus said it was going to take months before it would be back to operating like normal. Lucius had sent them a note eyeing that he was alright and not in Azkaban, again. Once more, it had Harry thinking about the prophecy and what he had to do. He knew his time was coming when he had to do what it foresaw him having to do. But before he could even begin to plan anything, there was something that he had to do. Harry, you wanted us. Harry glanced up, seeing all 9 of them in the room. He hadn't heard them come in and he just smiled up at them. Hey, he said, slowly standing up. You all right? Asked Draco, concern in his voice. Yes. You guys ready to speak to Dumbledore? They all looked at him, as if he was slightly crazy. I need to get this out of the way before I can do anything else that I need to. Do you guys want to come with me? He asked. Of course we are going with you, said Morgan stepping toward him. But are you sure you want to do this? I mean you and Dumbledore. Yes, I'm positive. Morgan nodded. Then, we are there, beside you. Harry smiled at them. He hadn't felt like he had this many people on his side for a while. It seemed last year that everyone in the world was against him. Now though, with them, he felt like he almost invincible. Let me go in first. If I go in allo. Nay first then he can't pull anything on us, said Harry as they reached the gargoyle. Sugar Quill, he said and the gargoyle moved. The rest stayed on the steps as Harry knocked on the door. Come in. Harry glanced back at everyone and gave a smile before stepping into the room. He needed to do this. Harry, my boy, what do I owe this visit to? Are you feeling better? Severus said you were sick over break. I'm fine now, sir. Still a little under the weather but we order is okay, aren't they? After the attack, yes, everyone is fine. You saw the attack, the beginning, yes. Dumbledore nodded, looking at him closely. Are you all right, Harry? It seems as if something is bothering you. There is. The headmaster gave the boy in front of him a curious look, remaining silent. It bothers me to know that you sent me back to the Dursleys. Hard emerald eyes met twinkling blue ones. Harry, you know why you must be sent to your aunt's house. If this is because of what happened when I was 10, the headmaster opened his mouth to speak but suddenly, it seemed to hit him what the angry boy in front of him was referring to. Harry, why did you send me to people that hated me? Hated what I was? Why couldn't you have left me alone with people who cared about me? Loved me? How do you remember? It doesn't matter. Answer me. Why? I thought you cared about me. Did you only care about me as long as I was what you wanted? Quote. The headmaster just looked at Harry. Harry shook his head, looking away. You belonged with your relatives. They kidnapped you. They kidnapped all of you. Kidnapped us from a hell we called home. Come now, Harry. They are your family. They wouldn't hurt you. My family is the one you took me away from. My aunt and uncle aren't my family. And, that is your flaw, headmaster. You can't see past your perfect little plan to see what damage was being done. They were mean and cruel to me. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs the whole time I was there. I would have to go weeks without eating a decent meal, just scraps I managed to get. How is that not hurting me? Being with Severus, Kiera, and the Malfoys, I had someone watching after me. Wanting to protect me from harm. Wanted to love me. How could you take that away from me? For once, the headmaster was speechless. And it's not just me, headmaster. It was 10 of us. You sent every single one of us back. Harry hadn't heard the door open. He was too busy staring at the headmaster. You sent me back to parents that abuse me, sir. That's not something a normal person with feelings would do, said Morgan. Sliding into place beside Harry, arms crossed. Harry himself had not seen her so angry. I was sent back to defend myself against parents who didn't know the difference between being happy and mad at me, said Theodore from the other side of Harry. I went back to having to survive on my own. And you wonder why I am the way I am, said Camilla, glaring at the headmaster. My parents didn't even want me in the first place, said Pansy. The headmaster took in the 10 of the students in his office and couldn't speak. Harry shook his head. I just came to tell you, sir, that I'm done with you. I'm no longer going to be speaking with you. Harry, you can't walk away from the prophecy. Harry had turned to leave the room, but he glanced up at the headmaster with a look that resembled one of the potion masters. I'm not. I'm just walking away from you. Everyone left the office and stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Very Gryffindorish of you, said Draco, looking at Harry. Harry just smirked. Can you guys meet me in the room again in like 5 minutes? I need to tell you guys something. Blaze, can you get your mom too? Morgan, can you get Severus? Draco, if you could get your parents, it would be great. I would rather not have to retell this too many times. Everyone nodded, going in their directed direction. Morgan stayed behind for a second, smirking at him. What? He asked, smiling at her. I'm proud of you, she said, giving him a hug and added, brother. Harry smiled at her. Thanks, sis. She giggled before disappearing to do what he asked her to do. Y headed to the Gryffindor common room where he knew he would find Ron and Hermione. It was time they knew what was going on. After all, they were the ones that have been most faithful to him over the years. Harry, there you are. We were about ready to find you. We were going to see Hagrid, said Hermione as he walked over to them. Can that wait? I need to tell you something. Hermione nodded. Ari led them up to Ron and his dormitory. Hermione, can you place a silencing charm on the room? She did as he asked and sat down on Ron's bed. Ron joined her as he just looked at him. Harry leaned against the door, trying to think of the best way to say everything. He hoped that they would understand when he finished. I was 6 and playing at the park near the Dursleys when they came. I was swinging and this girl came and started to swing beside me. She automatically began speaking to me. She told me her name was Pansy Parkinson and she asked me what my name. All I could tell her was Harry. She told me I looked more like an Elijah, so she decided that was what she was going to call me. Then, a man appeared, telling her that the other kids wanted to go to a different park. She asked if I could go. The man had no objections, but I was worried what my relatives would say. The man picked up on that I was scared of what my relatives would do to me if they would find out. He asked me to join them. And not just to the park. From then on, I lived with 9 other children with Professor Snape, Professor Zabini, and Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. I was taken care of. I had a family that loved me. I wish I could remember all the time that I spent there, but I can only remember bits and pieces. But what I do know was that Severus took care of me and loved me. Then I got sick. I caught some muggle-infection and things just started falling apart. Dumbledore found out about all, of course, due to Severus not teaching to be with me while I was at St. Mungo's. He then erased all of our memories. Not before Kiera cast another memory charm on us so we would remember when we were ready to accept the fact we were once family. The memories charms are confusing and I only think Camilla understands them all. And yes, I was with them during break. At the manor we lived in. Now I ask you, please accept that they are my family. Severus isn't evil, Lucius isn't a loyal Death Eater. Narcissa and Kiera are the best moms anyone could want. They want to help me, not harm me. All of them. Harry didn't dare look up at them after he finished. Suddenly, though, he saw a blur and Hermione was hugging him. "Oh Harry," she said, hugging him tightly. "Hermione, need to breathe, please," he said as she squeezed his neck tighter. She quickly released him and stood in front of him. "You should have told us sooner, Harry. I know, I didn't have everything figured out until break. I wasn't sure how you would take it." Harry glanced at Ron, who was still sitting on the bed. He was staring at the floor. "Ron?" he asked. "Snape, Malfoy." He shook his head. "Never saw that one coming. But, if you trust them and everything, then I guess we can too." Harry smiled at the both of them and let out a breath. He felt 10 times better knowing that Ron and Hermione were still beside him even though they knew it all. "But why did the 4 of them take you guys in?" asked Hermione. He thought for a second, debating how much to tell them. "It's not my place to tell the others' secrets, but I'll just say that none of us had the ideal living conditions." Ron and Hermione accepted his answer, figuring things out on their own by what he hadn't said. Harry just smiled, glad to know he had his friends on his side. "Will you guys come with me?" They both nodded. "Where are we going?" asked Hermione as they started out of the Gryffindor Tower. "Ever wonder where I spend most of my time at? Or why you never see me in the dormitories sometimes?" he asked, smirking slightly. "Of course, you worry us every time you don't come to the dormitory," said Hermione. "Where I am taking you to where I am. I need to tell everyone something and I want to do it once, in front of everyone." They walked all the way to the dungeons almost in silence then. Harry led them to the room and found everyone in there, including Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy. They all glanced up at him and looked at Ron and Hermione with some suspicion. "It's fine. They know." Sato was looking at him. "What is it that you needed to tell us, Harry?" asked Severus, watching as the 2 Gryffindors sat down before bringing his eyes back up to meet Harry's. Harry took a deep breath before he spoke. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either but die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." The room was silent. Harry looked around at them. "Morgan, you were right. I do have a destiny. All of this stuff that has happened with me and the Dark Lord is because of that prophecy. I have to kill him, or he'll kill me, and I'm the only one that can do it." "A 16-year-old can't defeat the most powerful dark wizard," said Theodore, sounding more concerned for Harry rather than skeptical. "You're right, TJ. That's why I'm asking for all of your help. It's going to take all of us for me to do this." "You know we are with you, no matter what, Harry," said Camilla. "Besides, you are basically giving me permission to use dark arts on people." Some in the room laughed. Ron and Hermione stared at her like she was crazy. "And I need all of us working together," he said, looking at his 2 best friends, hoping they would be able to work with the Slytherins and lone Ravenclaw. They nodded to him, vowing to stay beside him. "Now I have a rough idea. Or should I say plan. But I need your help in thinking of a way to make it flaw-proof and all the fine details. We will only have one chance and I can't avoid it not to work." They all nodded and began planning. "Headmaster, may I come in?" Dumbledore glanced up from the paper he was reading and nodded. Severus stepped into the office and closed the door behind him. "This is a late visit, Severus. Is something wrong?" "No, I just wanted to inform you that I will not be spying for you anymore." The headmaster looked as if someone had slapped him in the face. "Severus, I don't understand. And I am no longer a member of the order. I cannot work for a man that I have no respect or trust. You remember also, yes, you took everything away from me, headmaster. You took my son away from me. That's the worst possible thing you could have done to me. And you sent all of them back, strike two. And then you act as if you have done nothing wrong. I'm sorry, headmaster, but I'm no longer in your service. He's not your son, Severus. Because of you, he was given a life you deprived him of. But, sir, he is my son. I plan on seeing to it that he is protected and safe no matter what cost. If you ask him, I'm sure he would have no trouble accepting that role. Good night, headmaster. Dumbledore watched as Severus walked out of the room. In 24 hours, he lost 2 key people in his plan. And for the first time in a very long time, he wasn't sure what he could do to put it right. He believed strongly that he wouldn't be able to. School has started once again. Blah. But anyway, believe it or not, only 4 chapters remain of this story. I can't believe it. Seems like I've been working on this story forever. And I have 3 ideas for my next stories on my computer. I've been working on all 3 periodically, trying to decide which one will be my next story. I think that I am going to let the readers vote on which story they would like to read next. What do you think? Interested in picking my next story out of 3? Well, you know what to do, read and review. Lots of love from Abby. Chapter 28, Disclaimer. I own nothing. Haunted Memories. Chapter 28, Abby Haven Snape. Repeat that please, because I know you just didn't suggest that. Harry smirked at Camilla as Hermione nodded in agreement. That is why I asked the 2 of you. With your knowledge of dark arts and Hermione's knowledge of everything, the portkey is very important. They need to work. Why though? Why are you in need of a portkey that will get you out of protected areas? Asked Hermione. It's not for me. Listen, I'll explain everything later. But, the sooner you guys can come up with the portkey or something that will work, the better. Please, just trust me. All right, we will work on it, said Camilla, sitting down at one of the tables in the library. She was trying to recall everything that she had read before to see if it was possible. Hermione went to find books, of course. Harry smiled at Camilla, who shook her head at him. He quickly left the library in search of someone else now. Slowly, pieces to his plan was beginning to come together. He hoped that it would work. It was his only chance. Mr. Potter. Harry turned and actually smiled. Professor Snape, did you want something? He asked, correcting himself as a first-year student passed them. What are you doing roaming the halls? Shouldn't you be in class? No, sir. Class was cancelled today. Professor Sprout is still sick. Severus nodded. Follow me to my office, Potter. Yes, sir. Severus turned and made his way to his office, followed closely by Harry. He found their exchanges rather funny when in public. It was brilliant. Lucius said to tell you he will buy the cabinet but asks why. So I'm asking now, why do you need that cabinet? Asked Severus as soon as he shut the door. It's part of the brilliant plan that none of us have heard. Harry just smiled. I have almost everything figured out. I can't afford to have anything not 100. You know, my life, everyone else's life is just at stake. That's it. Severus shook his head. Scary. The boy was sounding more and more like him every day. He contributed that to the boy finally not caring anymore. Sissy and Lucius will be here tonight, right? Yes, and Sissy is bringing those brownies all of you have been bugging her for, said Kiera, coming out of a doorway in the office that lead to Severus' living corridors. Why aren't you in class? Harry rolled his eyes. As professors, you guys don't know a whole lot. Professor Sprout, sick, still, ring any bells? Watch it, boy, I'll give you detention. Yeah, right. Kiera raised an eyebrow as Harry smirked. That's it. No more unsupervised visits with Severus. I can honestly say one of him is enough. Both gentlemen in the room glared at her. Anyway, I'll see you both tonight. I need to talk to Theodore, said Harry. He's in class right now. Shoot. Morgan is too then. What class? Charms. Can you get them out of class? Harry. All right, I can wait. Question, he said, looking at Severus and Kiera once again. They nodded for him to continue. Does the Dark Lord take suggestions from others? Well, depending. Why? If Lucius suggested something, Would he consider it? Possibly. What do you have in mind? My plan, of course. Because that is a key factor. What if he turned in a spy? Would he be even more in the good grace of the Dark Lord? Where are you going with this? It's rather simple actually. But, I'll explain tonight. Bye, Potter. Harry stuck his head back in the door and smiled. Yes, Severus sighed, knowing it was no use. Tonight. Until then, what is his brilliant plan? Asked Kiera, eyes leaving Harry and looked at Severus. He just shook his head. Your guess is as good as mine. Harry and Theodore read over the list Harry had created to make sure he hadn't missed any parts or possibilities. Surprisingly, Theodore was the only one to know the slightest idea of what he had planned. Harry wasn't sure why he trusted it to Theodore. One reason, maybe, was because Theodore would see it from every angle. Do you think it will work? Slowly, Theodore nodded. As long as Lucius can his part convincingly, I believe it might. The only things we are risking are allowing the Death Eaters to get into the school and having you alone with the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord and I are the least of my worries. The protective charms on the common rooms should take care of that. How very. One in the common rooms without Dumbledore finding out. McGonagall. Haha. That funny. Seriously. I am being serious. She'll help us. And go against Dumbledore. Harry nodded. She will. And Dumbledore will be gone that night. The Ministry will need his assistance. Oh really? Yup. The Minister himself. Lucius. Of course. Theodore shook his head before both of them jumped up, pulling out their wands when someone appeared, out of nowhere, in the room. Hermione and Camilla appeared, smiling brightly. How in the hell did you do that? Asked Theodore. We did it, Harry. The portkey, it works. Said Hermione excited. We came from Kiera's room, said Camilla more calmly but showing a hint of pride in her face. Harry smiled. Perfect. 12 children sat quietly, staring at either the floor, a wall, or each other. Morgan sat beside Harry, looking at him every now and then. She was worried about him. Someone didn't return in the next few minutes. She feared he was going to go to have a breakdown. Are you positive the portkey works? He asked, glancing over at Camilla. Yes. Harry stood up, not being able to sit any longer. He wanted Severus to come back. He was red and worried beyond what he felt before. If anything happened to him, it would be his fault because it was his plan. Then, Severus appeared in the middle of the room. Harry quickly turned around and smiled. He slowly walked over to him before giving him a hug. Severus ran a hand through the back of his hair, hugging him back. Everything go all right? Asked Theodore. Just as planned. Lucius should be speaking with him this second. He will be by shortly after to say how things went, said Severus, leading Harry to sit down beside him. Why was it so important again to have Lucius turn Severus in for spying? Asked Pansy. Because then, Lucius will be on his good side even more. It will be easier to convince the Dark Lord to go along with our plan, said Harry. Wasn't Lucius on his good side before? Asked Millicent. Yes, but turning in your best friend as a spy. That just puts the topper on the ice cream, said Theodore, the only one that seemed to fully understand Harry's plan. I won't have to go near the Dark Lord, will I? Asked Draco. No. Lucius telling him what is seemingly planned should be enough, said Severus. See, I knew us acting like friends in the beginning would come back and help, said Harry. Yes, becoming your friend to help kill you. I would do that, wouldn't I? Asked Draco, smirking. Still wouldn't put it past you, muttered Ron. Harry glared at him before turning back Severus. Did you and Kiera did fix the cabinet right? Yes. Harry, stop worrying. Everything is working. Harry nodded. As long as he didn't end up dying, the plan would seem to be the best one ever created. If you hadn't noticed, my plan is basically Draco's in HBP. Little things will change, but I loved Draco's cabinet, so I decided that would be my final battle. Anyway, next chapter is the final battle. Should be fun to write, though I will warn you all now, I'm not that great of an action writer, so don't accept too much. Much love from Abby. Chapter 29. Disclaimer. I own nothing. Haunted Memories Chapter 29. Abby Haven Snape. Year 6 defense class was currently being conducted, but with one person short. Harry sat in their room, thinking deeply. Kiera K. Knew he wasn't showing up for class today. So did 11 other students. Tonight was the night. Night he would either be more of a hero or a dead, forgotten one. He had heard the saying that when you are dying, your whole life flashes before your eyes. But, he had something else to add to that statement. Your whole life flashes before your eyes when you are faced with a death experience. The only problem with his life was that it was full of lies. Everything he thought was his childhood was a lie. He was thinking about small memories, the ones he had of his true childhood. The ones where he was actually happy for once it seemed. He was also thinking about Severus. Given a few months earlier, he would have laughed if anyone said he was going to be as close as he was to him. He was a man that, he might have been fine without having him in his life, but having him was the best thing that happened. For once, he has someone to lean on consistently. He had something that Sirius couldn't give him. He could be there for him whenever he needed him to be. And, Harry was positive that even if he walked into Severus' third-year Gryffindor and Slytherin class he was instructing right now for any reason, he would dismiss the class and help him. Just knowing that fact, it was the best thing for him as he prepared for the end. Harry flipped through the journal that they had been keeping memories in for the past couple months. The journal had turned more into a pure journal once they realized that they weren't going to remember much more. Everyone had written a thought or so down in it. Harry's favorite entry was one from Theodore where he wrote about each one of them. He reminded all of them about how idiotic they were when they were young and how they really haven't changed. Now, he felt like he needed to write something. He knew the odds. They weren't in his favor. If he was a gambling man, he would almost bet against himself. Surprisingly, he had things he wanted everyone to know if the worst did happen. He wanted Morgan to know she was a sister that he looked to for comfort. Theodore to know that the advice he gave him was the best he had received in many years. Camilla, he loved for just being her smartass self, and Narcissa for being like a mom. If he could only tell one person something, he would need to tell Severus. He wanted the man to know that he needed him, that he loved him, that he wished he could have been his adoptive son, that all he wanted to be now wasn't a hero or the boy who lived. He just wanted to be Severus' cub. Harry sat there in his favorite chair. He wrote a letter to everyone. He felt better having writing it. Even if he did survive, it was good to have those things written down. If he did happen to survive the encounter, he could always rip them out and throw them away. He was ready now to actually put final touches on his plan. He had waited until the last minute to get this last part confirmed. It wasn't that it was a difficult. He had confidence that he didn't have to worry about the last detail. He was smarter than most gave him credit for. He headed out of the dungeons and went up McGonagall's office. He knocked on the door, waiting to hear the voice for him to come in. "Mr. Potter, shouldn't you be in class?" she asked as soon as he stepped in. "Do not tell me you are in trouble." "No ma'am, I doubt I could get in trouble in Kiera's class." "Professor Zabini, Potter," said McGonagall sternly. "Oh, yeah, right, sorry Professor, it's just weird to say that now." "And why is that?" Harry smiled. "I need to speak with Headmaster tonight. Is there any way you can arrange that, Professor?" he asked, changing the subject. "I'm sorry Potter, he has a meeting at the Ministry tonight. To my information, you and the Headmaster are not on good terms Potter. Why would you wish to talk to him? Can I help you with something?" "Yes, actually, I really don't need to talk to him. I just wanted to make sure he would be gone." He actually smirked at McGonagall's face. "Careful Professor, I don't want to see your face get stuck that way." "Mr. Potter, why are you sounding much like Severus?" asked Harry smiling. "Professor, sorry, can't say that one anymore. I don't want to refer to him as that. If I'm Potter and he's Professor Snape, we seem to hate each other. But if I'm Harry, or better yet, Elijah, and he is Severus, things are how they are supposed to be. Potter, you are speaking in riddles." He licked his lips, thinking. "I need your help Professor." "With what?" "Getting rid of Voldemort, which I plan to do tonight." McGonagall stared at the young man in front of her. She was lost, yes. But now she was more concerned than anything. "I have a plan. A place complete assistance. I need you to help me get all the students in their common room and have enough charms on them that no one can get in or out even if they really wanted it." Death Eaters will be roaming the school and I'm not having anyone out in the school that I don't have full confidence in or trust. I can't allow Death Eaters into the school. It's necessary, Professor. It's the only way that I can ensure Voldemort to be here. How? How can you ensure Voldemort will follow his Death Eaters? A very reliable Death Eater that is close to Voldemort himself. Potter, do I want to know what you have gotten yourself into? Professor, I need your help. We can only think of some spells. You can protect the students. I trust you more to protect the students than anyone else. Harry, McGonagall started slowly. She didn't understand much of what the boy was saying. You knew that Dumbledore left me at the Dursleys, didn't you, Professor? Asked Harry, rather quickly. Yes, you didn't want him to leave me there. No, I didn't. What if I told you that I had a life, besides the Dursleys, for about 5 years? Where I was loved, cared for, supported. But, instead of leaving me there, where I wanted to be, the headmaster sent me back to my relatives. They hated me, but the headmaster didn't care. Everything just had to be perfect for him. McGonagall stared, not sure whether to believe the boy or not. She had always admired the headmaster, just like so many other witches and wizards, but the fact that he left the boy who lived with muggles always haunted her. Now, if the boy was telling the truth, she wasn't sure what to think. Professor, please. All right, Potter, I trust you. I will help and not tell the headmaster. Harry gave a huge smile. Thank you, Professor. Don't make me regret this, Harry. I plan not to, Professor. Only speak to Kiera and Severus about it, although they are the only professors who know. McGonagall nodded as the boy disappeared out of her room. She sat there wondering why she decided to trust a 16-year-old rather than a 100-and-some-year-old man. Harry, Morgan, Draco, Theodore, and Pansy came running to him. He froze, believing something had happened. What happened? Father sent word. 8 o'clock, said Draco. Harry glanced down at his clock. It read 6:30. We need to start getting the students in the common rooms. Who else are you going to allow to fight, Harry? Asked Morgan. Dressed to fight already. I don't want you guys fighting. We've had this discussion, Potter. Get over that fact. We are fighting. Now, who else? Asked Theodore, not allowing Harry to continue. All 6th and 7th years that were in the DA last year and anyone in Slytherin you trust. How are we going to make sure every student is in their common room? Asked Pansy. As patrolling around, said Theodore. And house elves, added Harry. How are you going to get a house elf to help? Asked Pansy. Harry smiled. With perfect timing, 3 continuous pops sounded. Dobby, Winky, and even Creature appeared beside him. Mr. Potter, sir, you wanted us? Asked Dobby, sounding a little too excited for the mood they all were in. Yes, Dobby, I need all 3 of you to search the school and find all the students. I need them to be in the common rooms. Can you do that? Dobby nodded while the other 2 nodded even slower. It's important, said Harry. Very student needs to be in the common room. I will, Mr. Potter, I promise. The 3 disappeared and Harry looked at Theodore. We should start getting the students inside the common rooms. Yes, said Theodore. It's going to take a while, I believe, to get everyone. McGonagall's going to lock the school up, right? Yes. Hagrid is taking care of the outside gates. I'll go tell McGonagall we need the announcement made. You 3 should gather the others and start from the towers and work yourself down and make sure no one is there. Check everywhere. They nodded. Harry went and told McGonagall. She made the announcement throughout the school. He, however, did not go to help the others. He found himself in Severus' living corridors. Harry, will you sit? Severus stared at the boy. He told him to sit, but yet he wasn't able to sit himself. That's probably why the boy glared at him. I'm scared. Severus looked at the boy. In one swift movement, he was beside Harry, hugging him. You don't have to do this alone, Harry. I'll be in that room with you. I have to do this on my own. That's the thing. Severus held the boy. For some reason, he blamed Dumbledore for it all. He had it fixed in the boy's mind that he had to do it alone. He was thankful, at least, that the boy allowed the other kids and him to help him as much as they could. Harry, look at me. He forced Harry to look up at him. Everyone is on your side. We are going to help you as much as we can. I understand you need to do it on your own. You were the one in the prophecy. But we are here for you. All of us. We will be waiting outside that door for you to walk out. I love you, Harry, and I'll be the first one through that door if you need help." Harry gave a small smile before hugging Severus again. For some reason, he felt better now. He felt like he could survive the night. Theodore held Harry against the shadow of the corridor as two Death Eaters passed them. The battle, of sort, had begun. Death's Eat. RS were pouring out of the room of requirement. They were barely managing to keep track of them all. Theodore threw 2 freezing charms at those Death Eaters, making them fall to the ground. "That was easy enough," said Theodore, stepping toward them. "Stupefy, Theo!" yelled Harry, throwing a curse. Theodore turned quickly, seeing 5 more Death Eaters behind them. He cursed loudly, throwing spells at them. Harry got kicked in the stomach while 2 of the 5 Death Eaters fell to the ground. Theodore pulled Harry up from the ground, kicking one of the Death Eaters hard in the chest. "Theodore Haywood, not, how dare you!" Harry glanced sideways at Theodore. For the first time as long as he had known him, Theodore paled and actually looked scared. It was his father that he had just kicked. "Why are you helping this boy?" Theodore couldn't answer. He was scared, literally, to death of his father. He has a good reason to be. He has an appointment with our Lord soon. You aren't going to get in the way of that. He's not my lord, he's yours. I would never bow down in front of that monster. Never ever will I pledge my alliance to him. Harry saw the man's eyes narrow dangerously. He remembered now that the man in front of him had angry problems. He personally was ready to curse the man in front of him. But he knew that Theodore needed to do this. "You are pathetic, boy. I'll deal with you later. Right now, you will help me get this boy to the Dark Lord." "I'm sorry," said Theodore so calmly Harry had to look at him. "He's more important to me than you." Stupefy. Harry, watch. D as the oldest knot fell to the ground with the other 5. Harry didn't say anything to Theodore. He could see the pain and angry in his eyes clearly. "Let's go," said Theodore, finally glancing away from his father. "Theodore." He looked at Harry with a blank expression. "Thanks." Theodore finally smiled. "Of course. Like I give a shit about that man." Harry smiled. They both started up the stairs toward the room of requirements. In the process they ran into Remus and Tonks. "There are about 7 on the 2nd floor, said Harry, quickly. "They are frozen. We will bind them and stick them with the others." "Are you both okay?" asked Remus. Harry glanced at Theodore. "We are fine," answered Theodore. "Do you know when Voldemort is coming?" "Severus said Lucius was supposed to send word," said Tonks. "Is everyone okay?" asked Harry. "As far as we know. I saw Morgan take a curse, but it wasn't a major one." Harry nodded slowly. He hoped she was okay as well as everyone else. The 2 of them started back up the stairs. They had to make it back up to the 7th floor. Alive would help a lot. Theodore quickly pushed him against the wall. Harry was about to ask him what was wrong, but then he heard footsteps. He was amazed by the Slytherin skills that the boy beside him posed sometimes. They both had their wands out, ready to curse anyone that came near them. "Stup. Whoa, Theo, whoa," said Lucius, taking off his Death Eater mask. "Are you trying to get cursed?" asked Theodore, lowering his wand. "It wouldn't be the first time. Now, listen. The last of the Death Eaters are through. Voldemort will be coming through the cabinet in a matter of minutes." Harry nodded, glancing down the hall to where the room was located. He thought he was ready for this, up until this point. When he was faced with actually walking through the door. "Harry, you all right?" asked Camilla, coming up the stairs with Severus. He just nodded, still staring down at the door. Camilla looked at Theodore and Lucius. "Harry, walk with me," said Severus, putting his hand on his shoulder and led him down the hall, away from the group. "I can't do this, Sev. I thought I could but I can't," he said as soon as they were out of ear range of the others. "Yes, you can. You are strong, powerful, and stubborn enough to do this. He and you both won't stop until one of you is dead. And it's not going to be you. Just remember, you have the one thing that he has never had. Use it against him." Harry looked at him. He had love. He wasn't sure, however, how he could possibly use that in defeating Voldemort. Severus gave him a kiss on the side of the head. "I love you, cub. We will be waiting for you." Severus walked away from him. He didn't see it as leaving him but more as just giving him a little more of a push. It was just what he needed though. He didn't look back at the others before walking into the door. He waited. Not long however. Voldemort stepped out of the cabinet, not expecting to see Harry standing there. With his wand out and pointed at him. "Hello Tom," said Harry giving a smile. "Potter, you trusted the wrong people again Tom." Harry remembered the kiss on his head. He remembered the hugs from Morgan. He remembered the love that he was shown. "And I'm not about ready to give everything up." Voldemort raised his wand, pointed directly at the boy. "Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus. Yeah, it's been a while. But, this chapter is done and believe it or not, 2 chapters left. I'm excited about that. Anyway, sorry for the long wait. As always, read and review. Lots of love, Abby." Chapter 30. Disclaimer. I still do not own anything. Haunted Memories Chapter 30. Abbey Haven. Snape. He had an uncomfortable feeling like he was being watched. It was a feeling that made him open his eyes with a snap. Looking up at the ceiling, he saw white. "Damn, at least I'm in heaven," he said, closing his eyes again. "Sorry boy, but you aren't in heaven just yet. Open your eyes again." He knew that voice. It sounded an awful lot like Severus. But Severus wouldn't be in heaven with him. Emerald eyes snapped opened again. He rolled over trying to see where the voice had came from, but everything was blurry without his glasses. So blurry in fact that he rolled right off the bed. Ouch. He heard an amused chuckle from somewhere on his left. "Cub, do you really need to be hurting yourself? The whole point of resting in the hospital wing is to get better, not get worse." Strong arms lifted him up off the ground and back onto the bed. He knew that it was Severus. "Glasses please," he said, squinting his eyes, trying to look around the room. Severus handed them to him. He was then able to see that it just wasn't Severus beside him. But everyone was pilled into the hospital wing sitting around 2 beds. The one that he was in and the other being where Morgan was resting in. "Morgan, are you okay?" he asked, sitting up straighter so he could see her. "Yup, just broke my foot." Harry looked at her, as did everyone else. Her foot was broken and she was chipper. "How did that happen?" "A spell hit me and I fell backwards down the stairs." Harry shook his head. Everyone else was okay. "Did anyone else get hurt?" "You mean besides Voldemort?" asked Theodore with a smirk. He gave him a confused look before glancing over at Severus. He gave Harry a nod, clarified that what Theodore hinted at was true. "You mean, I did it?" "Yes, you defeated Voldemort for good this time," said Severus, actually smiling. Harry rested his head back against the pillow. He had done it. "But how? How are we supposed to know? You were in the room alone with him. After we heard the killing curse and then nothing, we went into the room to find the both of you on the ground. You, however, were the only one with a pulse," said Lucius, sitting beside his son with his wife on the other side. Harry couldn't help but smile. He had no idea how he managed it. All he remembered was using the disarming spell against Voldemort's curse. He would mention it to Severus at a later date. He would know why. Right now, however, he really did not want to think about it. Did anyone else get hurt? Besides Voldemort TJ? After he said it, Harry glanced at Theodore. He found out his middle name was Hayward. Where did TJ come from? He asked randomly. Theodore Hayward not. I have no idea. No, we were able to be ahead of the Death Eaters the entire time, said Draco. You just defeated Voldemort and you are wondering why we call Theodore TJ? Asked Camilla, using her hands a little too much. Harry just smiled. Truthfully, he did not want to think about it. Right now, he just wanted to be with his family. For once, he just wanted to be Harry. He smiled at McGonagall as she came into the hospital wing. Ah, Potter, you are awake. Your plan, no matter how flawed I saw it, it seemed to work beautifully. Seemed. What did I seem to miss? What do when the headmaster returned? Everyone in the room glanced at each other. That statement was true. They did not think about what to do when Dumbledore returned. Well, we are going to die. That's okay, said Blaise, nodding to the side slightly. Camilla, Kiera, Theodore, and Draco all hit Blaise. Harry looked at Severus, looking to him to know what to do. They hadn't planned How to deal with the headmaster. Harry, said McGonagall, making him look at her. Let me fill you in on a little secret. The entire wizarding world loves you. Trust me, you don't have to worry about the headmaster. Everyone would be on your side. McGonagall gave a smile to the boy before turning to Severus and Lucius. Mr. Malfoy, I should warn you. The headmaster is trying to get you arrested. He is heading down here right now. Lovely. Thank you, Professor, said Lucius, nodding his head. McGonagall nodded to him just as the headmaster walked into the hospital wing. Harry and Severus glanced at each other before looking at the headmaster. A few Aurors followed with Minister Fudge right behind them. There he is, said the headmaster, nodding toward Lucius. Fudge nodded to the Aurors and they headed toward Lucius. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Asked Harry, almost getting out of bed if Severus hadn't laid his hand on his shoulder. Harry, this man is a Death Eater. If he was a Death Eater, do you think I would be letting him sit a few feet away from me? He's not a Death Eater. Minister, please tell me you believe I have more common sense than to let a Death Eater be near me. Severus glanced at Harry with an amused smirk. Harry gave him a glare. Yes, he did have common sense. He just sometimes chose not to use it. The minister looked at Harry, then to Lucius. Finally, Lucius spoke for himself. Minister, have I ever given you reason to doubt my alliance? The minister remained silent for some time. Are you sure, Mr. Potter? Positive. He's been helping me for a while now. He finally nodded. Then my apologies, Lucius. I shouldn't have doubted where your allegiance was. All is well, Minister. I'll report to work in a few days. Spending time with my family and all. Of course. And Mr. Potter, thank you. Harry just smiled. The minister bid goodbye to everyone before the Aurors and himself left, turned his glance to the headmaster and glared. Harry, are you sure you know what you are doing? I'm doing something you couldn't do years ago. Standing up for the people that actually helped me. It was Severus and Lucius that helped me, sir. As well as everyone but you in this room. How does that make you feel? Harry, Voldemort's done for. What does it matter now? He asked before turning away from him and looked at Severus. How long do I have to be here? At least tonight. You need your rest. Harry gave a nod, pulling the covers up. Or, began Severus, seeing the look on his face. You can come spend the night in my corridors if you think it would make you get a better night's rest. He gave a smile. I don't believe that is for you to decide, Severus, spoke the headmaster. I don't have a problem with it, Severus. Morgan, however, you are staying under my watch tonight, said Madame Pomfrey, handing her a pain-relieving potion. I figured you would say that, said Morgan, wrinkling up her nose before taking the potion. The headmaster looked around the room at everyone before leaving. Harry smirked slightly. Severus, Kiera, I need to speak with you. Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, you are welcome to join as well, said Professor McGonagall, slightly amused herself. The four adults nodded and followed her outside the wing. Miss Travers doesn't have a guardian. What do you mean? She has her parents, said Kiera. No, she doesn't. They were caught tonight. They are probably sitting in Azkaban right now awaiting trial. Can we add child abuse as well? Asked Lucius. Yes, but where will Morgan be staying until she turns of age? Any of us will take on guardianship, said Narcissa. I figured as much. I will get the papers ready and then just let whoever wants to sign them do so. Minerva, I want guardianship of Harry. He doesn't need to return to his aunt's house now, said Severus. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Do you think my dad would be turning in his grave? Yes. Harry laughed from his lying position in Severus' bed. Severus was sitting in a big, comfortable recliner right beside the bed. What about Mom? Severus thought before answering. No, Harry smiled. But I can safely say that they would be proud of you. I know I am. Harry just smiled, staring at the wall. What do I do now? I don't think I understand. It seems like forever I've had to deal with Voldemort. Now that he's gone, what is my life now? It's whatever you want it to be, Harry. Whatever you want. Harry smiled. He liked that idea. Yay. One chapter left. Just one. It should be done in a couple days. It's going to be a rather short chapter. But, at the end, I will have 3 story ideas that you guys can tell me which one you might be interested in reading, and the one most people vote for will be my next story. Until then, You know what to do. Lots of love, Abby. Epilogue. Disclaimer. One last time, I own nothing. Haunted Memories Epilogue. Abby Haven Snape. Harry, wake up. Harry, come on, wake up cub. It's just a dream. There's no Voldemort anymore. Emerald eyes opened up and meet black ones. Severus ran a hand through his hair, pushing it away from his eyes. The boy really did need a haircut. Are you all right now? Asked Severus after a few seconds. Yeah, sorry about that. Once again, there is no need to apologize, Harry. But I do believe we need to continue our sessions again. Harry groaned, rolling over so his face was barred in the pillow. He knew that was coming. His second nightmare that week was due to have a repeat of talking sessions with Severus about the nightmares. Severus figured it was the best way to get over Voldemort and start his new life. It worked too, but something had triggered the nightmares again. Probably because of the interview he finally gave to the Daily Prophet, reviling the last moments of Voldemort's life. Try to go back to sleep. It's only for in the morning, said Severus, poking him in the side. Stay with me until I fall asleep, he asked, face still hidden in the pillow. Of course. Turn around so you don't suffocate yourself, please. Harry complied and smiled at him. Severus sat on the bed, running a hand through his hair as he slowly closed his eyes. Severus knew the boy was too old for all the attention he gave him. But since he took guardianship of him at the end of the school year, he saw it as his job to give the boy something he should have been given his entire life. Not forgotten about, he left the boy only when he knew he was completely asleep. After breakfast the next morning, Severus led Harry into one of dens. They both took a seat, facing each other, and got comfortable. Severus waited. He always made Harry speak first. He viewed this time together as a time for Harry to express what was on his mind. Not for him to ask a bunch of questions. Why am I dreaming about him again? Asked Harry, asking Severus but himself as well. Why do you think? That interview. Yes, the interview could do that. It's just, began Harry. Severus gave a smile, knowing this was coming. I still have an uneasy feeling about how Voldemort died. I just tried to disarm him. I know you explain how the connection between our wands and how I had the power, and how instead of disarming him, his spell bounced off mine and killed himself. Yeah, I got that. But, I guess I just still see it was I was close to dying and that I probably should have. You still think you should have died? Well, yeah, I mean, the odds were against me. The most power Dark Lord in wizarding history against me. The odds definitely were not in my favor. But you did survive. Harry smiled. Yeah, and for that, I'm a hero. An odd way of being a hero. Just accept it and move on. The sooner you do, the sooner you will be able to enjoy life. Where is Blaise? Blaise, get your butt out here, yelled Kiera, sitting a bowl down in the middle of the table. 9 children laughed at her. 9 adults laughed. Blaise came running outside and took his seat at the picnic table outside. He just smiled, not looking at his mom. The 10 of them were back at the manor that summer following their 6th year with the 4 adults. As soon as they turned 17, everyone moved back into the manor. Morgan was placed in the Malfoys' care for a few months until she turned 17 that March. Your favorite tonight, Harry, said Narcissa, smiling at him, also sitting down a bowl of food. Harry smiled. His birthday was tomorrow, but tonight they were having his birthday dinner because tomorrow he would be out with the 10 of them plus Ron and Hermione to celebrate, in his words, him making it to adulthood. To Harry, said Lucius, raising his glass to Harry before they started to eat. Who will always be Elijah to the 14 of us? Harry smiled. That sounded good to him. It's done. Whoa, that's hard to believe. Sorry if the ending was short and didn't seem to have a point. I'm not sure it did myself, but anyway. I would like to thank everyone who has read this story from beginning to end and have stuck with me. Love to all. I have 3 story ideas for my next story I'm going to post. Each very different from each other. Leave me a review and tell me which one you would most like to see. Learning the past. Harry and Severus establish a father-son relationship over the course of the summer before Harry's 5th after the events of 4th year. But, what happens when the two are attacked by Death Eaters and end up at Hogwarts, injured but alive, but something is not right. Harry doesn't remember anything. Not who he is, what Hogwarts is, who the people are trying to help him, or what magic is. Can Severus help him gain his memory back and get the relationship he wants and needs back with the boy? Saving Me, 3 parts. Voldemort never attacked the Potters because he heard the whole prophecy. Harry grows up with Lily and James, but Harry's not quite the little boy everyone imagined. When he starts to be watched by Emmeline Vance, a Death Eater on Voldemort's orders. He learns things from the Dark Elpens. When he actually begins Hogwarts, is he already too attached to Voldemort and company for anyone, including Dumbledore, to change his views from the sly, cunning Slytherin to the golden boy Gryffindor? Meaning of Dad. James left Lily when she was a few months pregnant. Of course, Lily ran to her best friend Severus. But, after Voldemort's attack on the house, Severus is left with the child everyone just assumed was his. But, 12 years later, James steps in and wants Harry for his own. Who does Harry choose? Does he get a choice? With the help of his best friends, he makes choices that will change his life. Morgan, from Haunted Memories, is in this story as Harry's best friend, and for everyone that wanted them together in this him and crush. Once again, thank you to everyone. Lots of love. Abby Haven Snape. Quote.